Look at poor old Baxter. He was in McCluskey's office earlier.
But he got sacked.
I don't know.
I heard this morning that somebody pushed that Oakham boy in. He'd been that much of a pain.
No, I reckon there's a lot of lies going around.
Yeah, there are. Mr. Howard said.
Oh, here we go.
No, he said that boy had something wrong with him. Then he spent too long under the water, and that's what caused it.
How come you always know everything before anybody else does?
This tastes terrible.
You were ages answering the door. I nearly gave up.
Didn't notice you. It could have been anyone. Anyway, I was in bed, weren't I?
I brought the boots back you lent me.
Been to school this morning then. I got stomach pains and I got to stay in bed. Did you get your boots then?
Getting them on Saturday.
Want something to eat?
Not really.
Me neither. I might be sick. How about a shandy?
All right then. How about putting the radio on?
You worry about the future.
Typical politician. Never answers the question.
I'm more concerned with the present.
The most expensive chocolates I've ever bought was Belgian chocolates. I like them. I think Pick and Mix is good value for money because you can pick your own penny chews of your own choice. I hate blackjack. They're sweet.
I'll look after you.
Nobody can.
Gigs, footballs, also the T-shirt and the height chart.
Those shorts aren't long enough. They should be down here. They were in my day,
in your
down
day,
here.
the question to answer, if you weren't watching, was... Now, Ryan Giggs was on for amusement only about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And before him, what was the chunk of the programme that came before him? Now, the clue was in the question, and the answer was... Do you know the answer, Dirk?
Yes, I do. Pineapple chunk. I like a bit of that. Pineapple chunk.
Well, these three knew the winner as well. They're on
Yes.
scrolls because it's Shakespeare Day today. Michael Sylvester from Edinburgh.
Oh, I know his dad, Victor.
Jim, Victor Sylvester. Rebecca Lukin, who comes from Somerset. And finally, Andrew Baines from Sheffield.
Well
done
done.
to you.
It's sink or swim for the high-flying Twist family as they come face-to-face with some tough opposition.
You're not pitching any of our ideas. We're taking out this year's Birdman prize.
Nerdman prize more like.
It may be a good time to seek some parental advice.
When I fix this up, this will go like a rocket.
Blast off! Take the plunge. Round the Twist. Friday at 4:30 on Children's BBC.
That's a great improvement, Dad! Twist?
Still to come, Ocean Odyssey and the Ozone and False or True. But first, it's time to go back to school and catch up on the drama. And I think they're still in shock after last week's accident.
Yeah, I'll bet. Look, they're in free.
What's going on? Everybody looks like they're at a funeral.
Don't you know nothing? Where have you been?
That new kid from Rodney Bennett. He's dead.
Go on.
No less than all. Jeremy Irving. Got himself drowned.
He did. What, really?
Morning, sir.
Yeah, really.
He looks terrible. I suspect it was his fault somehow.
with it. I just can't. I'm never going to speak to Annette again. But why? Because if
Hey, girls. What happened then? Does anyone know?
We just don't feel like talking, do we? What? Mary's suicide?
Yeah, jumped in a notice break.
Oh, come on, that's silly.
It's not what I heard. You've just got back from suspension as well. Bridget were in a right state.
Was that new kid who forced the bus pass?
That's it. And no one liked him.
But he died in the show and bumped his head.
Ah. Someone ducked him in. I heard it from M3.
Yeah,
they were
right.
playing
Are we all
about.
to spend the entire morning conducting unofficial debates? And you, be in the English room at first break. Mr. McGuffey wants to see you.
Yes, sir. That'll be the UN.
That's you as well.
No, she's not going.
Why not? Because I'd lose my Saturday job. That's why not. Oh, yeah, and by the way, you can't drown on purpose. There's only pop up again and float. So how did it happen then?
Oh, Fatso misses everything. 1 minute he was there, you know, falling around in the pool, driving everyone crackers.
As usual.
Charming. Next thing, he never come up. So I couldn't get him out. He was really upset. Yeah, and he's not here today, is he?
Kevin's off too.
It's between the three of them. It's between all of us. I don't think it could happen. Not to someone you know. I shouldn't have him in school today. You're sick anyhow, because the trick he played on you. I got him into trouble. Hark at Miss Jarmanickers. Lay off her! We've all got to stick together, don't you see? It was my bang we threw in, and I told him to go and get it. I've gone in as a dad, Faye. Showing off, that's all. I just felt... Oh, I don't know.
Let's all ask for the day off if God never gets here.
I didn't want to come in, but my mum said I had to. If you don't talk about it, it's worse. Oh, you make someone such a lovely social worker someday. Julie's right. We've all got to stick up for each other. My mum said, when terrible things happen, it's for the best, even if it don't look like it.
That can be very true, Faye. Good morning, N3. Sit down. Now, Mr. Knowles is expecting you to be about 10 minutes late for your first lesson. You've all had a great shock.
Please, miss, some of us weren't there.
And there's all stories going about.
Well, it seems what actually happened, Diane, is that Jeremy's heart wasn't as strong as most children's, and he stayed under the water too long.
But wasn't it our fault then, miss?
No, look, it's nobody's fault. It's perfectly natural to feel guilty when someone dies, Julie. We get all kinds of thoughts about what we might have done or not done. It's just Jeremy didn't seem to be able to settle down at Grange Hill, and he wanted attention at any price. It's just tragic it had to happen this way. You're late, Annette.
Yeah, I overslept.
Is that gum in your mouth?
Yes, miss. Isn't it time for first period history, weren't it?
We're talking about Jeremy Irvin. Go and sit down.
And you're the one who should be feeling guilty, Annette, if you didn't distract Miss Hartley like that.
Hey, that's most unkind.
Oh, it doesn't bother me, Miss Gordon. I know a dear little Faye can be like.
Now, look, I've said that no one is to blame for what was a very sad accident. Now, I want you all to settle down and carry on as usual. Right. There are quite a few absent.
Sam, are you sure you don't want any breakfast? Don't fuss, Mum. It's only a stomachache.
Yeah, all right, love. But if you do feel peckish later, there's a pie in the fridge, all right?
I told you, I've got a pain.
Yeah, and I'll catch pneumonia by the look of that frost out there. Look, I'm late for work, but... Sam, are you sure you'll be all right?
Of course, Mum. Go on, then.
Right. Well, you got your radio. Hey, when you're feeling better, you could have a clear up in here, you know. Right. I'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The mother's under sedation and Mr. Irvin's not available. I hope to see them later in the week.
There are wild rumors going round. Dramatic allegations of this and that.
Those reporters are still there.
The caretaker's at the main gate.
We've made a statement. What more do they want? I'll advise the staff at our meeting.
Shall I send Baxter in?
Thank you, Mr. Keating. I suspect I know what he wants.
Mrs. McCluskey will see you now, Jeff. Thanks.
Won't you sit down? Would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thanks. Have you spoken to Hartley and Deborah?
I've had all 3 accounts of the accident. The inquiry will be absolutely routine. It's just terribly unfortunate. Apparently this heart rhythm problem's not uncommon in children.
No, so I hear. If we'd known that, he wouldn't have been in the pool in the first place, would he?
Well, we didn't.
No. I don't know, the kid was just trying to draw attention to himself all the time. He'd alienated everybody else. Staying underwater. They've been told to clear the pool.
Jeff, there's no need to reproach yourself.
Now, this happened to a child in the care of my department. I really don't think I can stay on at Grange Hill.
And I can't accept your resignation. Emotional decisions never work. Think about it for at least a month, please. Is everything else all right? Isn't the new equipment arriving today?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Good.
That looks like work to me.
There is a touch I was about, Christopher. Somewhere there are leaflets about the committees with aid to research.
The world food problem.
We've got more carnivals when we come back, you know, sir. And project work in the holidays.
Don't panic, Claire. Treat this as light relief.
What, a weekend in the country, is that it?
I hope it'll be a bit more than that. Where on earth's Patterson got to?
Aren't you supposed to be in the English room?
Just have a see you later, mate.
Why are you scratching, Pogo?
I can feel something.
Cold around your brains, that's funky. Get off!
That's break over, I'm afraid.
Sorry I'm late, sir. Just had the meeting with today.
This folder's for you. The others will give you the lowdown.
We can wear what we like, I suppose.
You'll have to check that out.
The United Nations is about democracy, or what?
Well, I'm wearing my colours, man. This rubbish has nothing to do with my concern.
Hold on. Look, ask Mrs. McCluskey this afternoon, but don't tread on her corns, OK?
Yeah, so we're going to be delegates from all over the world, all in the same prison uniforms.
Hey, Precious, you still working in that salon? That's right. I'm working Saturdays.
What's so great about it, you got Miss UN?
Well, it's a good job, innit?
I'm going to a party on Friday. Only, where's it boring?
So you're actually doing hairdressing, are you?
That's right, they're training me.
Standing or not?
You know, you need something a bit more geometrical.
Yeah, like a head amputation.
Yeah, true.
Pogo's been scratching. If you have a haircut, the nits get worried and rush off.
Well, I reckon all you girls should get haircuts. You must be beading them.
Yeah. My gran says fine hair like Christine's is what they like best. What's the matter with this salad, please?
What are you having that for? I can't eat meat. Not since that biology project started.
Intensive animal farming.
What about it? Don't you think it's cruel the way those animals are kept? You know, locked up in tiny cages, no freedom, force-fed, injected with things. You know,
sounds a bit like school to me. Look, you'll get anemic or anorexic. Skinny like that third year.
No, but that's not true. Because everything you get from meat, you can get from other foods.
Really?
I just think it's cruel to eat animals.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of new styles now with colour sprays. Like in pink. It's a free sample.
Oh, not my taste, thanks.
So you are actually cutting hair, are you?
You can always get work then, cutting people's hair.
Well, I get training 2 nights a week. Did a good bob cut last time.
Really?
At the time. Look, I have to see Mrs. Jones, all right? Bye.
See ya. Should ask her to do your hair.
Here, look at poor old Baxter. He was in McCluskey's office earlier.
Reckon he got sacked?
I don't know.
I heard this morning that somebody pushed that Evan boy in. He'd been that much of a pain.
Yeah, I reckon there's a lot of lies going around.
Yeah, there are. Mr. Howard said.
Oh, here we go.
No, he said that boy had something wrong with him. Then he spent too long under the water, and that's what caused it.
How come you always know everything before anybody else does?
This tastes terrible.
You were right, he's answering the door. I nearly gave up.
Didn't know you. It could have been anyone. Anyway, I was in bed, weren't I?
I brought the boots back you lent me.
Been to school this morning then. I got stomach pains and I got to stay in bed. Did you get your boots then?
Getting them on Saturday.
Want something to eat?
Not really.
Me neither. I might be sick. How about a shandy?
All right then. How about putting the radio on?
I reckon he looks ill. It's going to be awful swimming this week, because I want to go back to that pool. Do you think we'll have to? Yeah. You've got to carry on. Yeah. We could go and cheer him up. Why don't we collect some flowers? Why didn't you suggest to do Caroline and get some brownie points? Shut up, Annette. Just don't talk to her. Oh, I always wanted to go to Coventry. Interesting cathedral there. Come on. Lisa, it wasn't anybody's fault what happened. We're all feeling awfully upset about it, sir.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And you're quite right, it wasn't anybody's fault. But it was a terrible thing. I suppose that's why we're all feeling so upset about it today.
Are there no netball posters up by the gate, sir?
Hmm.
They're not much use while there's ice on the ground.
It's a net, isn't it? Well, as a matter of fact, a net, they can come in very handy for shooting practice in the gym.
Oh.
Hmm.
Maybe we could help carry them in. But netball's such a boring game. Why can't our schools play football, Mr. Baxter?
I don't know. You'll have to ask whoever teaches you next year.
Fancy him, do ya? Shouldn't think he fancy you with volcanoes erupting all over your face. Oh, shut up, Annette. They're much clearer, darling, honestly. Anyway, I went out with a boy last Saturday.
Not with the bookies again. Where was this then?
Down the Chippy. There's 3 of them this time.
Why can't they leave us alone?
What are you doing in here? Oh, someone's been in the wars.
It's always with Brookdale. Why just them?
Did you know Grange was a grammar school when they had the 11+?
What, and if you passed, you came here?
And if you failed...
You went to Brookdale.
Oh.
I bet no one knows it all goes back that far.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. You're all getting interested in history as a career. What are you doing in here?
I'm more interested in business studies, sir.
Yes, all right, Patterson, but none of you should be in here. Come on.
We were just talking about Brookdale, sir.
Uh-huh.
Is there going to be a school merger?
Well, what have you heard, Christopher?
Nothing.
It's been kept a secret from us. Well, you should let us know what's happening. I mean, I've got my little brother to think about.
Yes, well, I'm afraid I can't enlighten you. Of course, if there is a merger, then sixth form facilities will change.
That's what I figure. Well, I'm going to find out.
There'd be more subjects available then, wouldn't there? Oh, we've got to find out.
Well, I'm going to get it out smart.
Why smart?
You'll never.
Well, he's our form tutor. He'll have to tell me.
There she is. Hey, Precious.
Let's get moving.
What? Would you give me a haircut, Precious? Like the one you said about? Should get in it, Sils.
Well, it takes ages to do a proper cut. Why not go down the salon?
I ain't got that kind of money. I could pay you something. Go on, Precious.
I've got no free period.
What about after school?
Well, maybe.
It's time for registration.
Yeah. Sir?
Well, Stuart?
I've got a question about the merger, sir.
What merger's that?
Well, is there any news? We need to know.
You need to get along to registration after the bell's gone. And leave larger questions to those with responsibility. How should I know anything about a merger?
Some of you are doing sensitive work. Oh, that's good, Diane.
I can't help it if Roland's body doesn't look right.
Mandy!
This arm won't fit in. I can't see how the shoulder goes.
It's his clothes. That's why at art colleges the students draw life models without any clothes on. There, try the arm now.
Wouldn't like to see Roland without any clothes on.
It's so you can see the bone structure and how the muscles work the body mass.
Body mass is about right.
Annette and Faye, if you're finished, could you help me sort through this work? I've got to go and see Mrs. Jones for 5 minutes.
Is take it home today, miss?
Yes, it's really very good. Annette?
Miss, I finished as well. Shall I help too?
Yes, thank you, Julie. Right, I want absolute quiet while I'm out of the room. Is that understood?
Yes. Here's yours, Jenny. Oh, this is a nice one. Oh, look, it's Jeremy's. Merry Christmas to Mum and Dad. Love from... All right, you don't have to go on. Well, trust Jeremy Irving. Never serious about nothing. Trust him to do a smart aleck. You care, innit? Yeah, you don't talk ill of the dead. Why not? Can't hear. Won't hurt him, not now. Fact is, Jeremy was a right pain. He set out to be like that, and he was. I don't know how you can say that, Annette. I really don't. Because it's true, and you're hypocrites if you start saying he wasn't. All right, so maybe he was. How can she say that?
Just think. He was the same age as us.
You don't think of it, people dying. Not unless they're old.
Or ill or something.
Sorry, Annette. I didn't think. People aren't always the way they seem. Come on.
What are you doing, Samo? I'm having a clear out, ain't I? You what? Oh, you're not chucking this away, are you? What'd you come round here for today, anyway? Promised you the boots back, didn't I? Seen Jackie recently? Of course not. Well, not since 2 days ago, anyway. Look, about what happened. I don't want to talk about it, all right? Well, I reckon we got to. Sometime. Yeah, well, not now. Thanks for bringing the boots back. It's just the way he was acting and what I was planning. In the pool, you mean? Yeah, taking his trunks off. But you didn't anyway. You was the one who found him. And it's like, all Yago not being friends like, and he was trying to be, and all of us wouldn't have it. Well, of course we wouldn't. He was being a real idiot, wasn't he? Look, my mum, she says you just got to accept what happened, any old way you can, see? She sent you around here, did she? No, I wanted to come anyway. And I reckon she's right. It don't do no good to mope. Come on.
Where'd Precious go?
Dunno.
Slipped off a bit clear. Let's find her. OK.
Are you still smarting? Is Scrappy, ask him.
Not in a hurry to get home.
Got a question, sir. No one else to give it to us straight.
What is it?
It's about the school merger. I mean, staff are keeping us in the dark. No one ever tells us anything round here. I mean, it's only our future that's at stake.
I'm afraid, Christopher, you're not the only one's been kept in the dark. The staff are too.
Sorry, sir.
But at least he tries.
Of course you know who would know. Bridget.
Come on. There she is. Hey, Precious.
Hello.
Did you forget? The hair. We brought some good scissors.
Good. Well then.
You most certainly will be wearing a school uniform. This is an educational trip, not a holiday jaunt.
Miss McCluskey?
Suzanne?
Surely the whole point of the conference...
Yes?
...is for us to be treated like adults, democratically.
Democracy, Suzanne, involves what's best for everyone. And that's the end of the matter. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got a question, miss. About the school merger. Well, we fifth years, we really ought to know what's being planned so we can make decisions. Well, I feel information's being kept from us.
Right.
This is a totally inappropriate time for a totally inappropriate question. When there is definite news, you'll be told. Now, I want you all to behave with the greatest courtesy, attend to what Mr. McGuffey tells you, and maintain a neat appearance. One or two of you could make excellent use of a trip to the hairdresser.
Well, anyone got a tail comb?
I've got one. Now, you know how I want it.
You sure you want it short on one side,
She should be a bit higher up. Shouldn't my hair be wet?
No, it doesn't need to be wet. Well, not for this type of style.
Sort of like this. And the fringe here.
Yeah. Right, someone hold this top bit.
You sure you've done this before, Precious?
Well, of course I have.
You know, I've got a good one not to go now.
Oh, come on, Susanna. Let's scruff you down.
Be a lot of laughs, this conference.
A lot of laughs. Yeah, that's what it is.
She didn't ask go on.
Oh, come on, let's go and see Precious in action.
I want you to remember, you carry the reputation of Grange Hill of you, and it's a very delicate time.
Yes, this is the class game.
You sure peanut butter will go with strawberry jam fish paste with chips?
Of course, Philip. It's a new sandwich. Glory butter.
OK, we'll eat chips, though.
Come on, then.
Hello, love. Kevin. Feeling better then, are we?
Precious, this side's crooked.
Well, hold on a minute. Oh, I know what it needs.
Has anyone got a mirror?
Well, it's not ready yet.
I think she ought to have a look. Precious?
Look, it's meant to be punk, isn't it?
What's she done?
I've got a mirror.
She won't get this. I won't be seen dead in there. I don't think it's quite worked out.
Flipping neck. You haven't been learning to cut hair at all, you liar. Look what you've done.
Precious, you've got to take it to a salon now. Yes, hurry up, Precious. What do you doing your job anyway?
Sweep the floor. You know, I knew it.
I'm sorry, Christine. It's true, I haven't had training yet.
Now she tells me.
Christine Everson. Since when has school uniform included ethnic headgear for girls? Take it off at once. Who did that?
Me, Mrs. McCluskey.
Speaking of bad hair days, Ocean Odyssey will be next. Also, the brilliant FOT and Boyzone in the Ozone. Happy St. George's Day, by the way. Some emails now. A big hello to everyone at Whitcomb Infant School in Bath. And hi to Mrs. Bive. Hope you had a good Easter and I'll see you soon. That's from Oliver Arcey. And this is one from Lindsay. She says this is her first email and I would just like to say I think Children's BBC is very good and I enjoy watching it when I come home from school and when I'm on holiday. Thanks, Lindsay. We aim to please. I hope you will therefore enjoy this on Tuesday.
This week.
Events of the weekend in 5 minutes. This is BBC One. Now at midnight, the latest from the newsroom with Peter Sissons.
French police investigating the car crash which killed Princess Diana have disclosed that the driver, who also was killed, had been drinking and was more than 3 times over the French legal limit. The driver was an employee of the Ritz Hotel where the princess and her friend Dodi Al-Fayed had been dining before the fatal crash.
While feelings run high about responsibility for the fatal accident, there are conflicting details about the circumstances. The Mercedes, with the Princess of Wales in it, driven from the rear of the hotel by Henri Paul, a member of the hotel's security staff. It's thought to have entered the underpass at least 100 miles an hour. Today, the French police say that Henri Paul, who died in the crash, had over 3 times the legal level of alcohol in his blood. The most reliable witness is in hospital. Trevor Rees-Jones, the bodyguard, who's also employed by the Al-Fayed family, was seriously injured, and he is still in intensive care. Another witness is Dr. Frédéric Maillet. He happened to drive past minutes after the crash, and he gave the princess emergency treatment.
Et donc j'ai porté secours à la jeune femme qui était derrière,
I went to the aid of a young woman in the back of the car, who turned out to be Lady Diana, but I didn't recognize her immediately. I helped to free her upper respiratory tracts, because they were in a position in which you just can't breathe if you're unconscious.
7 photographers have been in custody since the accident. Their films have been confiscated, but other pictures are believed to have been offered for sale. Despite the evidence that the driver of the Mercedes was well over the limit, the Al-Fayed's lawyer is insisting that the blame lies with the press. Tonight, the photographers are still in custody. It's thought that some of them may be charged tomorrow, probably with failing to assist at the scene of an accident. This is an uncomfortable time for the French authorities. The unedifying scenes in the underparts, the row about the behavior of the paparazzi, the sense that blame must lie somewhere, and all against the background of genuine sorrow about what has happened. Kate Adie, BBC News, Paris.
2 American tourists who were witnesses to the accident in Paris have described to the BBC the way the paparazzi were behaving at the scene.
What I saw, what my wife saw, were photographers swarming all over this crashed vehicle. At the time, as I said, we didn't know who was in the car. I don't think anybody, perhaps the photographers knew. I kind of think that they knew, because there was such a deep interest that the photographers had. They were doing the close-ups, snapping as many photographs as they could from every conceivable angle.
It was very chaotic. It was very jungle-like. The photographers just hopping around all over the place, getting literally at least 1 or 2 of them. One for sure I remember because there was just so much action. Literally walked around the police officer and laid on the windshield, right on the windshield of the car, and was taking pictures of which now I think would have been the princess.
Buckingham Palace says the funeral service for Princess Diana will take place at Westminster Abbey at 11 o'clock on Saturday. Her body will be taken from St James's Palace in procession along the Mall, through Horse Guards Parade, down Whitehall and into Parliament Square.
Westminster Abbey, scene of so many occasions of national importance, will be the setting for the funeral service of Diana, Princess of Wales. 2,000 people will be invited to attend, including many from the charities and organisations for which she works. The royal family and the princess's close relatives will be seated in the front rows. The palace says it will be a unique occasion because Diana was a unique person. Details of the service are still to be finalised, so this is in so many ways an unprecedented situation. Until Saturday, the princess's body will remain at St James's Palace, where her coffin now lies before the altar of the Chapel Royal. This is a time of private family mourning, and there will be no lying in state. The princess's final journey will be by road to the Spencer Chapel of the St Mary the Virgin Church, a mile from her ancestral home at Altrip in Northamptonshire. There she will be buried in the family vault, where her father and members of the past 20 generations of the Spencers lie. Jenny Bond, BBC News.
The next news is in Business Breakfast at 6 o'clock, but from the BBC Newsroom, good night.
That's 68 Fahrenheit with a freshening southerly wind. Some transmitter news now. If you receive television signals from the Easter Compton relay station, you may experience short breaks in transmission today at around 9:30 this morning and again at 4:30 this afternoon. Well, that's all from News West for now. Keep up to date with your local BBC radio station. I'll be back just about 11 o'clock.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. This morning's main stories. 7 photographers arrested after the death of Diana, Princess of Wales and Dodi Fayed are about to appear in a court in Paris. They could face charges ranging from failing to help someone in danger to the French equivalent of manslaughter. But a manslaughter charge is now thought to be unlikely after police revealed that Mr. Fayed's driver was 3 times over the French drink driving limit.
For the French police, there can be no let-up in working out exactly what happened before, during and immediately after Diana's crash. The role of the photographers at all stages is critical, even if the pendulum of blame has now swung sharply towards the driver of the car. Henri Paul of the Ritz security staff had been drinking. He was more than 3 times over the legal limit as he drove the Mercedes at 196 kilometers an hour, more than 120 miles an hour, into the tunnel. The wreckage that emerged was hardly recognizable. It is extraordinary anyone survived, but Trevor Rhys-Jones, a bodyguard for the Al-Fayed family, did. Now the key witness, he remains seriously ill in hospital. So the focus remains on the photographers who were arrested at the scene of the crash. 7 of them have been detained for 48 hours. The maximum detention period for the photographers, 48 hours, has now elapsed. They can no longer be questioned, but some of them can shortly expect to be charged, most likely with breaking France's Good Samaritan law, failing to assist people in danger. At the British Embassy in Paris, the tributes to Diana still pour in, and amidst the debate and anger expressed by lawyers, politicians and the media, it is the grief of the ordinary people which remains overwhelming. David Eads, BBC News, Paris.
And people are still arriving in their hundreds this morning to record their condolences at St James's Palace. Thousands queued overnight, and the number of books available for signing was increased from 5 to 15 after complaints that people were having to wait too long. But Buckingham Palace said it was important to maintain the dignity of the moment and not pressurise anyone.
It's just before midnight, and this family from Braintree in Essex have reached the head of the queue they joined at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Their time at the table with the book of condolences is their own. Palace officials are reluctant to hurry anyone along. Most people pause for thought for a moment or two while writing their message. The sentiments expressed bear testimony to the depth of affection in which Diana is held.
All the kindness she's given to everybody, and what a lovely mother she was to her children, and what a lovely mother she was to the people's children.
I didn't really like it when she died in a car crash.
Outside the palace, candles burned through the night, alongside the banks of flowers and other tributes that still grow larger by the hour. The mixture of burning candle wax and scent from the flowers combining to create a powerful fragrance that hangs over an area that's taken on the atmosphere of a shrine. As daylight arrived, it became clear that the palace's decision to provide another 10 books was paying off. Waiting times are now sharply down. During today, exact arrangements for Saturday's funeral will become clearer, but vast crowds are sure to line these streets as the procession carrying Diana's body makes its way towards Westminster Abbey. Steve McCormack, BBC News.
A man has been killed in an explosion at Brecon in mid-Wales. Another man was seriously injured. Police say traces of explosives and detonators were found at the house. The centre of the town was sealed off after the explosion, which happened on the Dullglass housing estate. But police say there was no connection with terrorism. 20 people who live nearby have been moved from their homes. The Bosnian government has unearthed what could be the scene of one of the worst massacres of the recent civil war. A mass grave is being excavated near the Muslim town of Bihać in northwestern Bosnia. State television says hundreds of bodies are believed to have been buried there. The government is expected to announce today that it's unfreezing funds to help the people made homeless by the eruption of the volcano on Montserrat. The International Development Minister, George Fawkes, is visiting the island after residents criticised the government's handling of the crisis. Those are the main news stories for the moment. The next news is at 11 o'clock.
Where are we going?
Look in the church.
Over there.
Only last week, in an interview for a French newspaper, the princess revealed that she would have left Britain years ago, but for the love of her children. She was determined that her sons would not have the unhappy childhood that she'd experienced when her own parents divorced. While time spent with their father was more formal, Princes William and Harry, now 15 and 12, learnt about the grittier sides of life with their mother. Through her work with charities, her honesty and caring touched the lives of sick children the world over. But it was on her own two sons that she focused her love, as she emphasised in her soul-bearing Panorama interview when asked why not simply get away from the royal family.
Yes, but what about the children? Our boys, that's what matters, isn't it?
That's such a great picture of Diana and her boys. Will join me now, Ingrid Seward and psychologist Pam Spur. And Ingrid, first of all, I just wonder, have the boys got anybody actually really helping them through this? Who's going to help them?
Well, at the moment, Tiggy Legg-Burke, who's looked after them for quite a few years now, is up at Balmoral staying in a cottage. She was going to go home, but she's staying up there.
Right.
And they're very close to her. In fact, Diana told me that although she herself sort of had a little jealousy for Tiggy,
Understandably, I think.
Well, I
you can understand
that. William adored Tiggy, and for William's sake, she was trying to sort of offer a branch of friendship to Tiggy.
Right, so there will be somebody there to give them hugs. There will be somebody there to look after them.
Absolutely.
I must admit, I don't know if you agreed or people agree, but when I saw those boys going to church a few hours after they'd been told that their mum had died, and it was like business as usual kind of thing, and they went to a service where Diana wasn't even mentioned by name.
But
and
I must say, Prince Charles,
uneasy
although
about that.
You don't see him publicly hugging, but he is a very, very caring and loving father. He just doesn't believe in public shows of affection because he comes of a generation that don't.
It did make them seem quite cold, though, in a sense.
No, he's not cold.
No,
Really
not at all.
Not at all. He's a very affectionate, warm person. And I've talked to him about the children, and he's so proud of them. So I don't think we have any worries on that kind, that he will be there for them as much as he possibly can.
You feel so sorry for them, of course, losing their mother in this horrific way. And William and Diana were very close, but in a way, she almost lent on him as much as he needed her. It was very much a two-way thing.
They did lean on each other. William's a Gemini, and he's very sensitive and very caring, and he used to speak to his mother all the time on the telephone and always ringing up saying, "Mummy, where are you? Why aren't you there?" leaving messages on the answer machine. And she did lean on him in her times of distress, and I think that was difficult for him. But at 15 years old, he's very mature and very sort of self-possessed.
I just wondered, Diana's family, what about her mother and her brother and her sisters? I mean, are they the kind of people that will be able to help the boys?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the sad thing is that Diana had fallen out with her mother and wasn't speaking to her. And I don't know if she'd spoken to her.
Oh, that must be awful.
Which is very, very sad.
You're still full of regrets then.
And you think this, no mother should die before their child. So I think great sympathy for Diana's mother, who doesn't really appear to have come into this at all. But I mean, she will be there for them in as much as she can be.
No, that's very true. Pam, I just wonder, all this outpouring of grief that we've seen nationwide, people so, first of all, shocked, disbelieving, and now I think as the days go by, people are becoming, obviously, reality's sinking in. Is that going to help the boys, the fact that she's almost the property of the world, not just this country?
I think at a later point, I think obviously their own grief at this moment will be so raw, and one would only expect that they are, experiencing their own feelings and not worrying about the outside world. But I think at a later date, it'll be very important to them, to help them move forward, to see how very loved she was and how close many people felt to her through her very, very good works that she did do.
And for boys, I mean, people always obviously mention William, but, Harry as well, for both of them. When you're grieving like that, I mean, there must be a certain amount of anger at how it happened. Obviously the anger was directed at the paparazzi, quite rightly so, but then we find out that the driver who was driving them was drunk. There's all of these horrible things. Diana didn't have royal protection. I mean, it would be easy for them to look at who to blame.
This makes it tremendously complicated. Whenever a teen faces bereavement, it's always a difficult situation. They haven't quite reached adulthood, and they're sort of in an emotional halfway house. And they also still have the inquisitiveness that a younger child might. And to sort of balance that out, all these different factors coming into it will make it all that much harder. And of course, people want to allocate blame. It's almost a natural thing, but where do they turn in this instance? There's so many reasons for it. And I don't think blame is the appropriate way forward, and the adults around them hopefully will not be encouraging blame in one direction or another, but just that they get out and express any anger they have, use their energies, whether it's going out for long walks, kicking balls around, however they express that anger, you know, it should not be directed in a sense of blame anywhere.
But I just wonder, Ingrid, obviously with the whole relationship with the press, and we saw William looking very uneasy at the last sort of photo call they had, you know, with his father, and looking uncannily like his mother, you have to say. He's an absolute double of his mum. And he's going to have to, because of who he is, have some kind of relationship with the press. Do you think they're going to leave him alone? Because you think his first girlfriend, he is going to be hounded, isn't he?
He doesn't like the press, and this worried Diana, but she said to him, you're going to have to learn to deal with it. But she wasn't, she's only 15 years old. This is a real sort of baptism of fire with the press this moment now, especially on Saturday.
I was going to say, because at the funeral they're going to be under the spotlight, aren't they?
They certainly are, but I think in a way that probably will give them a kind of inner strength to sort of hold themselves together. And also remember, both their parents are very religious. Prince Charles is deeply religious, and that must be something to hold on to. And they will have been counselled in that way, if not by a counsellor, by members of the royal family.
I think, as you said, I mean, sadly, William does reflect so much of his mother, and I think it's been bandied about in the media that, oh yes, he will inherit her mantle. And I think that's a very dangerous position to take, and he should be allowed to develop as his own man. And, you know, Diana's legacy of good work should be carried on by charitable foundations, friends and family, but William should be allowed to develop his own style with the media, you know, and hopefully, as you say, that will be guided by, you know, the sensibilities of the royal family.
It's extraordinary looking at him there. He's, like I said, he's just so like his mum.
He is.
And that's our legacy, I suppose. It is our boys,
not in character, though, I think he's probably more like his father. He's very introspective and serious. Harry's the happy-go-lucky one who can cope with life. At this moment, probably better.
Well, thank you both very, very much indeed. It just feels like such a personal loss for all of us, and we leave you today with more pictures of Diana and the two people that she loved more than anyone else in the world, and that's her two boys.
Will continue to be our children, William and Harry, who deserve as much love and care and attention as I am able to give.
Hello. On the Time and the Place today, the high price of vanity. Melinda Messenger and Pam Anderson are two pin-ups who are delighted with their unnatural assets. But today we meet women who bitterly regret having breast implants. Should they get massive compensation? That's our debate at 10. Right now, a very good morning, Richard and Judy.
Good morning, John. And 2 days after Diana's death, we'll be considering what the future holds for the princes, and if William in particular will now have an abiding contempt for the media.
And we ask, what was Dodie Fayed really like? Also joining us this morning, Brian Turner and Coronation Street heartthrob Matthew Marsden, live 10:30. See you then.
Vanish Liquid removes stains and is safe on colours and delicates. Vanish Liquid, tough on stains, safe on colours and delicates.
To germs, this is a hotel where they can check in for a dirty weekend whenever they want. Getting rid of the limescale germs breed on is never easy, unless you use a toilet cleaner that removes 100% of limescale, leaving your toilet clean and shiny, and the germs homeless. Harpic 100% limescale remover, so powerful it removes 100% of limescale.
Haze 2-in-1, the double-action air freshener. First, it helps tackle bad smells, thanks to its odor-neutralizing properties. Then, it releases a light, delicately scented fragrance. Haze 2-in-1, the double-action air freshener, also available in aerosol for instant freshness.
Now for tonight's star prize. We asked the Moorfields, is this butter?
We think it is butter.
Oh dear. Well, it's their best ever taste, but it's half the saturated fat of butter, so tell them what it is, Brian.
I can't believe it's not butter. Can you?
No, Brian, I don't think they can, but that's the way it goes on. Oh, yeah.
Missed breakfast? Choose carefully. All is not lost with Nutri-Grain bars, new from Kellogg's, the breakfast people. Golden baked bars, oven fresh soft, with thick, juicy, real fruit fillings and 92% fat-free. So now, if you miss breakfast, you won't miss out completely. New Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars. Good food on the go.
Thanks, Mum. Oh, all right then. First one round the knob of the tree gets a dunk in me Dairy Lee handy snack.
Dairy Lee handy snacks. Or pizza crackers. Or jumbo chipsticks. And just the right amount of Dairy Lee to dunk them in. Dairy Lee handy snacks. Now there's a Dairy Lee you can dunk.
Petit Filou, thick, creamy fromage frais, full of fruity goodness. And this little rascal can use some. Petit Filou, a little goodness for little rascals.
What's it going to take to sort out this much damage? About 3 minutes. Pantene introduces a 3-minute hair treatment. Some intensive conditioning can take 20 minutes. Pantene works in just 3. Its provitamin B5 penetrates deep inside, while its exclusive formula fortifies your hair from root to tip, reinforcing its natural strength and restoring its healthy-looking shine. You're just 3 minutes away from outstanding shine. Pantene Pro V conditioners, for hair that looks so healthy it shines. Why wait?
Tough Scourer from Spontex is the most hard-working little scourer you can get. It cuts straight through grease and tough dirt and even eats up burnt-on food. It's easy to rinse clean and it doesn't rust. Tough Scourer from Spontex. It's a little pet in the kitchen.
At Chicken Tonight, we're famous for 2 things.
Push pineapple, shake the tree.
1, creating delicious recipes specially for chicken.
What's the matter, you? Hey! Got some no respect. Hey! Why you looking?
And 2, our awful taste in music.
You can.
I can't.
I feel like chicken tonight.
How else could we explain this theme tune? Great food, lousy music.
Chicken tonight.
It's blue and orange, green and pink, it's thin and thick, it's pop-up stick. From you.
Here's something that will make your teapot tremble. The perfect tea maker, new from Teafel. Just pop in the bags, or drop in the leaves, and switch it on. The perfect tea maker, new from Teafel. For a brew that can't stew.
Every pea is packed with vital vitamins and minerals. For once they're picked, these delicate nutrients start to fade. That's why only Birdseye. Pick and freeze every pea in every pack within a 2.5-hour deadline. Peas that don't make the deadline don't make it into Birdseye packs. So, these are the only peas with the Birdseye vitamins in peas guarantee. Perfect for your little VIPs. As fresh as the moment when the pod went.
Tuesday, the 1st of September. Good morning, this is HTV.
Some 3 million households in the UK now own them. And on this week's programme, we'll be showing you how you can take better care of your fish. We'll be meeting a dog that just won't stop chewing the stairs, and we'll all be paying a visit to the Podgy Pet Clinic. Find out more on People and Pets.
Tuesdays, 7:30 on HTV.
On HTV, if you want to feel fit, at 10 to 3 this afternoon, there's an opportunity to get fit the holistic way. Body and mind working as one. Join us for the Natural Health Show.
Are you ready to go shopping? Step inside a very special supermarket. The only supermarket in the world that gives you money. £2,000 is waiting on our shelves to be won by some lucky person in this store. The aim of the game is to shop smarter and faster than the next person. And everything in this supermarket is up for grabs. Go on, fill
trolley as high as you can, because shopping has never been so much fun. Yes, there's prizes in store and much, much more when you play Supermarket Sweep. So let's welcome today's shoppers, who are Louisa Renham and Angela Howson from Tyne and Wear, Geraint Evans and Stephen Hawkins from Buckinghamshire, and Rona Platten and Raina McGuinness from Cambridgeshire. You're all on Supermarket Sweep. And here's your host, Dale Winton.
Whoa! Thank you. Good morning, good morning. And welcome to Supermarket Sweep. Good morning, beautiful trolley dashers.
Good morning, Dale!
Oh, God, they're drunk already. I just know they are. Well, they've come here to shop. They're going to shop till they drop, hopefully going home today with £2,000. Oh, yeah. What our shoppers have to do is build up as much time on their clocks as they possibly can, minutes and seconds, because the more time they have, the more shopping they get to do. They answer questions about shopping, general knowledge, and all manner of what have you. And as time is so important, let me start by giving you all a minute each. There you go. And I'd love to give you 10 seconds and maybe £25 for your subtotal with this, the mini sweep. What product am I looking for? Let me know as soon as you can. Some people arrive in droves to sample apple pie flavoured with dried... Straight away, Louisa.
Cloves?
Is the right answer, yes. Dried clothes. So I've just given you the 10 seconds. Angela, you have to run the mini sweep. Somewhere out there in the supermarket are the dried clothes featuring this, the sweep logo. If you bring it to me within 30 seconds, I promise I'll add £25 to your subtotal. Off you go! Well, my goodness. Oh, I don't think Louisa can contain herself, can she? She's beside herself. Let's have a look. Oh, you got me the clothes, you got me one with the sticker, which means you get the £25 and the 10 seconds. Come on, let's go and say hello to Louisa. So, Louisa, whose idea was it to come on the sweep?
It was my idea.
Just excuse me a minute, I've got to do this. There you go. No, it was your idea, was it?
It was, yeah.
Okay, well, good to see you. So, and you're good friends.
We are, yeah.
I know such a lot about you two. And it's fine. It really is fine. Where do I begin with these two girls? Where do I begin? Now, we'll start with you, Louisa. Can impersonate a dolphin. Go on, then.
Now.
You're not like the rest of us, are you? You're not. Skydiving whilst pregnant. Now, that was Louise, or was it Angela?
Me.
It was Angela. With a French Legionnaire.
Yes.
I don't think I want to know about this.
Good.
So, how did you end up with a French Legionnaire up in a plane?
Well, actually, the person I was with was supposed to go up. But being a man, he looked at the size of the plane and went, no. And I went, I will.
Right.
But getting up there, had all my gear on and everything. And they said, she's pregnant. She can't go. She can't jump. And I went, well, I'll go up anyway. So it was really exciting.
And they wouldn't let you jump?
They wouldn't let
you were
me
pregnant?
jump.
Well, I've heard of the Mile High Club, but that's quick. that is really, really quick. Well, listen, I wish you both lots of luck today on Sweep. Angela and Louisa. Morning, boys.
Morning, Dale.
Morning. It's Geraint and Stephen.
Geraint, that's it.
Geraint. Is it Geraint?
Geraint.
Good. Okay, we'll start with you, Stephen. Heroes Boise from Only Fools and Horses. Is that right? Is that right?
I don't know how that nickname stuck, but it does. Yeah.
And it said, this is weird, because when people write into Supermarket Sweep, we say, fantasies, who they'd like to meet, ideal woman, ideal guy, and you said ideal woman was the Queen Mother. Is that right?
Yes. I admire her. She's
No, she's like, no, you both lost a car in the snow. What happened?
You can tell that one, Geraint.
Well, thanks very much. We went to just went to Dubai in the winter, and we parked the car in this huge car park at Heathrow. Sort of 150 cars long by 50 cars wide.
Right.
Didn't pay any attention to where we parked it. Of course, by the time we got back, we found out that
England had one of the worst Februaries on record and couldn't find the car.
Nowhere to be seen?
Nowhere at all. So we spent the next 2.5 hours on our shorts and our hands and knees scraping across number plates to try and find the car.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately, when we found it, it wouldn't start. So 2 hours later, the AA came out, so it was a good time.
Good. Welcome to Sweep. Stephen and Geraint, good luck. Well, again, where do I begin with you two? My goodness, now sisters, actually I can tell, a strong resemblance, which is good. Who's the mum of five? Mum of five, which is great. And, well, you see, when you link it with your ideal fantasy, she's a mum of five, so we know sort of what your evenings are like, if I can say that. But there's someone you'd like to spend a whole evening with. Not your husband, by the sound of it. Who's that? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you a big fan? So what would you said singing and dancing with her?
Yeah, just singing and dancing.
And it's Rena. Is it Rena? Rena. Rena won School Cook of the Year. However, how did you end up cooking your dad's socks?
That was before I was Cook of the Year. I was about 12 then. I was just grilling some toast. It was an eye-level grill and my dad's socks were drying on it.
Yeah. I wish you both lots of luck.
You.
On Sweep, Rena and Rona. Okay. Well, Louisa, Geraint and Rona will see you later on for a game, but other players step forward. Let's get some time on those clocks. Okay, let's get some time on those clocks, like I say. We're going to play Dale's Bluff. Here's the deal. I'm going to give you a quotation, tell you something about a product or item, but is it the truth or is it a lie? You all get to play Dale's Bluff. Here we go. The flavour of most herbs is twice as strong when they are dried as when they are fresh. That's interesting. What do you reckon? True or false? Please vote. Make your choice. You've all voted. Angela, what did you think?
False, Dale.
You said false. And Stephen?
True, Dale.
And Rena?
True, Dale.
Actually, it is true. Rena and Stephen, you both added 10 seconds. Well done. Good. What do you reckon to this? Am I telling you the truth or is it a lie? Chopped garlic is twice as strong as crushed garlic. What do you reckon? True or false? Please vote. Make your choice. Chopped garlic is twice as strong as crushed garlic. Angela?
False, Dale.
Stephen? False. And Rena?
False, Dale.
Well, I'm pleased to tell you you've all added 10 seconds. Well done. Of course it's false. What do you reckon to this one? A herb has less flavour if it's grown indoors. What do you think? True or false? A herb has less flavour if it's grown indoors. Please vote. Make your choice. You've all voted. Angela, what do you reckon?
False, Dale.
And Stephen?
True, Dale.
And Rena?
False, Dale.
Actually, it is true. Stephen, you've added 10 seconds to your clock. Yes, it's true. Plenty more time to play for. We're going to play word search. You know when you see those games in magazines where the words are hidden and jumbled up and you've got to find them? Okay, we're going to show you a board. What you have to do is identify the product or item I'm looking for and also tell me whether it's up, down or diagonal, okay? That's part of the deal. Here we go. There's your board and here are your clues. Your clue for this one is shellfish is an ingredient of an American dish something chowder. And it be... Stephen?
Clam. Diagonal.
Clam diagonal is the right answer. 10 seconds. Well done. This one's a type of edible white paper from a Chinese plant. And it begins with the letter R. Stephen?
Rice paper.
And where is it? You have 3 seconds.
Rice is down. Rice. Yeah.
Is the right answer. Oh, just in the nick of time. Your clue for this one is round, red and juicy, and it's a favourite in salads. Rena?
Across tomato.
Is the right answer. 10 seconds. Good. Now, your clue for this one is it's a variety of coffee, and it begins with an M. A variety of coffee, and it begins with an M. It is there. Stephen?
Mocha across.
Mocha across is absolutely right. Well done. 10 seconds. Good. I'd say it was a good time to bring back your partners. Well, welcome back, shoppers. Let's have a look at those clocks at the moment. Well, it's fairly close. Louisa and Angela on 1 minute and 20, Rona and Rena on 1 minute and 30, and Stephen and Geraint on 2 minutes. Angela, Stephen and Rena, I'll see you later on for a game, but returning players, step forward. We're going to put some time on those clocks. One of my famous pricing games. You're going to love this one. This is Pick a Pair, okay? Watch closely for the prices. Now, I'm going to offer you a jar of apple sauce. Now, I will sell that to you in my supermarket today for 53 pence. So that costs 53 pence. One of the other 3 items is the same price. But which one is it? Is it 1, the sandwich paste? Is it 2, the tin of kidney beans? Or is it 3, the box of Jaffa cakes? One of them is the same price as the apple sauce, which, as I say, I'll sell to you for 53 pence. So please vote, make your choice. Is it 1, 2, or 3? So, Louisa, which one did you think was a pair to the apple sauce?
3, Dale.
You said 3, which is the Jaffa cakes. And Geraint?
2, Dale.
2, which is the kidney beans. And Raina?
3, Dale.
3 is the Jaffa cakes. Let me do those prices for you. Now, you know the jar of apple sauce is 53 pence. I can tell you that the sandwich paste is also 53 pence. That's what I was looking for. The kidney beans in my supermarket are bargain at 42, and the Jaffa cakes are actually 45. So no time added to those clocks. We're going to play random reveal. I'm going to actually give you the answer, but only let you see the answer one letter at a time revealed to you at random. I'll give you an initial clue. You let me know as soon as you can when you think you know which one I'm talking about. Okay? Your clue for the first one is Oriental cooking. Oriental cooking. Let's have a letter. T. E. Geraint?
Chinese stir-fry, Dale.
We'll do nicely. It's 10 seconds. Good. This one's a pastry dish. Let's have a letter. I. P. Geraint?
Hey, I was going to say apple pie, Dale.
Oh, I think you'd be right as well. Well done. 10 seconds. This might prove difficult. It's actually a dairy product. Let's have a letter. S. A. E. Louisa?
Feta cheese?
Will do fabulously. That's right. 10 seconds. Good. And your final one, these are sweet squares. And they're delish. Let's have a letter. B. C. Raina?
Butterscotch,
Rona,
Dale.
sorry.
Butterscotch, Dale.
Is the right answer. 10 seconds. Good. Nicely caught up. I think it's time to bring back your partners. Welcome back, shoppers. We've got 1:30, 1:40 and 2:20. Here is your last chance to add time to those clocks, because what you accrue now is what you'll take with you out there into the supermarket a bit later on. So returning players, step forward. You're going to go first. We call this one the round robin. Quick answer, and then you all change. It's all about television, the world of TV. Let me know as soon as you can when you think you know the right answer. Who presented the first ever children's news programme, News Round? Raina?
John Craven.
Is the right answer. 10 seconds change. Which children's TV show, also famous for its pets and badges, saw the biggest... Oh, Louisa.
Blue Peter?
We'll do lovely. That's right. 10 seconds change. What is the name of Harry Corbett's son who took over this...
Matthew, Dale.
Is the right answer. Absolutely. Change. What tune is played at close down on BBC television? Louisa?
Anthem? The national anthem?
Is the right answer. 10 seconds. Good. Change. What game was the little girl playing on the BBC test card? Angela?
Chalk.
Noughts and crosses.
Is the right answer. That's right. 10 seconds. Good. Change. On which children's show would you find the characters Oscar the Grouch, Big Bird and Louisa?
Sesame Street, Dale.
Is the right answer. 10 seconds. Good. Do you know there is only 10 seconds separating you? It's very, very close indeed. Here's what you're taking with you out there into the supermarket. Angela and Louisa, you have 2 minutes. And Raina and Rona, 2 minutes and 10. And Stephen and Geraint, 2 minutes and 20. Very close, very close. So tell me, which one of each team is going to be running the sweep? It will be Louisa, Geraint and Rona. Oh, I wish you luck. Come back in a few moments, watch them go off their trolleys and wild in the aisles. Fingers crossed they leave this supermarket today with £2,000. It has to be Supermarket Sweep!
Simply fry the onions, then the mince in oil, tomatoes and a dash of wine. Stir, simmer gently for 20 minutes, then serve.
Don't slave over a cold stove with an ordinary kitchen spray.
Flash spray a la bleach is better than other kitchen sprays at removing the toughest cooker-top spills.
Easy.
Oh, I thought you were cooking tonight.
I thought I'd treat you to a night out.
Oh.
Flash does the hard work, so you don't have to.
You know the Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre that you really love?
Well, they're changing it.
Don't worry, the taste hasn't changed at all. That's right, Alan. It's just the name. They're calling it Optima. Because it now contains Opti-B. A complete blend of all the B vitamins. And I do like a change. New Kellogg's Optima Fruit and Fibre. It's a change for the better.
Imagine being able to order from over 12,000 items and have them delivered to your door within 48 hours or to your local Index store. Well, now you can with Index Extra. Enjoy 3 months interest-free credit with no deposit on all purchases, including world-famous fashion, and a telephone ordering service that's open 7 days a week. And should you find the same product elsewhere in home shopping on the same terms for less, we'll refund the difference. For a free catalogue, phone 0800 40 10 60. Index Extra, the lowest possible prices in home shopping. And that's a promise.
Would Madam care for naps and perhaps the Earl Grey? The cucumber sandwiches are freshly cut today. Then Madam spoke these most peculiar words.
Oh, I couldn't half murder a mug of mellow bird.
She couldn't half murder a mug of mellow bird. If Madam means to murder this most extraordinary mug, we do insist she pour some milk from a silver jug.
Ooh, time of drop.
She couldn't half murder a mug of mellow bird.
He's wearing modern fabrics. Everybody's wearing modern fabrics. Everybody. They can be difficult to clean, attracting grease.
You'll never get that off.
And repelling water. Percy's got the answer. A special stain release system which lets water penetrate even modern fibres to float dirt and grease clean away.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Percy, the modern liquid, at £3.29.
Welcome back to Supermarket Sweep. Now, earlier we saw our teams build up time on their clocks. That's the time they have to go shopping, so let's have a look at those clocks. Well, Stephen and Geraint, they're going to go first. They have 2 minutes and 20, followed by Raina and Rona with 2 minutes and 10, and then Louisa and Angela with 2 minutes. There is only 10 seconds separating you, so you've got to go like the bats. Have a look around the supermarket. You can have what you like, OK? Shove as much in your trolley as you possibly can. Don't forget, if you find an inflatable bonus, grab one of those, but only one to a shopper, please. They're worth between £25 and £100. We've also got Rihanna over there at the Pick and Mix. She'll help you weigh out 500 grams of mixed sweets, and if you manage to do that, I'll give you 50 quid on your subtotal. And you can have another 50 quid with the pricing guns over there. There's one for each of you. I need a dozen tins with today's price, evenly done, another 50 quid. And there's even more. You can have 100 quid if you get this right. This is the shopping list. Here's what's on my shopping list for today. I need you to bring me back a bag of frozen peas, a carton of cranberry juice, and a tin of chopped pork. OK, one of each of those, 100 quid straight away on your subtotal. Are you ready to go shopping?
Yes, sir.
Good. Stephen and Geraint, off you go.
Well, it's Gallant Geraint who gets us away into the market this morning, straight down to the Pick and Mix, trying to weigh up those sweets. As back at the start, Rona goes away for the blue team. She races into the marketplace and straight away picks up our famous supermarket sweep turkeys. Geraint is weighing up the sweets and Louisa goes for the yellow team. It's a burger bounty bonus for Rona and it's the pricing gun for Louisa. Look at her go down those tins. That's it, pricing those up. Weighing up the sweets is Geraint, and Rona is just loading up that trolley. Oh, dear me, she's loading up her arms as well. The trolley's nearly full up, but just enough room for some chocolates. Now the bag of frozen peas, that was on Dale's shopping list. Well done, Geraint. He picks up the pricing gun as well, and Louisa gets those safely into the basket. Baby's nappies this time for Rona, and the tins are nicely priced up for Geraint. This is good shopping this morning. Come on, boys, let's show him how to do it. He picks up that bouncy banana bonus and heads round towards the videos. 1, 2, 3 of those, and it's a good evening in. It's children's games for Louisa, and a quick dash round the corner for Geraint. With plenty of encouragement coming from Stephen back at the checkout. It's Piers there for Louisa, and Rona finally picks up the pricing gun to price up those tins of beans like the wind. And it's the banana trouble there with Geraint. He's having trouble with the bonus there, but he gets the baby's milk in there, and we get those tins priced up. Finally, with Rona. Well done, Rona. And it's videos this time for Louisa, but she's lost her trolley. Anyone for balls? She's got the cheeses as well. And Rona decides it's time to look at a movie as well with those videos there. Now we're looking for the tin of chopped pork with Geraint. And he finds it. Well done, Geraint. Yes, take no chances. Take one of each. It doesn't matter. Rona's looking for the bag of frozen peas. And we've got a bouncy bonus there. Angela, like that. It's turkeys for Geraint. And that was the carton of cranberry juice on Dale's shopping list. And look at this, back at the base. Steady, Dale, you don't want to get run over here. They're going wild in the aisles. They're grabbing what they can. As you can see, we're looking for the tin of chopped pork. We're looking for the cranberry juice. The crowd's going wild. And that's it. We're all shattered. It's back to Dale.
Come on back, shoppers. Come on back, shoppers. Well done, Geraint. You're right, Rona. Oh, you're out of breath. That was a fabulous sweep. We're going to let the girls, Raisy, Steffi and Mel, run all these groceries through the checkout to find out who's going to go for the super sweep. So let's check them out.
While they check that lot through the tills, we've got time for a home viewer game. And it's as simple as this. All you have to do is name the item we're looking for, already featured in today's show. This is the name of the item, with some of the letters missing. Here's a little clue to what we're looking for. Spread it on thick for a tea time treat. If you think you know the answer, then give us a call on this number. Here's the clue again. Spread it on thick for a tea time treat. It's as easy as that. So go on and give us a call. Dale.
Thank you, Rihanna. That was great. Yes, dial Dale and be a winner. You can win £250 on the day or one of those runner-up prizes. There are 5 of them of that fabulous book and board game as well. And don't forget, whether you log a correct answer or not, you still go into the grand prize draw, and at the end of the series, you could be driving off in a brand new car. So dial Dale, be lucky. Let's do those shopping totals. Well, Andrew and Louise, what have you got there? My goodness, you've got one with the mini sweep earlier. That's £25. And your bonus. What's your bonus worth? Let's have a look. 100 quid, good. That's excellent. Great, and you've also got the tins as well, the pricing gun items. Yeah. That's another £50, which gives you a subtotal today of 175. Yes. I'm going to add that to the value of the goods in your trolley, and I'm delighted to tell you your grand total on sweep this morning is £291. Great. Rona and Raina. Well, you had a mega shop. Look at this. Well, Raina, what's the bonusy burger worth? Let's have a look. 75 quid. Good. That's your inflatable. What else did you do? Did the today's prize? Of course, that's another £50.
Shopping list.
You did a full shopping list, Rona. Well done. That's another £100. Okay. Gives you a subtotal of 225. 225. My word. I'm going to put that together with the value of the goods in your trolley, and your grand total on sweep today is £393. What a shock. Boys, 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 boys. The boys in pink. You've got to go some to match that, I tell you. Well, let's start with your banana. What's it worth?
£25.
Cheap at the price, I'd say. You also got the pricing on items. That's another £50. No pick and mix, no.
Oh,
but you've got
pick and mix.
you've got pick and mix as well. Yeah. That's 50 quid, which is good. And is that a full shopping list?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Another £100 gives you a subtotal of 225, which is exactly the same subtotal that Rona and Raina got. So it depends on how good shoppers you are. I'm going to add your two totals together, the value of the goods in your trolley and your subtotal. If it is more than 393, you'll be running the super sweep. If not, it will be Rona and Raina. Putting those totals together, I can tell you your grand total today on Supermarket Sweep is £332. Rona and Raina, you're running the sweep. Thanks for being great shoppers. Have a good day. Come and see us whenever you like. Yeah, it's great. Come here, girls. Well, who'd have thought this? Who'd have thought this? You see, it isn't how much time you've got, it's how well you use that time when you shop. Yeah, absolutely, and it's strategic shopping. Now, here's the deal. Somewhere out there inside the supermarket, there is £2,000 in cash. It is yours for the taking. Tell me you're going to go home with the money.
We hope.
You are, aren't you? Here's the deal. To find the money and keep it, you've got to solve the clues that will lead you to the 3 specially marked products. You have a minute to do it in. Your minute won't begin until I've given you the first clue. So take it steady. Here we go. Okay, it might rhyme a little if that's any help. I wish you luck. Anxious about water poured into your mug. Why not try using a water filter?
Jug.
It sounds good. Go, 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 go.
Too hot for this brew, some may say, so try ice on a summer's day. Tea. Iced tea. Iced tea. Iced tea. Iced tea. Iced tea.
Come on back. Come on back. Oh, my darlings. Oh, my darlings. Come here. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I lost you in the aisles there. How far did you get?
I got the first one.
You got the tea, and then, well, I'm sorry, but I mean, you had a good run around, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
That's good. I'm sorry you don't go home with the £2,000, but we'll send you home with the value of the goods in your trolley. How about that?
Lovely, yeah,
great. You've been wonderful shoppers. That takes care of another day on Supermarket Sweep. And remember, next time you're at the checkout and you hear the beep, think of the fun you could be having on Supermarket Sweep. Have a good day.
French prosecutors are preparing to open a criminal inquiry into the cause of the car crash that killed Princess Diana and Dodi Fayed. 7 photographers who are under arrest since the accident are due in court this morning. Initial claims that they caused the crash have been tempered by the news that Diana's driver was drunk. Here, thousands of people have queued throughout the night to pay their last respects to the princess before Saturday's funeral.
The bank of flowers and tributes grows hourly outside Diana's former residence at Kensington Palace. Thousands from around Britain and the world have felt moved to show how much they appreciated her. During the night, people queued for hours to sign the books of condolence at St James's Palace, where the princess's body is being kept until Saturday's funeral. This morning, people again patiently waited their turn to leave a final message. The number of books of condolence has been increased from 5 to 15 to reduce the 6-hour wait for the mourners.
It's like saying goodbye to her in a way. Although she'll never see it, it's just your way of saying goodbye. She's just part of our lives, and you just feel that you don't realise how much she was part of your life until now.
There's now increasing support for Britain to come to a standstill on the day of Diana's funeral, with organisations closing or marking a silence. Sporting events have been postponed and Scotland's historic Highland Games have been cancelled. Lauren Taylor, ITN.
And one other story, an explosion at a house in South Wales has killed one man and seriously injured another. It happened close to an army base in Brecon. Traces of explosives have been found, but police are ruling out links with terrorism. On the Lunchtime News, we'll be crossing live to Paris for the latest on that court appearance by the 7 photographers. And we'll have details of a new charity fund in memory of the princess, which has just been announced by the palace. Join Dermot Manahan and me at 12:30.
Weather forecast. We've more details for you coming up at 6:25 this evening. Good afternoon.
From the studios of ITN, the news with Dermot Manahan and Julia Somerville.
Good afternoon, welcome to the programme.
Hello, the headlines today. The death of the princess. Photographers in court now. We have the latest live from Paris. A lasting tribute to Diana's charity work. The announcement of a Princess of Wales Memorial Fund. And tens of thousands of people continue to queue for hours to write their personal message to the princess.
The 7 photographers being held in connection with the car crash which killed the Princess of Wales, Dodi Fayed and their driver are this lunchtime in court giving evidence. The examining magistrate in Paris began hearing from them a short time ago. They could be charged with failing to give assistance, endangering life or manslaughter. This morning, the French police announced they've opened a criminal inquiry into the crash. From Paris, Bill Neely reports.
Just along the river bank, up from where the Princess of Wales died, the 7 photographers detained after the crash are appearing before an investigating judge. Detectives suggesting 3 possible charges, from manslaughter to failing to help at the scene of the accident. One by one, the investigating judge will decide whether to formally charge them or not. All are based in Paris. It's emerged that one of them arrived at the scene of the accident, not on a motorbike, but by car, and after the police.
He's a very professional person. He's a journalist, professional, sensitive, normal.
There is no formal verdict yet on the conduct of the photographers before and after the crash. The doctor who treated the princess in the mangled car says they didn't hinder him. These American tourists say the photographers were certainly not helping.
Going up to the windshield to get as close as they could to take pictures of this person, and there were several of these journalists, and maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds later, a police was pushing 2 of the journalists to go away from the car, and another one would run around to try to get by again, like it was relentless.
The conduct of the princess's driver is quite clear. 3 times over the alcohol limit, the equivalent of a bottle and a half of wine or 8 glasses of whiskey. 4 times over the speed limit. He wasn't the regular Ritz driver. He was called into work and got behind the wheel after the official chauffeur drove off in a decoy car to try to fool the photographers. Doctors said today that the princess's bodyguard, the sole survivor of the crash, will live but will not be interviewed by police for weeks. Very shortly, the first of the 7 photographers will emerge from here, either charged or dismissed. And for the first time, they will have their chance to explain publicly exactly what they were doing that night and what responsibility they feel they bear for the death of the Princess of Wales. Bill Neely, ITN, Paris.
Well, our correspondent Robert Hall is outside the Palais de Justice in Paris right now. Robert, tell us more about the hearing that's going on behind you.
Well, Julia, the French legal system is very different to ours. The hearing, which began a couple of hours ago, is being held by an investigating judge, Hervé Stéphane. He's been called in by the state prosecutor's office. Now, he's got the police report, he's got the medical report, and he's currently interviewing the 7 suspects one by one to hear their version of events. Now, on the basis of all of that, he'll decide whether they should formally be placed under suspicion. There isn't at this stage, under the French system, a charge. If they're under suspicion, he then begins his own investigation. Now, that can take weeks or even months before they're actually brought to trial. But in the meantime, he could well decide that they can be released from custody.
What exactly are the various category of potential charges that they're facing?
Well, obviously the most serious, as you heard from Bill, is that of manslaughter. The other 2 are under this so-called Good Samaritan law. Now, this is a test case because the law hasn't been used since it was introduced 3 years ago. The first one, endangering life, clearly refers to a possible car chase and the pressures on that car driver. The second one, failing to give assistance, relates to what happened on the crash scene. Now, some French papers are reporting that photographs taken at the scene show that photographers weren't helping. They were simply taking as many pictures as they could before the police moved them on. Now, if some or all of these people are convicted, then they could face a substantial jail sentence. We expect to hear more later this afternoon.
Robert Hall, thanks very much.
Well, here Buckingham Palace has announced there's to be a memorial fund in Princess Diana's name. The move is in direct response to the overwhelming demand for a lasting tribute to the princess and her tireless work for charity. And in another mark of respect, people connected with her charity work will play a big part in her funeral procession. Here's Caroline Kerr.
During her life, the princess put all her energy and warmth into her charity work. There can be little doubt she'd have welcomed today's announcement. It certainly met with approval from those who flooded to her home to pay her their respects.
Have to be something done for her. She could be remembered some way. I think that's the best way to do it.
Because that's what she would have wanted. It's something Diana done. She helped everybody, and I think that's something she would have wanted to do.
I can't do anything to bring her back, but it is a good way to remember her.
At one stage, Diana was patron of more than 100 charities. Today, many of those welcomed the proposal of a memorial fund.
I think it's quite a quite excellent idea. People in this country will want to feel that they're able to contribute at this sad time, and the setting up of this memorial fund seems to achieve that in the best possible way, and would be a lasting tribute to her excellent work for charities.
In recent years, she concentrated on causes which were especially dear to her, among them the Red Cross, through which she launched her campaign against landmines.
It's very important because many members of the public here at home and indeed overseas want to give something to the causes that the Princess of Wales was associated with.
As a further tribute to Diana's charity work, it's emerged today that instead of a military escort, her funeral procession will include many of those who worked with her on her favourite good causes. Caroline Kerr, ITN.
The number of books of condolence at St James's Palace, where the princess's body lies, has been increased from 5 to 15 to try to shorten the seemingly endless queue. At the 3 royal palaces, where attention is focusing, the sea of flowers, candles and handwritten messages are growing by the minute. Colin Baker reports.
Outside the gates, the people are still mourning. The pavements are strewn with flora, from a single lily to the largest of bouquets. But Buckingham Palace is empty. The royal family have yet to come home. A few hundred yards away at St James's Palace, the queues of people wanting to record their tributes had reduced a little, but mainly because more books of condolence had been opened. During the night, some had waited up to 7 hours to sign the books.
We're William's age, and we, you know, to lose a mother, and just to lose someone very hard for being a princess. It must be so hard. And we feel for the children mostly because, you know, William's got his GCSEs this year, like us, and being in his position with so much press around and so much going on, just feel very sorry for everyone.
And we felt that we were upset, but we felt that this would kind of make us feel better because we've done something. We've kind of helped in a little way, and although it will never bring Diana back, it will help us grieving.
The English are all very good at putting on a stiff upper lip. And I think it's knowing that if you come here and if you're in floods of tears, nobody's going to say, oh, what's the matter with her? Why is she crying? Because everybody feels exactly the same. Yeah.
In the lower corridor inside St James's Palace, officials estimate that 300 people an hour are signing the books of condolence. The books will eventually be offered to the Spencer family for their archives. In Leeds, it was the first day back to school after the holidays for these youngsters.
One of those people, wasn't she? One of those faces who we only really, most of us, ever saw in a newspaper or on a television screen.
The headmaster, Nigel Hewitt, explained the newspaper headlines and the nation's feelings and why there was such emotion over someone few had ever met.
She helped all charities out. She was the British ambassador and she just was loved by all.
In Scotland, the Highland Games, scheduled for Saturday, have been cancelled for the first time in their 180-year history. Organisers said they'd received angry phone calls from the public after it was rumoured the Games were going to go ahead. The village of Great Brinton in Northamptonshire, seat of the Spencer family, has become a place of pilgrimage. But on Saturday, when the funeral takes place, with the private burial here, people are asked to respect family wishes and to stay away. Colin Baker, ITN.
Our correspondents are at the London palaces, which have become the focus of national mourning. James Mates is at St James's Palace, Adrian Britton is at Buckingham Palace, and Helen Wright is at Kensington Palace. First to James Mates. James, are people still arriving there in large numbers?
Yes, the queues are really very nearly as long as they were at their peak yesterday. Now, of course, the number of books of condolences has been increased 3 times, from 5 to 15. That means people are moving through 3 times as quickly. But the very fact that the queues are slightly shorter is, I think, possibly encouraging more people to come. Those reaching the head of the queue there behind me now have been waiting for 2.5 to 3.5 hours, which is a very great improvement on the 7 to 8 hours that we were hearing about from the people there late last night. In fairness to the palace, they hadn't anticipated just how many people were wanting to come here, and I don't think anybody had anticipated just what an extraordinary turnout there would be to sign these books.
James, people presumably prepared to queue for as long as it takes, but they must be a bit happier about the length of time being shortened.
They are certainly happier. As you say, they were prepared to wait for as long as it took. There were those slight grumblings of discontent last night that perhaps it didn't need to take as long as it would. That didn't mean that anybody wasn't prepared to do it. There were people I was talking to who had waited all night and long into today if that was what was required. But you must remember it was a long, cold night, and a lot of people there had children late into the evening. Those who can't get down here, of course, have been able to leave messages on the Buckingham Palace internet page, and by this morning 60,000 people had done that.
James, thanks a lot. Let's go now to Buckingham Palace, where Adrian Britton is. Adrian, what developments there?
Well, Dermot, it's still quite touching, the number of people who are coming here to lay their flowers. Here, you can see the queues behind me, here to the focal point of the monarchy, really to focus their grief. All sorts of people, mums with their young children, tourists, men in suits who simply want to stand in front of the flowers, silent with their thoughts. What is particularly striking, coming here for the first time as I have done today, is the reason why they're coming here. This isn't out of a sense of duty, it's not a sort of polite display of respect. They are here because they want to be here. They feel they have to be here. And you simply cannot fail to be touched by the emotion of the occasion here.
And Adrian, any more developments on the funeral preparations?
Well, yes, I mean, we have heard within the last few minutes that there is now going to be a 1-minute silence after the funeral. The problem with the arrangements is it's becoming very, very difficult to estimate how many people want to come into London. For example, during the royal wedding, there were over 1 million people. The route there was 2 miles long. It's becoming difficult to know how many people will be here. Extra trains are being laid on throughout the country to bring people into London. The underground service, for example, is laying on more services. And in fact, planes are being diverted away from the capital during the funeral service itself. Now, there is some concern that perhaps the funeral route isn't long enough to accommodate these crowds. But Buckingham Palace, and I've been speaking to them today, say they don't want to prolong, to lengthen that route. Simply for the princes themselves, this is going to be a very, very painful day for them. They don't want to prolong the agony, but they want perhaps to extend the pavement area so people can stand partly in the road behind barriers to see what's going on.
Thank you, Adrian. Now to Helen Wright at Kensington Palace. Helen, what are they saying there about the establishment of this memorial fund for the Princess's charity work?
Well, everyone I've spoken to here has been delighted with the idea of a fund. They feel it's a perfect tribute to the Princess, and they also feel that it will really prolong her good works beyond her lifetime. But there's very much a feeling that people don't want to look to the future yet. They still want to come here and pay tribute, and they still want to express their sorrow. They feel it's not time to look ahead.
And we can very clearly see those crowds behind you there, Helen. Are people there saying that they'll be at the funeral as well in some way?
Well, I think so, Dermot. As you say, there's still hundreds and hundreds of people coming here to Kensington Palace. Many are going from here just down the road to Harrods to lay flowers there. And many people I've spoken to have also been to sign the books of condolence. So I feel sure that most will also wish to attend the funeral.
Helen, thank you very much.
Well, away from the public show of grief, Prince William and Prince Harry have stayed at Balmoral with their father. Their former nanny, Tiggy Leg Burke, is reported to have gone there to comfort them ahead of Princess Diana's funeral. The boys appeared for the cameras at the start of their holiday 3 weeks ago. Now they're being kept away from them as concern grows about how they'll cope with the sudden loss of their mother. Well, Michael Jarman, the Director for Childcare at Barnardo's, joins me now. Michael Jarman, you've had great experience, I know yourself, of helping children and young people come to terms with bereavement. How do you set about helping somebody adapt to such a devastating blow?
It is clearly a devastating blow. I mean, some of the children Barnardo's works with are children where a parent is suffering from a terminal illness, and you can prepare ahead. You can anticipate and plan ahead. In a case like this of sudden death, the emotional shockwaves are clearly huge for everybody concerned, particularly for the children. I think the right things really are about being close to those people they trust and love, the people that know them, be around them all the time, to give plenty of opportunity to talk, to express their feelings, to do some of the things that they would do normally. There's something about trying to carry on some normal aspects of life at the same time. But particularly, I think, the opportunity to talk about their mother, to have every opportunity to express those feelings, to acknowledge those feelings, to give rein to the anger and the anxiety and the guilt that everyone feels in those sorts of circumstances.
They, of course, in their position, face particular pressures, and I'm thinking about the fact of that they will be on public display, if you like, at the funeral on Saturday. Now, some people take the view that children should be spared the ordeal of a funeral, but do you, in your experience, feel that in fact it's much better that they should be there, albeit with this extra pressure?
I'm sure it's right that they should be there, and more so I think it's right that they should be involved in the arrangements, because it gives an opportunity for children to be engaged in choosing music or a prayer, a piece of music, a reading, some detail of the arrangements where they're engaged and involved, and that is a means by which they can begin to mourn and grieve.
You spoke earlier about the necessity or the helpful quality of keeping some normality going, and I think some people were quite shocked really to see them being taken to church in the immediate aftermath. Term time is beginning. Would it be your sense that actually they should go back to school?
All these things are individual decisions, they're family decisions. At a time like this, the family sit and talk and discuss and come to decisions right for them. There isn't any right answer to that. Maybe it's right for them to go back to school and be with friends and be in a routine they understand and is familiar with them. There's something about familiarity which can be very helpful. Or it might be quite the wrong thing to do, but that's a family decision each time.
Michael Tolman, thank you very much indeed.
Now, some of the day's other news. Photographers being held in connection with the car crash which killed the Princess of Wales are in court now giving evidence to the examining magistrate. French police have opened a criminal inquiry. Here it's been announced in the last half an hour that a minute's silence will be held after the Princess's funeral service on Saturday. Buckingham Palace also says there's to be a memorial fund in the Princess's name. The move is in direct response to the overwhelming demand for a lasting tribute to the Princess.
That's all from Dermot and me. John Suchet will be here with the early evening news at 5:40.
And we'll be back tomorrow at the usual time, 12:30. Till then, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Firm fined £2,500 following an accident where a workman died. Join us at 6:30.
From the studios of ITN, the early evening news with John Suchet.
Good evening. Buckingham Palace recognised the outpouring of grief over Princess Diana today by asking for a nationwide 1-minute silence after her funeral on Saturday. It's a rare tribute for someone who was officially no longer a member of the royal family. The move came as more and more businesses ordered a shutdown for Saturday, and estimates of crowds expected at the Princess's funeral are now put at well over 1 million. Steve Scott reports.
On Saturday, for a solemn 60 seconds, the country will be still. The focal point of national and global grief will switch here to Westminster Abbey. Silence for a unique princess held in unique affection. At the end of the funeral service, before her coffin leaves on its final journey.
There's nothing else anybody else can do, just all stand together and think for a minute.
People want to express their feelings, and maybe it's the only way that they can.
As on Armistice Day last year, most of the country will pause to reflect.
A minute to just be still is probably the greatest tribute to a frantic life that was invented one summer's afternoon in 1980.
Britain's desire to pay its last respects to Diana will bring the nation to a standstill. Most major high street stores will stay closed for all or part of the day. So too will many banks and building societies. Harrods will stay closed all day. But one supermarket chain, Summerfield, will open and donate its profits to the Red Cross Landmine Victims' Appeal. McDonald's restaurants will be closed until 2 o'clock after the funeral. At Railtrack's mainline stations, there'll be a 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock. At Heathrow Airport, passengers will do the same. Big theatres will observe a 1-minute silence before performances. And Thorpe Park, which gave the world lasting images of a fun-loving mother with 2 young sons she adored, is closed for the day. The princess touched this nation and its people like no one before her. Saturday's minute's silence reflects that and is a response to an extraordinary display of public grief. But most importantly, it gives everybody, whoever they are and wherever they are, an opportunity to say one final private goodbye. Steve Scott, ITN, Westminster Abbey.
Next on the early evening news, the Paris paparazzi may face manslaughter charges. More books of condolence to cope with the thousands queuing. And Claire Short changes her mind. She will go to Montserrat. 4 of the 7 photographers in the chase of Princess Diana's car have learned they could face manslaughter charges. They all appeared one by one before a French judge who told them they'll be investigated further. And ITN has seen exclusively an official police report outlining what went on in that Paris underpass as the princess lay dying.
Another startling development in this appalling story. All 7 photographers detained at the scene of the crash are being charged with unintentionally killing the Princess of Wales. That's manslaughter. Their lawyers say it's unjust.
They are like scapegoats offered to the public opinion, which has been very moved, and this is not a sign of justice, quiet and relaxed.
All 7, 6 Frenchmen and a Macedonian, face the same charge. The police are asking that 2 of them be held in custody. I have received a copy of the first official document to emerge from this investigation. This is the report of the first police officers to reach the scene of the crash, and it is damning. One policeman says the photographers shooting through an open door of the mangled car stopped me from helping the victims. They were aggressive, he says, pushy. One said, "You make me sick, let me do my job." A second policeman calls for reinforcements. "I couldn't help the injured and hold back the photographers," he says. When reinforcements arrived, the report states that one photographer didn't like being forcibly removed. "You only have to go to Bosnia," he says, "and you'd see I'm doing my job." It is a scene confirmed by these eyewitnesses.
A police was pushing 2 of the journalists to go away from the car, and another one would run around to try to get by again, like it was relentless.
The doctor who treated the princess in the car says they did not hinder his work. One of the photographers charged had not chased the princess from the Ritz, but arrived at the scene much later in a car.
He's a very professional person. He's a journalist, professional, sensitive, normal.
And now charged with manslaughter. The conduct of the princess's Ritz driver is clear. 3 times over the alcohol limit, the equivalent of a bottle and a half of wine or 8 glasses of whiskey. 4 times over the speed limit. The princess's bodyguard, seen here with Diana and her friend Dodi Al-Fayed, leaving for their day in Paris, is still ill in hospital. Doctors say the police won't be able to speak to him for weeks. 18 hours after this scene, the Princess of Wales was dead. 7 men now stand accused of unintentionally killing her. Bill Neely, ITN, Paris.
In a direct response to the overwhelming public demand for a lasting tribute to the princess's tireless work for charity, there will be an official memorial fund bearing her name. Money which has already poured in will now go to the Diana Princess of Wales Fund to help the causes she did so much for. Caroline Kerr reports.
During her life, Diana threw herself into her charity work with passionate commitment. Since her death, her favourite charities, like Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital, have been inundated with offers of money in her honour. Today's proposal of a memorial fund has been greeted warmly by them all.
I think it is very welcome. It's very important because many members of the public here at home and indeed overseas want to give something to the causes that the Princess of Wales was associated with in her short life.
At one stage, Diana was patron of more than 100 charities. After her divorce, she concentrated on just 6, among them Centrepoint, a charity for the young homeless. As a further tribute to her charity work, Buckingham Palace announced today that instead of the traditional military escort, representatives of all the princess's charities, past and present, will form a procession behind her funeral cortege on Saturday. Many in the procession will have met her personally. Some will be disabled. There can be little doubt the princess herself would have approved. Caroline Kerr, ITN.
The massive outpouring of grief shows no sign of abating. Across the country, people are mourning Diana in their own ways. The focal points are the royal palaces in London, where, in their thousands, as we've seen, they're coming to lay flowers or just stand and remember. Here's Mark Austin.
Counting the flowers here outside Buckingham Palace and along the road at Kensington Palace would take forever. So many, the police are constantly having to clear new areas. Sunday's bouquets are now buried beneath fresh arrivals as this extraordinary outpouring of grief continues. Even though the royal family is presently staying away from Buckingham Palace, it continues to be a shrine for the nation's mourning. Those bringing their tributes are all ages, all nationalities. One woman came all the way from California just to lay her flowers, and everyone has their own reason for coming.
She did so much for humanity, and I really feel that the royal family let her down, and I feel really sad.
The 7-hour wait for those who want to put their grief into words has prompted officials at St James's Palace to provide more condolence books. The doors here will remain open 24 hours a day until midnight on Friday, but it seems that if they stayed open another week, another month, still the people would come in their thousands. In Leeds, it was the first day back to school for these youngsters.
One of those cases who we only really, most of us, ever saw in a newspaper.
The headmaster tries to explain events his pupils will one day no doubt recount to their children. It was the day they prayed for a princess, a day they won't forget. Let me just read you some of the messages here at Buckingham Palace. A bouquet from one family who say we've lost a friend and an inspiration. From a group of school children who say all the flowers in the world are not good enough for you, Diana. And prisoners from Dartmoor who say thank you for treating us like human beings and not like criminals. She clearly reached out to an awful lot of people. Mark Austin, ITN, at Buckingham Palace.
And from Buckingham Palace to St James's Palace now, and our correspondent there. James, as we've heard, people are prepared to wait a long time to sign the condolence books.
They certainly are. The people who've got this far have already waited for more than 5 hours, and when they get to here, they're greeted by this sign which tells them there is another 2 hours to go before they can get around this corner, across the street, and into the palace itself. They laid on today 3 times as many books of condolence for people to sign in the hope that would reduce the queue, but it seems that simply 3 times as many people have come. If I get out of your way for a moment, you can see just how long this queue is. It stretches back about 200 yards in the distance there, snakes back round all the way back down to here, and then heads off again for another 100 yards or so. Quite extraordinary numbers of people, and these aren't the only people here, because across the street a small garden of remembrance has grown up, so full of flowers and candles. This, of course, as well as all the flowers at Kensington Palace and Buckingham Palace. And don't forget, too, there are other books of condolences to be signed all over the country, extraordinary numbers.
Thank you, James. So often we're hearing how the princess touched people's hearts. Suzanne McGuigan was just a child when Diana touched hers. She helped Suzanne cope with the death of her mother. Today, Suzanne tried to repay that kindness with some words of her own. Linda Kennedy reports.
For the princess, a posy of flowers from little Suzanne McGuigan and her sister. It was 1990. The royal couple had come to a hospice where the girl's mother was dying of cancer. It was this warmth and sympathy which was to sustain the little girls after their loss. Today, Suzanne, now 14, wanted to return that kindness with words for the sons of the princess.
I feel sorry for them because they've lost a mum that showed them a different way of life from being a royal. I hope they'll get through this time and be happy again.
She knows their anguish, but says they must carry on if they can.
Boys don't often show their feelings well, so apart from saying I'm sorry about it, I wouldn't speak of it anymore and just act as natural as possible around it and not make them feel, oh, you're special because your mum has died. I mean, nothing can help getting over the loss of somebody that's dear to you except time.
To other news now. The International Development Secretary, Claire Short, who enraged the people of Montserrat by accusing them of wanting golden elephants, is to meet them face to face. Last month, she said she didn't have the time to go there. Now she's to visit the island to see for herself the damage the volcano has caused. Our political correspondent, Tom Bradby, reports.
The government hasn't had the easiest of summers in its dealings with Montserrat, but George Fuchs, a junior minister, is now there, seeing for himself the extent of the damage and promising the islanders Britain will never abandon them. Curiously, he's announced today that his boss, Claire Short, will also be visiting later this year. Curious simply because Miss Short hasn't been there yet, despite having been repeatedly the centre of controversy. Most recently when it was reported that the Foreign Office had taken control and she'd been snubbed.
That's a case of too little too late. I think the key thing is that if Claire Short is going to visit, she has to turn up there with more than just sympathy and kind words. I think she's got to turn up with practical action.
Her department say that's exactly what she will do. They say George Fuchs has been on a fact-finding mission and that he'll return with her to ensure a plan of action is being correctly implemented. Tom Bradby, ITN, Westminster.
The parents of a boy of 3 told today how he suffocated to death in a dreadful accident in their tumble dryer. Jordan Hutchinson had climbed into the machine while playing with the family dog, but the door shut tightly behind him. Andrew Simmons reports.
It had been an ordinary family day in the Hutchinsons' home. Their baby son Lewis was being rocked to sleep by his father, while 3-year-old Jordan played with their pet puppy in the garden. But then, out of anyone's sight, Jordan went into the kitchen and climbed into a tumble dryer now removed from here. The door was somehow shut. His father started a frantic search but couldn't find him.
Everybody started looking for him. An hour later, the police had been informed and all that, and they came, searched the house and all that. We were looking in all the wrong places, and the shift inspector from City West Police Station found him dead in the tumble dryer.
Mr. Hutchinson, who's been inundated with condolence cards, says if the tumble dryer door had been fitted with a window, he may have noticed and could have saved his son. Andrew Simmons, ITN.
On News at 10 with Trevor MacDonald, the latest on the inquiry into the crash which killed Princess Diana. We'll have more details and expert analysis of exactly what happened in that Paris underpass on Saturday night. And the main news is that Buckingham Palace has announced a nationwide 1-minute silence after Princess Diana's funeral on Saturday. In response to public demand for a lasting tribute to her charity work, an official memorial fund will bear her name. And the White House has just announced that Hillary Clinton will attend the princess's funeral on Saturday. That's Tuesday's early evening news. Till 5:40 tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Continues to touch the nation. This seemingly never-ending queue to sign the books of condolence at St James's Palace will, like the masses of flowers, be one of the lasting images surrounding the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. Many have come from afar, prepared to wait in line for hours, keen to pay their respects, but also just wanting to express sympathy in some tangible way.
Just coming here and feeling that you're able to show your grief here. You know, the English are all very good at putting on a stiff upper lip. And I think it's knowing that if you come here and if you're in floods of tears, nobody's going to say, oh, what's the matter with her? Why is she crying? Because everybody feels exactly the same.
Yeah. For some, it's a reminder of a personal loss too.
And this is what Diana did for you.
That's your son?
That's my son.
Why was he in hospital?
Well, he was in the hospice. I visited him and cheered him up. But unfortunately, the two of them are gone now.
Overnight, the number of condolence books was increased from 5 to 15, an indication perhaps that the royal establishment may have initially underestimated the people's reaction to the death of what many see as their princess. But today they were moved to channel the mass grief into something more positive with the establishment of a memorial fund. At one time, Diana was patron of more than 100 charities. Now, even in death, her support for good causes may continue.
I think it's quite excellent idea. People in this country will want to feel that they're able to contribute at this sad time, and the setting up of this memorial fund seems to achieve that in the best possible way and would be a lasting tribute to her excellent work for charities.
In further recognition of the princess's links with charity, it's emerged that representatives from charities and good causes will be invited to take part in Saturday's funeral procession and be among the 2,000 mourners in Westminster Abbey. At the Abbey, preparations are underway for the service, which will be shown live on television so that people at home can share in the occasion. After the funeral service here, a 1-minute silence will be observed. It will be an opportunity for people throughout the country, indeed the world, to pay silent tribute to the princess before her coffin leaves the Abbey. However, even as the delicate arrangements are made, there are signs of tensions between two distinct traditions, that of royal convention and the less formal populist approach which characterised the princess's life. There are suggestions from sources that she would have liked a service at which celebrity friends such as Elton John, seen here at the Gianni Versace memorial service, might have performed. This is said to be under serious consideration. But set against that is a view that the occasion should be of a more sedate and traditional nature, in line with the restraint historically associated with the mystique of the royal family, seen here attending Crathy Church on Sunday. But for many, when it comes to the divisions between royal tradition and the princess, they're firmly with her, believing their love and affection was not shared.
Now, I know it's tradition that the flag flies at Buckingham Palace when only the royalty are there, but I really would have liked to have seen the flag flying half-mast there as well.
Well, the way they left her out and she was just mistreated by them. She's got the rough end of the deal.
I think they treated her terrible. Absolutely shocking. I don't think they're the most cold people on this earth. And if I could actually see them and speak to them, I would really tell them what I thought. In fact, I would probably be fastened away in the tower forever.
It's clear there's a keenly felt need for people to mourn the princess. After all, they felt they knew her. The difficulty will be striking the balance between such feelings and the distance normally afforded to royal ceremony.
Lindsay Taylor, well, those scenes continue even now. This evening, thousands of people are still gathered outside the royal palaces to pay their own personal tributes. Our political editor, Eleanor Goodman, joins us now from outside St James's Palace, where Diana's body is still lying at rest. Eleanor, you had to walk there from your normal port of call at Westminster, and therefore must have been end to end of this queue.
Yeah, I think it must have in total stretched to about half a mile now. It zigzags up and down the Mall. But the hard fact is that those people who are now reaching the top of the queue have actually had to wait here for 7 hours. And those joining it, those who just come from their offices, for example, are being told that they'll have to wait 8 hours. And there are still people coming, some even with small children, who say they are prepared to wait here until the small hours to pay their last respects.
Well, that must give us some clue as to the kind of numbers that are going to try to get into London to see the funeral procession on Saturday. Do we have any evidence as to how they're going to be unable to see anything?
Well, that is the great problem. I mean, on the one hand, you have this real outpouring of grief and the sheer numbers of people that are going to have to be accommodated, and also you have this huge media event, which may seem a very tasteless thing to say, but the authorities are also having to prepare for that. In terms of the numbers of people, according to one estimate, there could be as many as 2 million people who come to London, and all the transport authorities are laying on more vehicles to get them in, British Airways, for example, the railways. The question is how to accommodate them on the streets, given that the route itself is only about a mile. There has been some talk, and indeed if you talk to people here in the queue, they'll say, why can't they lengthen the route so it could go right round London, possibly up to the Hyde Park corner at the very least. The problem is that the very nature of the procession means that's difficult because there'll be disabled people and elderly people in it. So, and one alternative is to narrow the route through which the cortege goes so that the pavements are wider so they can have more people. And another possibility which has been floated is that after the funeral is over, at that point the route that the coffin will take to get onto the M1 to go to Althorp will be known, and so that the public could line that route as well. But I think that's where you get this tension between the family's desire for privacy, their very understandable desire for privacy, and the feeling of Downing Street and the palace that this is some kind of national catharsis and that the people must be involved, which indeed all the people here want to be.
One brief final thought, Eleanor. There's a good deal of tension in the crowd about the question of Diana versus the royal family. Great love for Diana, not much for the royal family. And any sense that perhaps even Diana herself, there, remote in a chapel in St James's, nobody resident in the palace, completely alone as far as one can tell, and somehow almost abandoned?
You do find people who are saying that. People are saying, why is the flag not flying at half-mast over Buckingham Palace, and why is there nobody with her, keeping vigil with her? I think they also talk to people, to be honest, who say it would be too much for the children to bear, and that in some ways it is just inhuman, that, and that they understand, and they as they feel she is their princess, they feel it's they that are paying the tribute, and that is what they feel they should be doing, and that is how they feel it should be. But certainly, these people, again and again, they say to you, we're not monarchists, we're here because we love Princess Di, and that is the problem for the palace.
Eleanor Goodman, thank you very much for joining us. We'll return to her later in the programme. I've been speaking to the Dean of Westminster Abbey, Wesley Carr, about the funeral arrangements for Saturday. I asked him how Diana's modernity could be adequately reflected in a building itself more than 1,000 years old. It's 1,000 years old.
Well, curiously, I think you can do it very well because there have been so many modernities here that it's quite easy to base yourself in the tradition, but move from that into something less formal without feeling that it's sort of sacrilege or strange.
But can you, for example, I mean, will you, for example, have Elton John singing?
Well, I can't respond to that yet because, as I say, the service isn't finally agreed, and I can't go into the detail of it.
But you are looking to the other aspects of her
Certainly we have
life.
in mind the other aspects of her life, yes.
So, the actual form of service, will it be distinguishable from other royal funerals?
Oh, I imagine so, because of course it's not a royal funeral, it's a funeral of a private person set in a royal context, and it's the borderline between a state royal occasion and a sort of national overwhelming sense by so many people that they were her friends, that it's got to be both private and public and unique in that sense.
Can you just sort of deal with the royal aspect then for me? I mean, will there be people in uniform?
As far as I know, probably not, and if they are, then dressed down rather than dressed up. Certainly not first class, as it were.
So the kind of royal pageantry aspect, I mean, will that appear? Will there be trumpeters?
No, we're not into pageantry, we're into respect and recognition, but the royal family, I think, are very much there as part of the family in this case.
There'll be some music that you'd expect to hear at a royal funeral.
Yes, that's almost any
great,
funeral, I think.
Victorian
the sentences, for example, would obviously be sung at any funeral almost with music, and they will be sung, yes.
So the choir will be fully
the choir will
deployed.
be there, yes.
But the other aspect, the modernity, it's difficult for you to say because presumably you're still trying to determine whether those people can perform.
Partly that, and partly the proposals are there, and it's a question of how much the family would wish, because obviously in a funeral you take account of the family wishes as much as you can.
When it comes down to it, getting the right sort of people into the Abbey, enabling people who were part of her ordinary life to participate, how are you going to do that?
Well, fortunately the Lord Chamberlain's office is doing that, but I do know the intention is to have a great mix of people, genuinely mixed, in the Abbey, and that of course is something that I think is highly desirable and I'm very pleased with.
But priority will be given to the royal family itself?
Well, obviously the royal family and the family of the Spencer family will be there given the usual priority, but beyond that I think it'll be much more of a mix.
Clearly this must be an absolutely huge undertaking for you. I mean, what sort of strain is it putting on the system?
Well, in one sense, we have a system, as you rightly say, and that rolls into place. In another, because it is unique and so different, it's putting quite a strain because at every expected corner there's a little unexpected twist quite often, and you just have to think it through because of the nature of the service. But that's very good for us, and that's what we are here to do, and that's the sort of service we offer.
Yes, but the system, I suppose, normally is tuned to dealing with death in the normal way of life. And here we are dealing with death, somebody you can never have made provision for.
No, well, we had no provision, quite honestly, for her death. It was unexpected to me as it was to everybody else. But again, I think it's really bringing together the private and the public, which is the particular aspect that we're having to work on, and I hope successfully.
Well, even as the arrangements for Diana's funeral are being made, the differences in style between the official royal protocol and the public's own spontaneous show of mourning are becoming obvious. We're joined now here in the studio by Suzanne Moore, the columnist for The Independent, and from Brighton by the historian John Barnes. Suzanne Moore, there's clearly a tension very well demonstrated amongst those who are waiting to sign those books of condolence between Diana, who's really perceived apart from the royal family, and the royal family itself.
I think there is a tension, and also, I mean, the royal family aren't doing anything to lessen that tension. They seem to be becoming more insular, turning in on themselves. They haven't appeared in public. We don't really know what's going on. This kind of stiff upper lip, keeping up appearances, making those poor princes go to church, get in their suits and so on. I don't think that sits well with what Diana represented to people, which was an openness and a modernness about expressing your feelings.
John Barnes, in a sense, in death, Diana is accentuating even further the kind of tensions that existed in life, because she sought to do something monarchy had never done before, and it isn't working.
I'm not sure I agree with Suzanne Moore about that. I think the natural reaction of any family in shock is to go into mourning privately. I don't think Diana would have actually been any different if you think back to Earl Spencer's funeral. And I think we are tending to find the media bereft of Diana in one sense as a subject, now beginning to try to use Diana to whip up interesting stories and interesting angles again. I'm sorry that this is going on. I think it's a natural reaction. The public are actually taking sides. I think that will fade very fast after the event. Diana will become part of legend, and I think the royal family will retreat to a rather less prominent position in public life.
So it's the media that's up to it?
Well, I think some of the media.
The media are not making up stories about the thousands of people who are openly expressing their grief. I mean, this is really happening, and the mood of the country is certainly that they want a public ritual that they can be involved with and feel part of. I mean, many people have commented that the kinds of people who are out there laying flowers down for Diana are people who often feel marginalised or underrepresented. There's lots of black people, there's lots of gay people, there's lots of young people, old people, all sorts of people. Now, how are these people going to be accommodated by this sort of royal funeral with all the pomp and circumstance? People feel a need to have a kind of public ritual that they are part of.
Surely this is the problem, John Barnes, that Diana reached out to a sector of society that royalty generally didn't go for. AIDS victims, victims of mines. She was not there for the Royal Society of Protection of Birds or any of those sort of normal royal fashions. And that surely is where the tension it rests, not with the media, but with the causes she espoused and the methods that she pursued.
Let me draw a distinction between 2 points. I think actually you underestimate the extent to which the royal family does reach out to those kind of good causes. But without the glamour, without the publicity, which Diana naturally attracted to them. And that's not to Diana's discredit in any sense. Indeed, I agree totally what Suzanne Moore said. The public at this moment are seeking a way to identify with Diana, to remember her. And I think the tension for those who have to organize this is to try to accommodate that within the structure of a funeral which has to be very hastily planned.
But forgive me butting in, Suzanne Moore, the difficulty surely is that they kicked her out of the royal family, so it is very difficult in the end to re-embrace her.
Well, this is what lots of people are saying. I mean, they just see the hypocrisy of trying to reclaim in death somebody that they tried to strip of a title when she was alive. I mean, she was neither in nor out of the royal family, and lots of people even were offended that it was Charles that went to accompany her body. I mean, I think there's a lot of public feeling out there that is very anti the royal family at the moment.
Suzanne Moore, John Barnes in Brighton, thank you both very much indeed. Now, out of respect for the Princess of Wales, campaigning on both sides of Scotland's devolution debate has been suspended until after the funeral. However, the Scottish Secretary Donald Dewar has insisted the referendum will go ahead on September the 11th as planned. He's facing growing calls for it to be postponed to give Scottish voters more time to consider their response. As our Scottish correspondent Rory McLean now reports, there are also concerns the Princess's death could affect the outcome of the vote itself.
The flag at half-mast at Edinburgh Castle is a symbol of the mourning of the British state in Scotland. The 1 o'clock gun, fired for the last 20 years by Staff Sergeant Tam the Gun Mackay, is a time signal ordered by statute of a British Parliament in 1861. Whether it will be fired on Saturday or whether the gun will be draped in black has yet to be decided. But the events of the weekend are reaching into many aspects of life, not least the political issues which concern Scotland and its relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom. Some are already assessing the effects on devolution.
We will see a celebration of various symbols of Britishness, including Scotland's contribution to that culture. We will see Scottish pipers, we will see Scottish soldiers being involved in the funeral arrangements. One of the interesting things to ask is whether or not the No campaigners will in any way be able to use, or at least to refer to the events of the last few days to perhaps stimulate in people's minds doubts about devolution. It will clearly have to be done sensitively. If they were to be seen to exploit Diana's death in any very clear, crude way, it would clearly backfire.
But there will be no campaigning this week as a mark of respect to the Princess, emphasised by a wreath laying by the Lord Provost of Edinburgh today. The Royal Highland Games at Braemar, a traditional venue for the royal family, have also been cancelled. However, opinion poll evidence gathered before the Princess's death shows that attempts by Scottish business to influence the population against tax-raising powers may have succeeded. A poll published in today's Herald newspaper shows a drop in support on the question of whether there should be a Scottish Parliament. In July, 65% agreed and 19% disagreed. Now those in favour have dropped to 61% and those disagreeing have gone up to 23%. But most worryingly for Labour, on the question of tax-raising powers, in July 54% agreed with 27% opposed, while the latest poll shows a drop in support to 47% and an increase of those against to 32%. This raises the spectre of a yes-no vote, and it doesn't take into account the most recent events.
The tragic death of Diana has had no effect on this opinion poll because the interviewing was done last week before her death. So that is not the explanation for these changes. I would have thought that it's unlikely that her death will in fact have that much effect on the outcome of the referendum. Diana was an anti-establishment figure, I think quite properly called a people's princess, and sympathy for Diana is certainly not sympathy for the monarchy, not sympathy for the old established institutions of Britain.
But some who believe devolution is based on rocky foundations think events should delay the vote.
No one should campaign this week. I think it should be postponed till May or June of next year. And the question should be reduced to one, namely, do you approve of the 1997-1998 Scotland Act as passed by Parliament?
The Secretary of State for Scotland has ruled out postponing the vote because of the need for primary legislation in Parliament before it could be changed, and has said there is still enough time for the campaign. The government was always going to have difficulty energising its campaign, given the nearness of the devolution vote to the general election and the large Labour majority at Westminster, which helps to defocus Scots' feelings of political isolation. The sad events of this week will now become another factor which will have to be borne in mind by both sides of the debate as political campaigning begins next week. Rory McLean, Channel 4 News, Edinburgh.
To discuss how the referendum vote might be affected by the lack of campaigning, we're joined live from Glasgow by the novelist A.L. Kennedy, who is a passionate supporter of Scottish devolution. Alison Kennedy, what effect do you think no campaigning and then a sudden burst of campaigning will have on it?
It certainly made it it's going to make it a much more lively campaign. I think there was a general agreement that there would be quite a low turnout and that there was a considerable amount of complacency with at least part of the...
Well, they want me to go to Oxford to study law, and I wanted to take a year or two out and see the world.
From the studios of ITN, the news with Dermot Murnahan and Julia Somerville.
Good afternoon, welcome to the programme.
Hello, the headlines today as Princes William and Harry mourn their mother's death, new details of their role in her funeral. The People's Tributes, how the palace is moving to speed up the queues. And in other developments, screen violence in children, new advice for parents on what they should watch.
As more details of plans for Saturday's funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, emerge today, it's widely expected that her sons, William and Harry, will lead the procession to Westminster Abbey. It's believed the boys themselves have made the decision to accompany their father and uncle Earl Spencer for the mile-long walk behind the coffin. Buckingham Palace, in an attempt to prevent the anticipated crush to see the cortege, has requested that 2 huge television screens should be set up in Hyde Park. Tim Ewart reports.
As people continued to stream into St James's Palace to offer their condolences this morning, it was estimated that as many as 2 million would flock to central London for Saturday's funeral, lining the route 100 deep. In Hyde Park, 2 giant 33-foot screens will show live television coverage to another massive crowd. For those adding to the growing expanse of floral tributes, this was Buckingham Palace, it was a welcome development.
Well, I think that's splendid. You know, it's a great way of people allowing them to show their emotion, allowing them to watch it, and allowing them to be part of the day.
Diana's two sons, Princes William and Harry, pictured here at Balmoral recently, are expected to lead the funeral procession. They will walk behind the gun carriage, carrying their mother's body. The Prince of Wales suggested that this should be their role, but it's understood the final decision is their own. The Princess's coffin will be taken from its resting place in St James's Palace out onto the Mall. From there it'll go on to Horseguards Road, along Horseguards Parade, down Whitehall, past Parliament Square and into Westminster Abbey. Once inside the Abbey, the service is expected to take about an hour. The hearse will return along the same route out of London, past the Park Lane side of Hyde Park, where the service will have been shown on the TV screens. It'll then begin its journey north along the M1 from Marble Arch. This park has been the setting for some extraordinary events over the years. There have been huge rallies, demonstrations, open-air concerts here. On Saturday, it will be a place of mourning, a gathering place for a crowd that could reach several 100,000. Tim Ewart, ITN, Hyde Park.
Well, to our royal correspondent Nicholas Owen at Buckingham Palace now. Nick, this suggestion that the young princes will lead the procession behind their mother's cortege, do you have any information on exactly how that decision was reached?
The final details are still being worked out. That is certainly the intention, and it's being stressed to me, Julia, that this is absolutely the boys' wish. The boys wish that this should be so, and indeed, of course, the Prince of Wales's wish as well. But there are some problems still being sorted out. We haven't had the final word yet that it's been arranged and agreed. And one thing I have to say is that the police are concerned about what they call the security implications. So it's not finally decided, I guess, but I think we will get the final announcement pretty shortly, and I would be surprised if it didn't happen.
Now, there have been anxieties expressed about the degree to which the public would have access to the whole business, and suggestions that the arrangements hadn't taken into account how much people wanted to, and now today we have had some announcements to alleviate that. Do you think that Buckingham Palace has simply been slow to wake up to the degree of emotion that the whole death of the princess has engendered?
Well, if they're guilty of that, Julia, then I think everyone's guilty of it, frankly. I don't think anyone would have expected. I was first aware of it on Sunday evening, that awful day when we learned of the princess's death. When I went to Kensington Palace in the evening about 9 o'clock, I was absolutely stunned by the crowds I saw there. So yes, everything is happening, you know, much faster for many more people, and the palace is trying to sort of keep up with that. But obviously it is a struggle. There are just so many people out here now, and there are clearly going to be so many more on Saturday.
Well, one of the main focuses for criticism, if you like, has been that empty flagpole behind you on Buckingham Palace. And we know the protocol reasons for that, but do you think there is a danger that protocol is coming to be a barrier between the royal family and the people?
That's certainly denied by anybody connected with the royal family. As you say, protocol demands that the Queen's royal standard doesn't fly when she's not here. And the line is that the royal family are, for the moment, at Balmoral, a safe place where they can walk, and the grief there can be absorbed, particularly by those young boys, away from the sort of ferment here in London. I expect the boys will be back here on Friday.
Nicholas Owen, thanks very much.
Concern is growing that London simply won't be able to cope with the millions of people expected to line the streets for the funeral on Saturday. Hotel bookings are filling up quickly, and extra trains and buses are being provided. Mourners are being asked to leave their cars at home. John Draper reports.
If the constant streams of people still paying their respects in London and across the country are anything to go by, the capital could see the biggest national gathering ever on Saturday. The authorities in London are making contingency plans to help get them around.
The talk is of millions. The Underground on a normal day carries well over 2 million passengers to and from work, but obviously that spreads itself over the whole network and over quite a large period of the day. We're going to get, if we're not careful, a very concentrated demand at key stations. We believe we can cope with that, but it is very difficult to know what people are going to do.
It's thought that wide sweeps of London will be brought to a complete standstill. People are being warned not to take cars and consider walking shorter parts of their journeys. Hotels are starting to run out of beds already.
London is fairly busy anyway, so I think it's going to filter out. Obviously, the central hotels will fill up first, and then start to sort of to spread out to the rest of southern London.
Thousands of extra intercity train bookings have already been made for the next few days. It was always expected that there'd be a large influx of people into the capital on Saturday for the funeral, but such has been the national and international response that a huge number of people are expected to descend on London in the days leading up to the funeral. John Draper, ITN, Central London.
It's emerged this morning that the driver of the Mercedes in which Princess Diana died didn't have a special license to drive the vehicle. Well, straight to Paris and our correspondent Robert Hall. Robert, what's the significance of this?
Well, Julia, we've been following this police investigation since we got here on Sunday. Every day, it seems, there's another twist. Today, the focus, as you say, moves back to the Ritz. Some of the drivers there are saying that Henri Paul, the man driving the Mercedes that night, did not have a license which is required for the 2,000 or so executive limousines in Paris. A license required, say the drivers, because it's heavier and faster than the average car. But it should be said, of course, that the number one driver of the Ritz, according to the Ritz, was driving one of the decoy cars that night, and that Mr. Paul had been called in from home because of the pressure of the press outside.
Well, how in general is the police investigation going?
It's still very much focused on what happened here on the crash scene late on Saturday and the early hours of Sunday morning. Did those photographers, as they claim, offer help, or did they simply take pictures? Well, police are today checking the cellular phone records of photographers who were here to see if there is a record of calls for help. They'll also be trying to, once again, establish exactly what happened in those immediate moments after the accident.
Have the photographers who were actually arrested at the time have had anything to say?
One or two of them have made very brief statements before going to ground. One of them is Jacques Lanva, who's a very well-known photographer. He was famous for his pictures of Tiananmen Square. He said, yes, he came here, he did take a handful of photographs, but he was disgusted at what his colleagues were doing. He attempted to leave, but as he was climbing up that grass behind me, the police stopped him and arrested him.
Robert Hall in Paris, thanks very much.
Well, here Buckingham Palace has introduced new measures to try to shorten the wait faced by the thousands of mourners queuing to pay tribute to the princess. It's tripled the number of books where people can write their personal messages at St James's Palace, where Diana's body lies. Overnight, people waited for up to 12 hours in a line a mile long. It's now expected that the books of condolence will be reopened for a further period after the funeral. Mark Austin reports.
Still they came with their flowers this morning, and at St James's Palace, still they queued. Seldom before can people in this country have waited so long and so patiently to express their grief. If anything, more people are coming despite the delays.
10 or 11 hours?
Are you happy to do that?
Yes,
Yeah.
certainly, most certainly. All night if need be.
Some are finding things to do in the queues, but with one person on their minds.
Nurse Diana was so charitable in her life. I thought it was sort of appropriate while I'm standing here I can make a little blanket for a baby.
She will always be in our thoughts and forever in our hearts. And that's how I see her.
Today, the number of books of condolence at the palace was increased to more than 40, and after the funeral on Saturday, it's likely the doors will open again to the public, maybe for as long as another week. And the mourning, of course, is countrywide. At cathedrals in Liverpool and Manchester, thousands of people have written their condolences since Sunday. Many come to light candles, and a national candlelit vigil on Saturday evening is proposed by classic FM broadcaster Henry Kelly after a suggestion by a listener.
Round about the time the sun goes down, I will, in our studio here, light this candle. And we're asking our listeners and everybody in the country this small gesture to do the same, in memory of a wonderful, wonderful lady.
And as the rain came in London this morning, they continued to wait, undeterred. Such is the scale of the desire of people here to record their tributes. Mark Austin, ITN.
Well, live now to St James's Palace and our correspondent there, James Mates. James, is the increase in books there making any difference to the queuing time yet?
Well, it's a bit early to tell. People do seem to be moving from the main queue over to this smaller queue behind me considerably faster than they were yesterday, but it'll be a while to see just how much that can actually bring down the queuing times. What they've actually done in the palace is not so much 43 books now, they've got 43 areas in which people can sign. They are having to give people pieces of paper which they are writing their condolences on, and those are all then going to be incorporated and bound together to make up books of condolences. It's not exactly what was wanted at the beginning, it's not what was envisaged at the beginning, but something had to be done, with the queuing time getting up to 12 hours. It's part of the improvisation, it's a constant improvisation really going on by palace officials to try and keep up with the demand, which, as Nick Owen was saying, no one anticipated.
Oh, and what are people in the queue saying about it?
Well, some grumbling of discontent last night and this morning at just how long it was taking, and obviously pleasure and relief that it's getting a bit shorter. None of it, of course, is helped by the weather. After 2 lovely days, it's been raining fitfully here all morning. It's pretty cold and windy. But, you know, people knew what the weather forecast was going to be. They had heard the reports on radio and TV of just how long the queue was, and still they're coming. The queue is as long now, although probably moving faster, it is as long now as I have seen it in these days here.
Thank you, James.
A decision is expected any moment now on whether Saturday's World Cup qualifier between Scotland and Belarus will go ahead. The Scottish FA is at the centre of a huge row for not rescheduling the match from the day of Princess Diana's funeral. The Scottish Secretary, Donald Dewar, says it's utterly inappropriate for the game to be played, a sentiment backed by the Prime Minister. Here's our Scotland correspondent Linda Kennedy.
Fury from a supporter on the steps of the Football Association. Yet the plans to play Belarus at Pittodrie Stadium still stand. It was quiet today. For many, it should remain so on Saturday. But even the team's strips have now been packed up and are on their way to the ground. Talks have been going on this morning, but the association still defends its decision.
I can assure you that the members of the International Committee and all at the SFA are very well aware of the responsibilities and the sensitivity in which this has been handled, but that is the decision of the International Committee.
Scotland manager Craig Brown left the association this morning but wouldn't talk. Intense pressure has also come from the government through Scottish Secretary Donald Dewar, but as yet with no success. Now even some of the top players have indicated they don't want to take part, amongst them Rangers' Ali McCoist and Andy Gorham.
There may be more than a minute's silence at this match. As the signs are, play itself is unlikely to be accompanied by the roar of a very large crowd. The fixture is sold out, but some supporters' clubs have indicated they'll boycott it. Even for football fans, this a match they don't want to see. Linda Kennedy, ITN, at the Scottish Football Association in Glasgow.
Now the day's other news. It's widely expected that her sons William and Harry will lead the procession to Westminster Abbey. And in an effort to prevent the anticipated crush to see the cortege, 2 huge television screens will be set up in Hyde Park. And it's been announced that the number of books of condolence at St James's Palace have been tripled to try to shorten the wait faced by thousands of mourners queuing to pay their tributes.
And that's all from Dermot and me. John Souchet will be here with the early evening news at 5:40.
And we'll be back again at 12:30 tomorrow. Until then, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Here on HTV.
Good afternoon. Buckingham Palace has announced that Prince William and Prince Harry, supported by the Prince of Wales, will fly back to London from Balmoral on Friday and go to the Chapel Royal at St James's Palace, where their mother's coffin is lying. And also this afternoon, Buckingham Palace has issued a statement. It says all the royal family, especially the Prince of Wales, Prince William and Prince Harry, are taking strength from the overwhelming support of the public, who are sharing their tremendous sense of loss and grief. They are deeply touched and enormously grateful.
For hour upon hour, people are queuing outside St James's Palace, compelled by a need to record their feelings for Diana in a book of condolence. This extraordinary display of affection will greet Prince Charles and his sons when they arrive at the palace on Friday. Inside, more than 40 tables are now filled with people recording their personal tributes to the princess. The scene is repeated across the country, cathedrals and churches filled by a mourning nation. On Saturday, as many as 2 million people could be lining the funeral procession. It's expected Diana's 2 sons, the Princes William and Harry, seen here at Balmoral recently, will lead the procession.
The route itself stretches from the Princess's resting place at St James, down the Mall to Horse Guards Parade, then along to the site of the funeral service at Westminster Abbey. Once inside the Abbey, the service is expected to last about an hour. Along the route from St James, the crowd lining the streets could be 100 deep, meaning few will get even a glimpse of the procession. Huge video screens will be set up in Hyde Park to help ease congestion. As the crash investigation continues, meanwhile, claims the driver didn't possess a valid licence have been rejected. Chris Roberts, ITN.
The huge operation to get more than 1 million people to London from all over the country and to ensure their safety is now in full swing. The funeral is expected to be the biggest national gathering ever.
It's thought that wide sweeps of London will be brought to a complete standstill. People are being warned not to take cars and consider walking shorter parts of their journeys. Hotels are starting to run out of beds already.
London is fairly busy anyway, so I think it's going to filter out. Obviously the central hotels will fill up first, and then start to sort of to spread out to the rest of southern London.
Thousands of extra intercity train bookings have already been made for the next few days.
Such has been the national...
Well, I'm sorry, we obviously came out of that report rather early. A decision is expected at any moment over whether Saturday's World Cup qualifier between Scotland and Belarus will go ahead. Pressure on the Scottish Football Association for it to be postponed is growing by the hour, and this afternoon some Scotland players threatened not to play in the match if it went ahead. The NSPCC Children's Charity has published a booklet alerting parents about ways of protecting their children from violence on television. It's backed by the broadcasting authorities and asks parents to remember that their attitude towards violence will directly affect their child's. It also recommends teaching children that violence is unacceptable. The Sinn Féin President Gerry Adams is beginning a 5-day visit to the United States to meet high-ranking members of the Clinton administration. He arrived in Washington in the run-up to this month's all-party talks at Stormont, declaring that Northern Ireland now has the best opportunity for peace this century. On the early evening news, we'll have the very latest on Buckingham Palace's arrangements for Saturday's funeral and the decision of the Scottish FA, which we're still waiting. That and the day's other news. Join John Suchet at 5:40.
Wales. This morning they joined together in prayer in Bristol.
Despite the heavy rain, hundreds turned out for the special service at St Mary Redcliffe in Bristol to remember Princess Diana. They heard the vicar Tony Watmoe pay tribute to the qualities that had won her such affection.
She looked at the untouchables and touched them. She looked at the poor and rejected and embraced them. She showed us how to look, how to touch, in her own words, how to hug.
She was just a lovely person, a star that stopped shining.
I think she wasn't appreciated, but I think she's happy where she is now, and she's safe in God's hands.
We'll all miss her. I've got children of my own, and I hope they look after those boys.
Many more services like this are planned across the region in the next couple of days, giving ordinary people the chance to say their own personal farewell to the Princess. Richard Wright, HTV News, St Mary Redcliffe in Bristol.
Major redevelopment.
And Supermare found their Florida home taken over. Join us at 6:30.
From the studios of ITN, the early evening news with John Suchet.
Good evening. Buckingham Palace bowed to pressure again today over Princess Diana's funeral and extended the route so that more people can see the procession. It'll mean that the body of the princess will go home to Kensington Palace one last time. And it is from there, not her husband's official London residence, that the funeral procession will begin. In effect, the route is now doubled and will also go along Kensington Gore, past the Albert Hall and Buckingham Palace. Tim Hewitt reports.
The last-minute decision to start the funeral procession from Kensington Palace follows mounting concern about the number of people who will line the route. The Prime Minister emerged into Downing Street to explain the reasons.
Well, I think it's important that there is a longer route, just so that we have as I say, as many people able to participate and share and feel part of what is going to be a huge event and commemoration, not just for us here in Britain, but for people throughout the world.
At Westminster Abbey, they were preparing for a funeral it's now predicted will draw at least 2 million people to central London. The role of Diana's sons, Princes William and Harry, and their position in the procession will not be decided until Saturday morning. It's been made clear their wishes will be respected. On Friday, their father will bring them to London to pay their respects at their mother's resting place. That night, the royal train will bring the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the Queen Mother back from Balmoral. And Diana's mother, Frances Shand Kidd, has left her home in Scotland to fly to London. The singer Elton John was comforted by Diana at the recent funeral of designer Gianni Versace. He may now sing at Westminster Abbey on Saturday. In Hyde Park, 2 giant 33-foot screens will show live television coverage of the service for those unable to reach the route of the cortege. After the first part of its journey from Kensington, Diana's coffin will be taken out onto the Mall. From there to Horse Guards Road, along Horse Guards Parade, down Whitehall, past Parliament Square and into Westminster Abbey. Once inside the Abbey, the service is expected to take about 1 hour. The procession will return along the same route out of London, past the television screens on the Park Lane side of Hyde Park, to begin its journey north from Marble Arch to the start of the M1. It'll continue on the motorway through Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire and Buckinghamshire. At junction 15A, it'll exit for Northamptonshire, following main roads to Althorpe. The M1 will be closed section by section as the cortege passes by. There won't just be crowds along this part of the route. People will turn out in unprecedented numbers from the palaces of London to the villages of Northamptonshire. It will make Saturday's funeral a unique event in the nation's history. Tim Ewart, ITN, in the Mall.
To our political editor now at Downing Street. Michael, what's behind this build-up to the change of route?
There are daily, indeed almost hourly meetings going on with representatives of the Palace, the family and Downing Street. At this morning's meeting, the Palace came up first with the suggestion that the route would simply have to be extended. They are very, very worried indeed about the possibility of hundreds of thousands of people trying to cram into the area just over in this direction here around the Mall and Whitehall. And it was felt imperative that there had to be a longer route.
Now, I understand there's been some confusion about which politicians will attend the funeral.
The slight problem is that, again, everybody is responding to events, but one of the clear things was that politicians wouldn't be there as of right as politicians. And indeed, only 2 members of the Cabinet, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, will be there as of right, ex officio, as it were. Robin Cook is going because of a personal invitation, his work with landmines. Now, as a result of that, Downing Street originally said that it meant, for example, that ex-premiers wouldn't be automatically going. Well, that turned out not in effect to be right, because Lady Thatcher and Lord Callaghan and others have received personal invitations. So Lady Thatcher, for example, is going to be present.
Thank you, Michael. Next, on the early evening news, why Charles and the royal family needed to stay at Balmoral. Scotland's stars refused to play on the day of the funeral. And the homage and the mourning go on and on and on. Prince Charles's spokeswoman said this afternoon that the royal family were taking strength from the support of the public. The prince and the family, she said, needed to be together at Balmoral.
In the rain today, the steady, patient queue to sign condolence books at St James's Palace. Across the road at Buckingham Palace, conspicuous by its absence, no flag flies at half-mast. That's because the Queen is still away at Balmoral. Some are very critical. The Sun newspaper this morning called for the House of Windsor to show it has a heart. In America, even harder words.
Growing public talk about the royal family's stony official silence on the death of a princess.
This afternoon, after such views were expressed, Prince Charles's most senior spokeswoman talked to ITN on behalf of the royal family.
Can I just say that all the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales and Prince Harry and Prince William, have been taking strength from this overwhelming public support. The public are sharing their tremendous sense of loss and grief, and they are deeply touched and enormously grateful.
There is some suggestion that protocol is somehow getting in the way a bit. For example, there is no flag flying over Buckingham Palace. Could it not have been arranged that members of the royal family returned to London earlier, at least some of them?
All I can say is that at a time when you lose a member of the family, I think you want to be at home with the family, and that's where the royal family are at the moment, at home in Balmoral with each other.
Miss Henney then explained why today's statement had been issued.
I think it's a very private thing, grief, and I hope that with what we said immediately after the accident and what we're saying now, we'll actually explain to the public that, you know, they too are sharing their grief.
And that grief continues to show itself in the thousands upon thousands streaming to the royal palaces in London. Nicholas Owen, ITN, St James's Palace.
And Nicholas Owen is with me in the studio now. Well, Nick, it does seem that Buckingham Palace is changing its mind about practically everything.
Well, yes, indeed, just to re-emphasise that the funeral procession will now begin from the princess's home at Kensington Palace, and that does extend the route considerably. Well, we were told originally that it was partly because there were many disabled people taking part from the charities the princess supported, so that made changing the route impossible. Now it's been changed. The flowers that we saw earlier on, well, the fact about that is that when they were laid out there, at first the police were going to move some inside the gates, and then the public said quite clearly, we don't want those flowers moved, so they stayed where they were. The condolence books at St James's Palace, only a few, now so many more. You know, yes, indeed, events are moving fast and pressure coming from the public, and they're having to bow to it.
Will the princes march behind the coffin?
Well, I think that the princes, that's to say William and Harry and their father, would definitely like to do so. That's come through very clearly. But the police are very concerned about security. I am now told the latest situation is that a decision will be made on the day by the Prince of Wales and the boys themselves. The decision to be made on the day.
Thank you, Nick. 3 key members of the Scotland football team are boycotting the international against Belarus, still due to be played on Saturday. One of them, Ali McCoist, said tears had been shed from the bottom corner of England to the top of Scotland, and it was only proper to stop the match. Our Scotland correspondent, Linda Kennedy, reports.
From a top player, a strike against the Football Association. Ali McCoist, seen here in Euro 96, won't play Belarus.
I just feel myself, I couldn't do the team or the fans justice, and that's the most important thing, and I know it to them, to be honest with them, and say I couldn't play or have been involved.
Now Gordon Jury has pulled out with Andy Gorham.
If they do play on a Saturday, it's going to be interesting to see how many people come out and watch again.
And the manager knows other players are reluctant.
With the weight of public opinion against the kick-off at 3 o'clock on Saturday, quite clearly it will be difficult.
Protests at the association, but the position stands.
The Scottish Football Association International Committee arrived at that decision after 2.5 days of full consultation with HM government.
But the Scottish Secretary with the Prime Minister's backing said he'd told the association the match was inappropriate. And this, the type of pressure the association has been trying to resist all day. Scotland's most popular newspaper leading the way in merciless condemnation. Even poignant persuasion from a Diana fan has failed. Linda Kennedy, ITN, Glasgow.
The princess's mother, Frances Shand Kidd, spoke publicly today for the first time since her daughter's death. As she left for London, she said, "I thank God for the gift of Diana and for all her loving and giving. I give her back to him with my love, pride and admiration to rest in peace." And again today, the national outpouring of grief has continued unabated. Mark Austin reports.
For a nation in mourning, the flowers outside Kensington Palace, the former home of the Princess of Wales, say it all. It's become a shrine overwhelmed and overwhelming for many of those who come to pay their respects. And at St James's Palace, still they queued. Seldom before can people in this country have waited so long and so patiently to put their sadness into words. It is an extraordinary act of public grieving, and they come in their thousands despite the delays.
10 or 11 hours?
Are you happy to do that?
Yeah, certainly, most certainly. All night if need be.
Okay.
Some are finding things to do as they wait, but with one person on their minds.
Nurse Diana was so charitable in her life. I thought it was sort of appropriate while I'm standing here, I can make a little blanket for a baby.
She will always be in our thoughts and forever in our hearts. And that's how I see her.
Such is the scale of the desire of people to record their tributes that today the palace provided 30 more places for mourners to do so. Tonight it appeared the waiting time was shortening. While London's palaces remain a focus of the nation's mourning, people are expressing their grief right across the country. And it's all testimony to how a young woman born into privilege won the affection of almost the entire nation.
We say farewell to Diana.
A remembrance service today at Sheffield Cathedral.
For we must now give back to God what he lent us for too short a time. It is very hard to do.
The service was packed to overflowing. And in Manchester Cathedral, more than 5,000 people have come since Sunday to write in condolence books and to bring candles. The princess, said one woman, was a light in a sea of despair. Mark Austin, ITN.
In Paris, the investigation into the car crash is again focusing on the driver who also died. It's now believed he was more drunk than originally thought and may not have been qualified to drive the Ritz limousine. Robert Hall reports from Paris.
In the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, they have heaped their flowers above the crash scene. Still a focus for this city's mourning and for the police investigation, now spreading throughout Paris. Detectives have been looking further into the conduct of Ritz security man Henri Paul. It emerged today that he may have been driving without the special police license required here for powerful executive limousines, and that his blood alcohol level may have been even higher than at first thought. Eyewitness accounts suggest the Mercedes he was driving had jumped this red light minutes before the fatal accident. Monsieur Paul will be buried here in Brittany on Saturday. Friends claimed he would never have driven whilst drunk. The family lawyer has called for further independent blood tests to clear his name.
Family does not believe that he was drunk. Does not believe.
One vital witness, survivor Trevor Rees-Jones, has received further visits from his family. He's conscious but too badly hurt to tell his story. Late this afternoon, a further development. I understand police are now hunting a number of other photographers who left the crash scene minutes before emergency services arrived. They hope to make another arrest later today. Robert Hall, ITN, Paris.
Every day since the tragedy, people have been recalling their own special memories of the princess. Just last week, Jamie Lloyd, a young leukemia sufferer, received a handwritten invitation from Diana to tea at Kensington Palace. She spoke to Tim Rogers.
Flowers from a princess to a little girl who touched her heart. For 7-year-old Jamie Lloyd, it was a gift that will change her life.
I hope that you and your family will be able to come and see me very soon. But until then, lots of love from Diana.
Jamie suffers from leukemia, and her mother wrote to Princess Diana to tell her about Latch, the Welsh-based charity that's helping them, receiving a phone call from Diana's office the very next day.
To give such an immediate response when she was obviously so much in the public eye at that particular time was incredible.
Wow. Now they will never meet, but the kind princess will always be remembered.
There's an angel. I'm sure she'll make a lovely one.
Tim Rogers, ITN, Swansea.
On News at 10 with Trevor MacDonald, more details on the main news. The changes to Diana's funeral route. It has been doubled to cope with the huge crowds. Until 5:40 tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Six o'clock news with Anna Ford and Diana Medill.
The royal family answers growing public concern over Saturday's funeral arrangements. Buckingham Palace announces a longer route for the cortege. It will now leave from Kensington Palace. Prince Charles' press secretary tells the BBC how the royal family is coping with the tragedy. She says they're extremely grateful to the British people. Princes William and Harry will fly down to London with their father on Friday and go to St James's Palace to pay their respects to their mother. Meanwhile, the Scottish Football Association still insists the World Cup match on Saturday will go ahead, although some players are refusing to play. Good evening. Buckingham Palace has announced it's changing the plans for the Princess of Wales funeral procession to accommodate the hundreds of thousands of mourners expected to attend. There had been criticism that the original route was too short and that people would not be able to see and pay their respects properly. The procession will now leave from Kensington Palace rather than St James's Palace, where the coffin has lain since Sunday night, making the route almost 4 times as long as before. Prince Charles' press secretary has given an interview to the BBC saying that the royal family is drawing strength from the overwhelming support of the public who are sharing their tremendous sense of loss and grief. The Prince himself, accompanied by Prince William and Prince Harry, will return to London on Friday.
At St James's Palace this afternoon, Sandy Henney, a senior member of the Prince of Wales's staff, spoke to the BBC publicly for the first time to thank the British people for their immense support since the tragedy.
All the royal family, especially the Prince of Wales and Prince William and Prince Harry, are taking strength from this overwhelming public support that they are sharing in their sense of loss and grief, and they are deeply touched and enormously grateful.
There has been some criticism in some quarters that they perhaps should have said more sooner. How do you respond to that?
And of course, immediately after the accident, we were expressing their distress and the grief at the news of the accident.
Just yards away, outside the Chapel Royal, where Diana's coffin now lies at rest in private, more flowers are building up, adding to the ocean of bouquets now sweeping Britain. The Prince and his sons have made their contribution with these flowers delivered to Great Ormond Street Hospital in London, just one of the causes with which his former wife was long associated. Elsewhere, the outpouring of emotion just grows by the day. Outside St James's Palace, thousands more queued through the night, many for as long as 12 hours, to sign the books of condolence, now increased from 16 to 43 to cope. Around 600 people an hour are signing. At that rate, up to 30,000 will have done so by tomorrow. And among the queues, there are thousands of individual stories. Jan Turner's disabled son Aidan met Diana twice through his treatment at Great Ormond Street Hospital. He was leaving her one of his favourite bears. It had been with him throughout his time in hospital.
I would love for her memory, her courage, her beliefs, and all that she lived for, to live in us, and for her work to go on, even though she can no longer be here.
The police are advising anyone who wants to queue to be properly equipped.
Please come prepared for a long wait, bring some refreshments and bring some warm clothing, and be prepared for a long wait and for some chilly and perhaps showery weather, and perhaps consider whether bringing young children for such a long wait is actually sensible.
To enable as many people as possible to see Diana's coffin, Buckingham Palace this evening announced a change to the processional route, which will make it 4 times longer. The new route will start at Kensington Palace, the Princess's official residence. The coffin, carried on a gun carriage, will travel past the Albert Hall. It'll then enter Hyde Park, where hundreds of thousands of mourners are expected to pay their last respects. Leaving the park, the cortege will pass Buckingham Palace and join the original route on the Mall, ending at Westminster Abbey. After the funeral, the Princess's coffin will be taken by road, the cortege travelling slowly up Constitution Hill, through northwest London and on up the M1 to her final resting place at the Spencer Family Chapel in Northamptonshire. The Prime Minister has welcomed the new route.
Well, I think this is entirely right, and I'm pleased that that's happened. All our energies are now directed towards trying to make this as tremendous a commemoration of Princess Diana as possible, to make sure that we involve as many people as possible.
In a statement, Buckingham Palace said that Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry will be flying back to London from Balmoral on Friday. The young princes, supported by their father, will then visit the Chapel Royal to pay their respects at their mother's coffin. The Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh and the Queen Mother will also be returning overnight on Friday on the royal train. Central London is now preparing for an influx of an estimated 2 million people. Here in Parliament Square, special turf is being laid after recent work on the Jubilee Line underground extension. 2 huge video screens will also be erected in Hyde Park. It's hoped that by announcing the route of the cortege after the funeral, crowd control pressure will be relieved as people watch it outside the immediate processional area. The voluntary services too are gearing up to give their support on a day that'll test all the authorities.
We are fielding over 1,000 personnel, manning some 18 first aid stations throughout the route.
Today, Diana's mother, Frances Shant Kidd, paid this tribute to her daughter. I thank God for the gift of Diana and for all her loving and giving. I give her back to him with my love, pride and admiration to rest in peace. At Sheffield Cathedral this morning, large crowds of mourners gathered to pay their respects at a special memorial service for Diana. There'll be many more like it across the country before Saturday. Clarence Mitchell, BBC News, Buckingham Palace.
Pressure has been growing all day on the Scottish Football Association to postpone Saturday's international against Belarus as a mark of respect for Diana, Princess of Wales. The Scottish Secretary, Donald Dewar, is holding talks with the head of the SFA. The Prime Minister has also called for a postponement, and 3 Scotland players have said they'll pull out if the match goes ahead on Saturday.
At the headquarters of Scottish football, yet another demonstration of public feeling, and hostility to the idea of a national soccer game on Saturday was widely shared in Aberdeen, the city that will host the coming match.
It's just sick. No way this match should be on. It's just disgraceful. I mean, to me it seems, shows no respect at all.
All day, the Scottish Secretary, backed up by a statement from the Prime Minister, has been pressing the football authorities to think again, unable to understand the Scottish FA's resistance to rescheduling the fixture.
It's a matter of what is appropriate. It's a matter of public feeling. It's a day of intense grieving, and I think it would be better to rearrange the game.
We're in a World Cup group, which is very tight. And when I've mentioned in the statement on behalf of the International Committee international pressures, you'll understand that we have to take account of the views of our group opponents.
This was the last time Scotland played Belarus in June. With fans threatening to stay away next time, 3 players took the same view. The striker, Ali McCoist, for one, wasn't playing on Saturday.
I've spoken to Craig this morning, and I've said to him that from a purely personal point of view, that I don't think I could have been focused 100% on the match on Saturday.
Then there was more pressure for a rethink as the word came through that Belarus was happy to play on another day as a mark of respect.
Well, Belarus is ready to reschedule that match, and well, unfortunately there had not been any specific proposals from the Scottish Football Association, and the Belarusian Football Association is ready to discuss any of their proposals.
The Scotland team has been training, and this evening there's continuing speculation that Saturday's match may yet be rescheduled. This controversy has intruded into the country's period of mourning, and it may take some time for the football authorities in Scotland to repair their reputation. John Pienaar, BBC News, Glasgow.
The Sinn Féin President, Gerry Adams, is to meet President Clinton's National Security Advisor later today. Mr. Adams is visiting the United States for the first time since the IRA restored its ceasefire. As he arrived in Washington, the United States government called on the Ulster Unionists to join this month's multi-party talks on the future of Northern Ireland.
Whilst IRA violence continued, Gerry Adams knew he wouldn't be allowed back into the United States. Now, with the new ceasefire in place, he's received a warm welcome from his traditional Irish-American backers and is looking to rebuild bridges with the Clinton administration. His message in America is that he's prepared to talk and his opponents should do likewise.
We want the Unionists there. Before Sinn Féin's entry into talks was secured, we were threatened that the train was going to leave the station, and if we weren't there, it was going to go on without us. We don't want that to happen to the Unionists. We will say to them, the door is open, your seat is here, come and join us. If you can't do it on the 15th of September, do it as quickly as possible.
The Sinn Féin leader's comments were echoed by the US State Department, which said it was in the Unionists' own interests to be fully represented at the talks table. The Ulster Unionist leader has been in touch with the White House directly.
I found that people listened sympathetically when made aware, as they had not hitherto been aware, of some of the difficulties we see in the present situation. So I wouldn't regard the State Department comment as other than a routine expression of hope.
With the Northern Ireland negotiations only days away, the pressure is on from America for all sides to talk. The US government was dismayed by the breakdown of the last IRA ceasefire and doesn't want to see this chance for peace slip away. Mark Devonport, BBC News, Washington.
CFCs, the chemicals used in refrigeration, were banned in Europe 2 years ago because of the damage they cause the ozone layer. But new evidence uncovered by the Pressure Group, the Environmental Investigation Agency, shows they're being traded illegally across the continent. The agency says the law should be tightened up to prevent this trade. The agency set up a dummy company and was shocked to find it was inundated with offers of illegal CFCs within days. It could even buy them through the internet, smuggled in from China, India and Russia.
We found that small companies, usually just one person with a phone and a fax in a small room, act as middlemen. They buy these CFCs in developing countries like China at very low prices and resell them with great markups into the European Union countries.
The agency sent its findings to customs officers from America, Britain and Germany who are working with the European Union's anti-fraud unit to stop illegal imports used in second-hand fridges and air conditioners. Only last month the unit broke a smuggling ring.
It was found out that the German importer had illegally imported via the Dutch authorities in Rotterdam and directly into Germany around 1,000 tons of CFC. Wrongly declared as a non-harmful, innocent chemical product for cooling purposes.
In terms of the countries involved, you have to treat the European Union as a single entity here. Once material enters the EU, it's available for free circulation within the single market.
High above Antarctica, CFCs and other man-made chemicals have damaged the ozone layer, which protects us from the sun. More ultraviolet radiation is reaching the Earth, causing more skin cancer. New fridges now use expensive alternatives to CFCs. In Europe, CFC production's been officially phased out, as is their sale, except in special circumstances. There are international agreements to phase out CFCs. The chemicals were in most cases banned in Europe 2 years ago, but developing countries like China have another 10 years in which to find alternatives, and in the meantime are still producing them in their countries legally. Margaret Gilmore, BBC News, Middlesex.
Back now to our main story. The Spencer family have sent a representative to Paris to monitor the investigation into the car crash that killed Diana, Princess of Wales. But a spokeswoman made it clear that there was no current intention of taking legal action. The aim was to ensure the family received first-hand information.
Just above the tunnel where the crash took place, tributes to Princess Diana are still arriving. The grief at her death seems universal here, but at the same time there's growing division about who was to blame.
There was certainly a lot of circumstances that you could either go either one way or the other, whether it was the drunk driver or whether it was the photographers that were pursuing it.
Who do you blame?
The paparazzi.
The evidence has become increasingly confused on almost every point. How closely the paparazzi pursued the limousine, how fast it was going, how fit the driver was to be at the wheel, not just because he was drunk. Henri Paul, seen here greeting Dodi Al-Fayed and Princess Diana last Saturday, is the subject of new allegations now. That he wasn't an Air Force captain, as he'd claimed, and that, according to one former colleague at the Ritz, he didn't have the special permit needed to drive limousines, a claim denied by the Al-Fayeds.
The hire company which provided this limousine has a statutory right to provide cars with or without drivers to third parties. That's what happened. Monsieur Paul had a standard driving license which was sufficient to the purpose for driving that car with passengers on that evening.
For picture agents like Goksin Sipahulu, who employs one of the photographers facing manslaughter charges, the fault lies with the driver.
When the accident happened, there were no motorcycle. It was untrue what some English newspaper they wrote, saying that the motorcycle was zigzagging. You heard that the driver was drunk.
Crucial to the investigation now is the sole survivor, the bodyguard, Trevor Rhys-Jones, last filmed on Saturday, the morning of the crash, as he left Sardinia for Paris. As his family visited him in hospital here today, it emerged that he has injuries to his brain and jaw. It may be weeks before he can be interviewed. So as the tributes continue to pour in, Paris is now consumed with accusation and counter-accusation. The photographers say they're simply being made scapegoats at a time of public grief, while most others say that regardless of the condition of the driver, the accident would never have happened if the paparazzi hadn't been in pursuit in the first place. David Truckman, BBC News, in Paris.
And the time is 6:16, and later in the programme, the victims of domestic violence still abused even after seeking refuge.
Butlins comes of age, a multi-million-pound makeover for the traditional holiday camps.
And it should have been the happiest day of their lives, but couples marrying on Saturday now face a dilemma.
A charity which helps victims of domestic violence is demanding legislation to prevent access between aggressive partners and their families unless there are proper safeguards. A survey by the Women's Aid Federation found that many women and children seeking shelter in refuges contended to be abused or threatened.
At least 150,000 women and children escape from domestic violence every year by going to shelters. Anne remembers the day she walked out on her husband, a battered wife and 2 physically abused children. But the problem started when she was told to make contact with her ex-partner to arrange access visits for her 12-year-old girl and 9-year-old boy.
She advised me to meet him in a public place somewhere, which I did, which was alongside a busy main road. But even then, on 2 occasions, once he did use violence on me, and he did threaten violence as well. He also threatened my children. We were in a refuge, which was a safe place, but it wasn't safe to have contact with him.
According to a survey by Women's Aid, who run more than 200 refuges across England, the survivors and victims of domestic violence are still being threatened and abused because they're being forced into joint meetings with ex-violent partners to discuss access rights to children. The charity says it's partly the fault of some court welfare officers who don't fully consider the history of the relationship.
We feel that the government can take the lead by fulfilling its commitment to promoting the safety of victims of domestic violence, by encouraging all court professionals, the judges, the magistrates, the solicitors, everyone involved in this whole process, to investigate whether or not domestic violence is a feature of child contact cases and to take that into account.
Women's groups believe legislation already exists in the form of the Children Act to protect families. They say the law needs to be used more effectively. The probation service say they don't push people into meetings with violent partners, but they accept problems must be investigated.
One case of abuse under visiting arrangements is one case too many. And family court welfare officers are trained to be sensitive to abuse and violence in these circumstances. However, what we would like to see, in order to prevent even that one case happening, is more supervised contact centres. Some already do exist in parts of the country, but not nearly enough. And if that could be expanded, that would certainly help this situation.
For Anne, life is getting back to normal, but she still dreads any contact with her former violent partner. Stephen Cape, BBC News in the West Country.
At least 60 people have died in a plane crash in Cambodia. The Vietnam Airlines plane crashed as it was approaching the international airport at the Cambodian capital Phnom Penh. It's thought that a young child was the only survivor. The wreckage was strewn over paddy fields half a mile from the airport. Witnesses said that the plane appeared to be trying to abort its landing when it plunged from the sky in driving rain.
Israeli and Palestinian teams have been sent to Washington ahead of next week's visit to the Middle East by the US Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. But Israel says that there will be no progress towards peace until the Palestinians do more to round up suspected terrorists. One of Israel's main weapons against suspects is internment, detaining suspects for an unlimited period of time without charge, a tactic, however, condemned by human rights groups.
Omar Nakhleh only got out of jail because he's going to donate a kidney to his 7-year-old son Mohammed. For 18 months he was detained without trial and without a chance to see the evidence against him. Israel says Mr. Nakhleh is a member of Islamic Jihad, a potential terrorist. He denies that and says he was imprisoned without trial because the Israeli army knew their case wouldn't stand up in court. They're like Nazis, he said. Israel says it doesn't like interning people like Omar Nakhleh without trial, but insists there's no other choice.
We're faced with a very real threat of terror. And when a society is faced with a real threat, it has to use every reasonable and legitimate means available to it in order to counter that threat.
The Israeli army can detain suspects for unlimited periods for security reasons. Around 380 Palestinians picked up in dawn raids like this are held in administrative detention at the moment. Appeals are possible, but defense lawyers are not shown evidence that the army believes could compromise its intelligence sources.
The inability of the judicial system to bring evidence in court or to be able to assemble evidence that will be acceptable in court cannot be an excuse for holding people for months and years without trial. The whole point of the judicial system is every person gets their day in court.
Mohammed Nakhleh will now be able to have his kidney transplant. Israel says releasing his father to make the donation is a risk it will take to save the life of a 7-year-old. Human rights campaigners say no sort of risk is involved because Mohammed's father and all the others should never have been locked up without trial in the first place.
This is a very sensitive issue for the Israeli army. It realizes it makes it an easy target for human rights groups. But detention without trial has become a tried and trusted weapon, so it will remain. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Butlins holiday camps are to say goodbye to their hidey-high image with a multi-million-pound facelift. The company is spending £139 million on revitalising 3 seaside centres and turning 2 others into holiday parks.
If the good Lord blessed you with knobbly knees and the ability to walk in a daft way, there was no better place to spend your summer holiday. 100 million people have stayed at Butlins since the first camp opened at Skegness in 1936. But for some strange reason, this sort of holiday no longer holds the same appeal. Butlins has, of course, progressed and 2 million people are still booking in each year.
I think the Butlins are okay, you know. I just want the weather. And if we get the weather, Butlins is fine for me.
The facilities are very good and very up-to-date, but the accommodation's a bit shabby at times.
And Butlins is losing business. Today's investment is an attempt to win back the customers who've abandoned the British weather and the holiday camp image that's become the butt of so many jokes.
Oh, it's chucking it down. I'm just in a wine ballroom and they're packed in there like sardines. It's full of hot campers in wet mats with steam pouring off them. And they're as miserable as sin.
In the virtual world of computer graphics, the Butlins of the 21st century will be protected from the rain and focus on the future rather than the past.
We need to revitalise the Butlins centres, and we will be doing that. The main feature of these centres will be the new Skyline Pavilion, which will allow us to give the public holidays all the year round, protected from the weather elements.
Butlins wants to become more like centre parks, which attract affluent families for short breaks to inland locations, and which boasts an incredible 92% occupancy all year round. When Butlins opened, virtually no one went abroad on holiday. This year, 14 million will. Butlins acknowledges it's going to have to offer more to keep some of those families in Britain. Peter Morgan, BBC News.
Britain's new #1 tennis player, Greg Rosetsky, has a chance to reach the semi-finals of the US Open later today and become the first Briton to get that far in the tournament for 36 years. Rosetsky, who recently overtook Tim Henman in the tennis world rankings, faces the former Wimbledon champion from the Netherlands, Richard Krajicek, in today's quarter-final.
The funeral on Saturday of Diana, Princess of Wales, means that thousands of couples who have their weddings planned for that day have some difficult decisions to make. The Church of England has suggested that bells should be muffled if they're rung at all, and one insurance company has said it will pay out to clients who cancel weddings because of the solemnity of the day. Our religious affairs correspondent Alex Kirby reports.
St James's Palace this morning, and the ocean of tribute laps steadily up the walls. By Saturday, this convulsion of grief will have plunged the country too deep in mourning to think about much else. So for people due to marry on Saturday, like James Anoom and Nawa Sabulwa, there'll be very mixed emotions.
I was a bit worried, because I thought, well, I wished my wedding wasn't on that day, but at the same time I thought because everything was arranged and we couldn't really come up to cancel everything, the reception place, the cards, everything was arranged, so we thought, well, we should just go ahead with the wedding, really.
For the minister who'll marry James and Nawa, practical details aren't everything.
I asked myself, what would Princess Diana have said if we could have asked her? She'd have said, get on with it, do it. If you want to celebrate my life, then get these people married and get them started on this new chapter of their lives.
At least 5,000 weddings take place on a September Saturday. One insurance company says it'll meet claims from couples who want to postpone their weddings. The Birmingham diocese has told all its priests that some couples due to marry on the day have been asking how they might include remembrance of the princess's funeral in their wedding service.
We suggest to you and the clergy conducting your marriage service that there should be a moment of silence, perhaps a spoken prayer to which you can say Amen, expressing the grief that people feel, but it must be a joyful occasion.
A wedding is a new start, an affirmation of life, whatever uncertainties lie ahead. In a Christian marriage service, the couple pledged themselves to one another till death us do part. At Saturday's funeral, the ancient Christian message will be very clear, that death is a temporary parting, and that for the dead and for the living, life and love do go on. Alex Kirby, BBC News, at Wesley's Chapel in the City of London.
At St James's Palace in London, there are still lengthy queues to sign the many books of condolence, despite the weather turning grey and drizzly. Everyone who goes there comments on the remarkable atmosphere as young and old from every corner of the nation gather and wait in quiet contemplation. To try to capture that mood, we sent a camera to spend the day recording the people's tribute in their own words.
People are quiet and they're talking. There is some anger at what had happened. She had the common touch. She was able to reach the ordinary people. She wasn't distant.
I'm Stephanie. I'm from Harwich in Essex, and we basically came up here to pay our respects, obviously. I mean, it's a terrible thing.
I'm Eileen Tyra, and I've come from Harwich in Essex to really pay my respects to a very well-loved by the people, compassionate and extremely caring person. And just everybody's just in a state of shock. We wished we could all wake up and it would be a dream.
We've been watching it on the television and we just thought that we'd like to come up and lay some flowers. But we didn't think we'd get so upset, did we? It's very emotional, and you watch it on television, but you can't believe the flowers and the people, and the smell of the flowers is beautiful, isn't it?
She just helps so many people, so you just want to come and show that you're thankful for it.
This morning I travelled from Swindon in Wiltshire. I also came here yesterday, but the queue was so long I was unable to stop here, you know. So I returned home and I've come today because I would not miss this sad but heartening occasion. What you see today is an expression of national unity. We love Princess Diana with a love that goes beyond the present time. And it is my privilege to be here today, and I shall never ever forget it.
It took us about 5 hours, more or less, to actually get inside to sign, and when you go in there it's very quiet, very quiet. This has actually helped us, the people.
When you got inside it was quiet and peaceful, and you felt an overwhelming sense of love.
Public tributes today to the Princess of Wales. And the main news again tonight. Buckingham Palace has announced a new, longer route for Saturday's funeral procession. A spokeswoman for Prince Charles says the royal family is taking strength from the overwhelming support of the public. They're said to be deeply touched and enormously grateful. Prince William and Prince Harry had returned to London with their father on Friday to allow them to pay their respects to their mother. And the Scottish Football Association says it may have a solution to the row over its plans to play a World Cup match on Saturday. The next national news is at 9 o'clock.
From the 6 o'clock team, good evening.
Good evening.
With your points of view.
Hello. A lot of people, I'm sure, have surprised themselves how much they cared for the Princess of Wales.
It's no surprise that by far the biggest response from viewers this week has been to the events of last weekend.
I feel as if I have lost a friend that I had yet to meet, and mourn the fact that I shall never know the woman who brought to so many hope and joy.
Television news stretched its considerable powers to the limit on Sunday. Overwhelmingly, the reaction to that was good.
I would like to pay tribute to the newscasters on the BBC who not only gave the public the news that they wished to know, but did so in such a genuine and dignified fashion.
Not everyone agreed.
But was it really necessary to have it on both BBC One and BBC Two, and to go on all day and through the night?
But many people contacted the BBC with their thoughts, poems and prayers, not to comment about the programmes, but because it was a place to lodge their deep feelings of grief. A national forum almost. We even had messages from abroad.
I want to express my deepest sympathy to the royal family, to William and Harry, and to all of the UK at the death of so gracious a woman. What a tragic loss to us all.
It's an event that's clearly left the whole world with a sense of personal loss. Well, there were also plenty of comments on the rest of the week's television. Stephen Hawkins' coverage.
I had the honor of hosting her a few months ago when she visited our country. And I was tremendously impressed by her. She was undoubtedly one of the best ambassadors of Great Britain.
Altogether, the Princess characterised our time. People were laying flowers outside her house today, not because everything she did was wise, but because it was all done from the heart. She was unforgettable, irreplaceable.
I lead from the heart, not the head. And albeit that's got me into trouble in my work, I understand that. But someone's got to go out there and love people and show it.
Good evening, this is HTV.
From ITN, News at 10 with Trevor McDonald.
Funeral route extended to accommodate the millions. Princes, deeply touched by overwhelming public support, climb down tonight over Scotland's match on Saturday. Rusetsky's battle to reach the semi-finals of the US Open. Good evening. Buckingham Palace responded to the overwhelming public grief at Princess Diana's death today and extended the route of a funeral procession. It's expected to draw a crowd of millions. Before the funeral, the body of the princess will be moved to St James's Palace to her home at Kensington Palace, which is much further from Westminster Abbey. News at 10 learned tonight that the Duchess of York went to St James's Palace today to pay her respects. The royal family said they were deeply touched by the nation's sorrow, and they explained why they've remained at Balmoral. Here's our royal correspondent Nicholas Owen.
The new point of departure for the extended funeral route, London's Kensington Palace, which was the home of Diana, Princess of Wales. Amid the flowers and candles outside Kensington Palace this evening, widespread welcome for the new route, giving many more the chance to see the procession.
I mean, it's what the people want, isn't it? What it boils down to.
Well, I think it's got to be, hasn't it, really? Because so many people want to see it, don't they?
Just before 10 a.m. on Saturday, the Princess's coffin will go from Kensington Palace along the edge of Hyde Park, past Buckingham Palace and into the Mall. From there, the cortege will go down Horse Guards Parade through Parliament Square to Westminster Abbey. After the service, the hearse will go back along the Mall, up Park Lane to Marble Arch and out of London along the Finchley Road. Finally, along the M1 through Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire and Buckinghamshire, leaving the motorway at junction 15A for the final 9 miles to Althorpe House. Whether Charles and his 2 sons walk behind the coffin on the way to the Abbey will be decided on the day. They could do so for part of the route. In Hyde Park, huge screens last used at a Pavarotti concert will relay the service. To pay their respects, vast numbers have already gone to the royal palaces this week. Saturday's crowds could be immense.
We have to be prepared for several millions of people in central London, all wishing to see the funeral procession. And I think the arrangements announced today will give us the very best of chances of responding to all those legitimate aspirations.
The royal train will bring the Queen, Prince Philip and the Queen Mother back from Scotland early on Saturday. Prince Charles and his sons having returned on Friday, when they'll pay their respects at Diana's coffin. But the conspicuous lack of a flag over Buckingham Palace, because the Queen's still up at Balmoral, is seen by some as evidence of the royal family's remoteness from events in London. After such criticism, the Prince of Wales's senior press spokeswoman talked to ITN today on behalf of the whole royal family.
All the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales and Prince Harry and Prince William, have been taking strength from this overwhelming public support. The public are sharing their tremendous sense of loss and grief, and they are deeply touched and enormously grateful.
It is unprecedented for such an official to speak publicly like this. How did she respond to the surprise among many of those who crowded into the capital that no senior members of the family had been in London in the last few days?
All I can say is that at a time when you lose a member of the family, I think you want to be at home with the family, and that's where the royal family are at the moment, at home in Balmoral with each other.
Miss Henny then explained why today's statement, following a brief one on Sunday after Diana's death, had been issued.
I think it's a very private thing, grief, and I hope that with what we said immediately after the accident and what we're saying now, we'll actually explain to the public that, they too are sharing their grief.
Tonight, flowers from that family in Diana's memory given to the Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. The card shows they're from Charles, William and Harry. Nicholas Owen, News at 10.
The Prime Minister spoke to the Prince of Wales about Saturday's funeral by telephone tonight. Earlier today, Mr Blair welcomed the extension of the route. He said it would ensure that as many people as wanted to are given the chance to pay their last respects to the Princess. Here's our political editor, Michael Brunson.
With a moment to spare, the Prime Minister went down Downing Street with a word with some of the ordinary folk of this country who are, in a sense, dictating the arrangements through such an outpouring of grief.
Well, I meant it, really. I think it's a very, very sad day.
Mr Blair returned to explain that by recognising that vast numbers of men, women and children want to pay their respects in person and in safety along the funeral procession route in London alone, the tribute to the Princess will be even more fitting.
Well, I think it's important that there is a longer route, just so that we have, as I say, as many people able to participate and share and feel part of what is going to be a huge event and commemoration, not just for us here in Britain, but for people throughout the world. And we want it to be something of which Princess Diana would have been proud. And as I say, I know that those are very strongly the views of the royal family as well.
As the preparations outside Westminster Abbey continued, it became clearer how limited the presence of the good and the great inside will be, so that others can be present. From the Cabinet, only Mr. Blair and John Prescott will attend by virtue of their office, and while former Prime Ministers like Mr. Major, Lady Thatcher and Lord Callaghan will be there, theirs are personal invitations. In their 15-minute phone call this evening, the Prince and the Prime Minister reviewed arrangements so far. They may also have touched on, though this isn't confirmed, the question of the royal family's own reaction to events, something that the palace moved to take its own action on today. Michael Brunson, News at 10, Downing Street.
I'm joined now by royal correspondent Nicholas Owen. Nicholas, as Michael was saying, the people seem to be dictating to some extent the events in this case.
Yes, indeed, that's true, Trevor, but you know, you only have to go out on the streets of London, as I did today, and see those vast crowds to realise that it is terribly difficult for anybody to have estimated what was going to go on, but they have spoken, if you like, not only on the subject of the funeral route, but on the business of flowers. They insisted they be left in place outside the palaces, and then on the business of the number of condolence books, so the public are speaking, yes.
And the Duchess of York will
well,
be at St James's Palace today?
Those who know her won't be surprised that she went there today, very quietly. She did talk on Sunday about the princess being her very best friend, and I gather too that she will go, of course she is going to the funeral, and she will go in the company along with Prince Andrew, her former husband. And another key figure involved today, Earl Spencer, the brother of the Princess of Wales. He went to the where she is lying, where her coffin is at St James's Palace. He and his family have insisted on the actual burial in Northamptonshire being a totally private occasion.
Nicholas Owen, thank you very much. The Scottish Football Association finally gave way to immense public and political pressure tonight and agreed to switch Scotland's World Cup match against Belarus from Saturday to Sunday. The Prime Minister, Scotland's opponents, and even some Scottish players said the game should not be played on the same day as Princess Diana's funeral. Our Scotland correspondent Linda Kennedy reports.
Talks at the Scottish Football Association late and long distance, calls to Belarus to change Saturday's game in the last hour news.
I can confirm that the President of the Scottish Football Association and the President of the Belarus Football Association have reached the agreement in principle on behalf of both federations that the match, subject to the permission of FIFA, will be rescheduled for Pittodrie Stadium for Sunday the 7th of September, kick-off 2 p.m.
All day there was condemnation, this fan protesting at association headquarters. The squad arrived in Aberdeen to the news that 3 top players had announced they wouldn't turn out.
Basically it's just because I don't feel with the game being on Saturday I could give 100% commitment to the team, the fans and myself.
If they do play on a Saturday, it's going to be interesting to see how many people come out and watch again. I think there's a lot of unrest in Scotland at what's going on.
Manager Craig Brown knew other players were hesitant too.
With the weight of public opinion against the kick-off at 3 o'clock on Saturday, quite clearly it will be difficult.
And the Scottish Secretary Donald Dewar, backed by Tony Blair, had repeatedly told the association he wanted the match postponed. The pressure on the association here has been quite simply extraordinary. From inside the football world, Scots champions Rangers opposed the match, to outside. A television poll found 90% of viewers were against the game. A rose was left on their doorstep by a Diana fan. This climb down took both forceful and poignant persuasion. Linda Kennedy, News at 10, Glasgow.
Detectives in Paris said they may be close to arresting more photographers suspected of hindering the emergency services in the aftermath of the crash. Tonight, one of the photographers arrested at the scene denied being obstructive. There's also been more controversy about the lifestyle and behavior of the dead driver. From Paris, here's our Europe correspondent Bill Neely.
Tonight, Paris detectives are on a manhunt and on the trail of the truth about the princess's driver. Henri Paul's Ritz colleagues say he never had the medical checks and the special police license to drive limousines. The hotel's owners say he was fully qualified and licensed. A second blood test proves he'd been drinking even more than first believed.
Family does not believe that he does not believe it.
His family lawyer doesn't believe it. He wants a third test. A witness says Mr. Paul went through a red light as he drove the princess toward the tunnel, Colleagues say he had overcome a drink problem. But he was no alcoholic, says a friend, in the tiny Breton village where they will bury Henri Paul on Saturday. Detectives say they are closing in on several other photographers who were here moments after the crash. They say they have enough evidence to charge them too with manslaughter.
I spent 2 days in a Brigade Criminelle in Paris. I don't give one name. I'm not...
This editor, who employs two of the photographers now in hiding, won't give police their names.
I mean, we are journalists, we are photographers, and we are not supposed to work for the police.
Meanwhile, one of the photographers charged with manslaughter said tonight he had tried to help the Princess of Wales in the wreckage. I told her in English, he says, to stay calm and that help was coming. I opened a door. I tried to help.
He opened the door, he saw the princess, so he wanted to check if she was alive or not.
The photographer also says he lost the trail of the princess's car soon after it left the hotel. He didn't see the accident. The police now accept this. And I've learned today that the princess's limousine had undergone £14,000 worth of repairs just a month ago. Thieves had ripped out its electronic management unit, which controls the steering and brakes. This had been replaced. The vigil, meanwhile, at the hospital bedside of the injured bodyguard goes on, his parents visiting again today. And Paris, imperceptibly, is returning to normal. Only a few flowers now marking its infamous accident. Bill Neely, News at 10, Paris.
Here, extraordinarily, the queues of people waiting to sign books of condolence at St James's Palace are as long as ever tonight. Officials increased the number of books threefold to try to shorten the waiting time, but it's still running into many hours. As ITN's Mark Austin reports, it's a scene reflected across the country.
For a nation in mourning, the flowers outside Kensington Palace, the former home of the Princess of Wales, say it all. It's become a shrine overwhelmed and overwhelming for many of those who come to pay their respects. And at St James's Palace, still they queued. Seldom before can people in this country have waited so long and so patiently to put their sadness into words. It is an extraordinary act of public grieving, and they came in their thousands, despite the delays.
10 or 11 hours?
Are you happy to do that?
Yeah, certainly, most certainly. All night if need be.
Some are finding things to do as they wait, but with one person on their mind.
Les Dyer was so charitable in her life. I thought it was sort of appropriate while I'm standing here I can make a little blanket for a baby.
She will always be in our thoughts and forever in our hearts. And that's how I see her.
Such is the scale of the desire of people to record their tributes that today the palace provided 30 more places for mourners to do so. Tonight it appeared the waiting time was shortening.
While London's palaces remain a focus of the nation's mourning, people are expressing their grief right across the country. And it's all testimony to how a young woman born into privilege won the affection of almost the entire nation.
We say farewell to Diana.
A remembrance service at Sheffield Cathedral today.
For we must now give back to God what he lent us for too short a time. It is very hard to do.
The service was packed to overflowing. And in Manchester Cathedral, more than 5,000 people have come since Sunday to write in condolence books and to bring candles. The princess, said one woman, was a light in a sea of despair. But for many young couples due to get married on Saturday, there's now a dilemma, one the church is trying to help them solve.
She would in no way want to withhold or inhibit a sense of joy and happiness.
Like many others, Joanne Summers and Sean Woolley from Staffordshire are going ahead with their ceremony, but with special prayers for the Princess of Wales.
I think Diana would want us to get married on this day.
Mark Austin, News at 10.
Coming up next on this uninterrupted News at 10, the rest of the day's news, including the illegal gas trade, why the smuggling of the ozone-destroying CFCs is rampant in Europe. And a world record serve for Greg Ruzetsky. But is it good enough for a place in the US Open semi-final? Okay. But first, the Sinn Féin president. James, the crowds have done it again. They got the number of condolence books increased.
They have indeed, and that has made a difference, although the speed here is relative. The people behind me who are just getting to the front of the queue have been here for only about 5 or 6 hours. I say only because last night at this time it was about 11 or 12 hours. And thank goodness, because it's a wet night and the weather's been pretty foul all day, but it simply hasn't stopped them turning up. There are as many people here tonight as there were last night.
And it's pressure from them too that has affected the change of the funeral route.
Oh, I think certainly that's been the case, yes. If you look at the sheer numbers of people who've been prepared to queue here, day or night, I think this must have alerted the authorities to what might be going to happen on Saturday morning, alerted them to the fact that the turnout, the convergence on central London on Saturday could be quite unprecedented. That warning has obviously been taken up by the palace, by the government, by the police, and that will have certainly had its effect. That's not the only thing, but will have had a dramatic effect on the decision to get the funeral route extended.
James Metz, thank you very much. That's news at 10 tonight. We're here again tomorrow. From all of us here at ITN, good night.
With John Sopel.
The Queen is to make a special broadcast to the nation. Her press secretary makes clear she's hurt at suggestions that the royal family is indifferent to the country's sorrow. Good afternoon. The details have yet to be finalised, but in a rare move, her press secretary explains why the family has stayed at Balmoral. This morning, Prince Edward went to St James's Palace to sign the Book of Condolence for Diana, Princess of Wales. The sad task for a 6-year-old girl who stood in for the princess at a fundraising event. Also today, the crusade to drive up standards in Britain's schools through strong leadership from head teachers. Within the last few minutes, it's been confirmed that the Queen is to make a special broadcast to the nation. Her press secretary, Geoffrey Crawford, has just made this statement.
The Queen has asked me to say that the royal family have been hurt by suggestions that they are indifferent to the country's sorrow at the tragic death of the Princess of Wales. The Princess was a much-loved national figure, but she was also a mother whose sons miss her deeply. Prince William and Prince Harry themselves want to be with their father and their grandparents at this time in the quiet haven of Balmoral. As their grandmother, the Queen is helping the princes to come to terms with their loss as they prepare themselves for the public ordeal of mourning their mother with the nation on Saturday.
Well, I'm joined now by our court correspondent, Jenny Bond. Jenny, just how surprising is this move?
It is unprecedented, of course. It's most unusual for the press secretary to come and make a statement like that. But there has been this outpouring of grief and outpouring, it has to be said, of criticism now. A lot of people out there that I spoke to this morning really felt that they wanted the Queen either to be in London, but it's quite understandable, we can see that she wishes to be with her grandchildren, but they wanted to hear from her. They want a focus for their grieving.
Do you think there's a sense in which perhaps it is the public that is leading the royal family in this?
Well, I think so. I mean, we are in quite uncharted territory. I don't think anyone, the royal family, the media, anyone could have expected this grief that's been shown on the streets for so many days now. It's really overtaken everyone. The palace are working flat out, having meetings all day, trying to keep pace with the public mood, and they are showing that they're willing to bend wherever, and this is what the nation's been calling for, and the Queen is showing that this is what she will give them now.
And what about the broadcast itself? We are in uncharted territory. What do you expect the tone of it to be?
I imagine it would be one of some private grief, but accepting that the nation looked to her as a leader of the nation to be the focal point and the focus of their grief. I think that she has acknowledged and will acknowledge, I'm speculating, but that we all share in this together, that Diana was a unique person, as the palace said straight away, and this is a unique occasion, and thus it will be a very moving, emotional tribute, I'm sure.
And our chief political correspondent, John Sargent, is with us at Westminster. John, What do you understand will be in the Queen's message?
Well, I think obviously there's no doubt that Buckingham Palace had been hurt by the criticism. It was an extraordinary, almost it seemed like a coordinated attempt by the newspapers, although I'm sure it wasn't coordinated, but the way that the press comment was so savage, really, about the response to the royal family, and they were obviously surprised by that. And I think it's really highlighted the difficulties of coping with this extremely complicated set of emotions, both in the public and the relationships that Diana, Princess of Wales, had with other members of the royal family. So they've got into an extremely difficult cocktail as to how to respond to these events as they develop. Obviously, at the same time, thinking of the young princess, thinking of the family reaction, and trying to coordinate the family's responses with the Buckingham Palace officials and with a government that is relatively new in government to try to make sure that they can respond to this very difficult event.
And Jenny, a final question to you. Do you think there is a feeling, perhaps, in Buckingham Palace that they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't, whatever response they give?
Well, thus far it has to be said that that seems to have been the case, and one has to have some sympathy for them. I think quite genuinely they are trying to keep pace with the situation that no one knew the magnitude of, and they really are doing everything they can.
Jenny Bond and John Sargent, thank you very much indeed. As we said earlier, Prince Edward has been to St James's Palace to sign a book of condolence. Hundreds of people are still queuing at the palace to pay their respects. Jenny Bond followed the morning's events.
At St James's Palace this morning, where the princess's body has lain since Sunday night, the first royal visitor. Prince Edward arrived unannounced to add his tribute to the thousands already inscribed in the books of condolences. He did not, though, visit the Chapel Royal, where the princess's coffin is placed. At Balmoral, the Queen, Prince Charles and his sons are continuing to grieve in private. As these pictures taken of them in happier times last month show, this is where they can seek solace in one another's company. The boys will travel with their father to London tomorrow to mourn at their mother's side. The Queen will return overnight tomorrow by train. One churchman who has strongly criticised Prince Charles in the past today supported their decision to remain in Scotland.
But let the family grieve, because any family that loses a mother or loses a sister or loses a wife, they need to grieve. They need space and time and quiet to be grieving on their own. And I think we've got at this time to help them to grieve and to grieve in silence. What they do afterwards is a different matter, but let's give them the time and space now.
And another public voice to the national grief was given today by the Prime Minister at the start of a meeting about education.
We meet in rather sombre times, and I think there's a tremendous sense of national grief at the moment, and indeed something I think more profound than anything I can remember in the entirety of my lifetime. Something that isn't just our grief as a nation, it is personal to each one of us.
And the Queen's decision to address the nation is now certain to assuage the criticism that has been voiced. Jenny Bond, BBC News.
Princess Diana was due to carry out her first public engagement after her holidays this morning for a children's charity. She was to have launched a £2 million fundraising event for the Osteopathic Children's Centre in central London. A 6-year-old patient, Laura Stanford from Reading, carried out her role instead.
Are you looking forward to being princess for a day?
For little Laura Stanford, it was an honour she, indeed everyone, would rather that she didn't have. She was standing in for Diana, Princess of Wales, at the launch of a charity fundraising appeal. Laura, who suffers from cerebral palsy, had been due to place a garland of sweet peas around the princess's neck. Now she was here to receive the £50,000 cheque that Diana should have been given on her first public engagement after her summer holiday. Laura's parents had to tell their little girl the princess was dead on Sunday.
You know, it's a fairy tale for her, and when we'd explained to her, it took basically all of Sunday to, you know, get the penny to drop. But she understands now, and she wanted to do this and have, you know, stand in and be princess for a day.
But the fact that she was going to meet and didn't meet, I dare say she'll remember the disappointment for the rest of her days, possibly.
During a private visit to the Osteopathic Centre for Children in central London, Diana was told the centre's work was revolutionary. The princess is said to have replied, "Well, you've got the right person, I'm the ultimate rebel." The organisation is deeply saddened their rebel princess will now never visit them again.
It was her suggestion to have the visit that was scheduled for today to raise public awareness, and she asked to open our new building when we have it.
In fact, we could have had her visit earlier in the summer, but we thought the autumn was more appropriate. And sadly, of course, now we don't have her.
Another child being helped by the centre is 9-year-old Martin Atkins, who suffers behavioural difficulties. After meeting him, Diana had rung Kensington Palace from the south of France, asking specifically if both he and Laura would be attending today. His mother was greatly touched.
She asked particularly for Martin. She asked if everything was going all right for today, and they actually, she said, "Is Martin going to be there?" And when Paddy rang me, I just couldn't believe it. You know, danced around the kitchen and thought, "That's so wonderful." You know, the Princess of Wales has asked for my son, because
on Sunday,
devastation, absolute devastation. I mean.
When it came to Laura's big moment, receiving the cheque donation, as in effect Diana, to launch the centre's £2 million sweet pea appeal, well, it was all a bit too much.
Laura has been receiving treatment here for several years, and she's now gradually overcoming the more serious physical effects of cerebral palsy. She'd been rehearsing carefully the manoeuvring of her walking frame in order to place the garland over Diana's neck. News of the princess's death has upset Laura deeply. Clarence Mitchell, BBC News, in Cavendish Square in central London.
Well, more details of the funeral service are expected to be released this afternoon, but some members of the public are already securing their places on the procession route. Our correspondent at Westminster Abbey is Duncan Kennedy. Duncan, what practical preparations are taking place at the moment?
John, we'll find out the full details this afternoon. 2 press conferences, one from the Lord Chamberlain's office and one from the Metropolitan Police, when they'll give details about the service itself, more details on the route, the security preparations in hand. Those preparations are already in hand. Around various central locations in London here this morning, the barriers are starting to go up, and they've even started taking down the traffic lights so that this procession will have a smooth ride all the way through central London, all of it with security in mind and, of course, public safety.
It's now less than 48 hours to the funeral. Presumably some people have already arrived to be in a position to pay their last respects.
That's exactly the case. If I can just step across here in front of these people you see in the foreground, this is Peter, this is Tony. These people have been here since early this morning. They've got all their preparations, food, blankets and what have you. And Ian Selby was one of the first here. He arrived here at 6 o'clock this morning. Ian, why?
Well, I've come here so early because I wanted to get a good position, because this is the place where the service is going to take place. So I wanted a good position for that.
But it's still 36 hours to go?
Yes, it is. We might get cold, might get wet. That doesn't matter.
Why this position? Bearing in mind the route has been extended now, there's a lot more choice. Why here? Why at the Abbey?
Well, like I said, it's because it's where the service is going to take place. I wanted to be here. I'm actually a district councillor and I represent the people. Diana, she will be remembered, I think, as the people's princess. And let's say I wanted to be here to represent the people of my ward.
You think there might be a chance of those early few people getting in perhaps to the Abbey itself?
Well, I've heard rumour this morning. I hope it is true. Apparently, if there is any spare places, the people at the front of the queue will get the opportunity. So I certainly hope that is the case.
Now, considering you don't know her, you're going to an awful lot of trouble here. Why is that?
Well, I say, I do represent nearly 2,000 people in my ward, and there's a lot of people in my ward that possibly would have liked to have come down that can't make it, whether they're ill or whether they're pensioners or whatever. So they would have liked the opportunity. They can't come down, so I'm here to represent those people.
All right, Ian Selby, one of many millions of people we're expecting here in central London on Saturday. The advice from the police is if you're coming, get here early and come well prepared. John.
Thank you. 2 of the photographers being investigated for manslaughter following the car crash which killed Diana, Princess of Wales, and Dodi Fayed have been protesting their innocence in their first interview since the accident. Both insist that they've broken no laws. From Paris, Kevin Connolly reports.
From a fashionable Parisian jeweller's, another poignant note in a week of sadness. It was here on the day of the accident that killed them both that Dodi Fayed picked up a £130,000 diamond friendship ring for the Princess of Wales. The jewellers will say nothing more, but it's thought he may have presented it to her that evening, and it's believed to have been in the car when she died. In the immediate aftermath of the accident, the 7 paparazzi charged with manslaughter have been accused of photographing the dying princess, not helping or comforting her. The first of them to speak has now given a very different account of what happened.
J'ai entendu, je ne sais pas qui, mais j'ai entendu quelqu'un dire.
I heard someone say, I don't know who it was, that they had called for help. So I didn't deal with that.
Je me préoccupe pas de ça et j'ouvre une des portières de la voiture. J'ai vu.
I opened one of the car doors and saw Princess Diana sitting on the floor with her back to me.
Je lui ai dit en anglais de rester calme.
I told her in English to stay calm, that I was there and that help was coming.
Voilà.
The 7 paparazzi have also been accused of hampering the rescue effort, but another of them has now said the emergency services were on the scene and in charge before he even arrived.
It was calm and it was under control, under their control at that time when I arrived.
The investigation goes on, with detectives still insisting there will be more arrests when photographers who left the scene before police arrived are tracked down. Through all the contradictory statements, a clearer picture of what happened on the night the princess died is beginning to emerge. But as the funeral approaches, even in France, concern at how the investigation is going gives way to a sombre contemplation of a worldwide sense of loss. Kevin Connolly, BBC News, Paris.
The exact sequence of events which led to the fatal crash may not be known until the French courts have completed their hearings, but already there have been allegations of drink driving, speeding, and a question mark over whether seatbelts were being worn. Our transport correspondent Christopher Wayne has been sifting the evidence that's emerged so far.
5 days after the tragedy, it's now possible to answer at least some of the key questions. What precisely happened in the underpass? How fast was the car travelling? Was the driver drunk? And could the princess have survived? We know the car was a standard Mercedes S280 and that it was not armoured. Princess Diana was the near-side rear passenger. That's the traditional VIP seat. Dodi Fayed sat on her left. The bodyguard was the front seat passenger. We know the initial impact was the near-side wall and that the car then hit the pillar slightly offset on the driver's side. Braking had forced the front down, so the impact threw the car up, crushing the front roof, and forward energy made it spin round before stopping. Calculating the car's speed is the easiest part of the accident investigation, and it's done by backtracking. The distance from the final point to the impact point gives the post-impact speed. From the impact point to the initial braking tyre mark gives the pre-impact speed. Adding the thinking distance to the braking point gives the minimum approach speed. There's no doubt that the car was travelling fast, but suggestions that it was doing over 100 miles an hour are probably wildly exaggerated. They seem to have been based on a disputed report about a stuck speedometer needle. But accident investigators say where a needle finishes is irrelevant. What they look for is a phenomenon known as needle slap.
The main thing they would probably look for is whether the actual needle on impact made any impact on the dial behind it. You could call it a needle slap, but again, that's for the scientists to determine.
The question of whether the driver was drunk is important because alcohol slows a driver's reaction time. The French police say blood sample analysis showed the driver had been drinking. According to a leading forensic scientist, claims made by Harrods that the results were misleading because they vary according to the time of death or to the part of the body used to take the sample are unconvincing.
It's very unlikely that the blood sample was wrongly collected, and the height of the blood alcohol measurement found makes it extremely unlikely that this was due to fermentation, particularly in view of the short time that elapsed.
That leaves the question of survival. The Mercedes company claims the S-Class is one of the world's most crash-proof designs, but that doesn't mean Princess Diana might have lived if she'd been strapped into her seat. Experts say the spin was just as lethal as the crash impact, especially in the back of the car, and that no seatbelt could have prevented an inevitable death. Christopher Wayne, BBC News.
Football's world governing body FIFA has agreed to a decision by the Scottish Football Association to postpone Saturday's Cup qualifier, between Scotland and Belarus, seen here when they played earlier this year. There are calls for the SFA's chief executive, Jim Farry, to resign over his handling of the affair. The SFA eventually decided last night to reschedule the match after pressure from players, the public and politicians. And now other news. The Prime Minister has been holding talks with head teachers and education experts at Downing Street this morning to discuss ways of improving the nation's worst schools. But the Head Teachers Union has warned of a crisis in the recruitment of head teachers, which it says will damage any attempt to improve school standards.
Up to 40 head teachers and other educators.
By Princes Andrew and Edward. Our royal correspondent Nicholas Owen reports.
Princes Andrew and Edward amid London's huge grieving crowd.
See you, sir.
They appeared unannounced in the Mall a few minutes ago, walking to Buckingham Palace, talking to some of those drawn to the capital to pay respects to Diana. The first clear personal response by the royal family to the criticism voiced since her death. Earlier, Edward became the first senior member of the royal family to sign a condolence book in Diana's memory, as Buckingham Palace announced a series of measures to answer public disquiet that they are remote from national feelings. That empty flagpole over Buckingham Palace will, from Saturday morning as the Queen leaves for Diana's funeral, have a Union flag at half-mast, a total break with precedent. Also, the Queen will broadcast from Buckingham Palace tomorrow in another break with tradition, returning early from Balmoral with Prince Philip, the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret. Yet another unusual move. A top royal official today spoke of the royal family's feelings.
The Queen has asked me to say that the royal family have been hurt by suggestions that they are indifferent to the country's sorrow at the tragic death of the Princess of Wales. The Princess was a much-loved national figure, but she was also a mother whose sons miss her deeply. Prince William and Prince Harry themselves want to be with their father and their grandparents at this time in the quiet haven of Balmoral. As their grandmother, the Queen is helping the princes to come to terms with their loss as they prepare themselves for the public ordeal of mourning their mother with the nation on Saturday.
All part of an attempt to counter views like those expressed in the Independent newspaper, no flag flying, a family far away, and the people feel uneasy. Others were more direct. The Mirror, speak to us, ma'am. Let the flag fly at half-mast, says the Daily Mail. The Sun wants to know, where is our Queen, where is her flag? The Express, quite simply, show us you care. Opinions echoed on ITV's This Morning programme.
No shortage of tributes for Diana and sympathy for all those who grieve from the leading figures on the world stage, with the exception of the one person that the British public want to hear from the most. And why did she not appear to be able to respond to the enormous and growing demand of her shattered people for her sympathy?
Amid all the fuss, it's known the Prime Minister, today at an education summit in Downing Street, has been closely involved in talks over Saturday's funeral. He spoke again of his own feelings.
There's a tremendous sense of national grief at the moment, and indeed something I think more profound than anything I can remember in the entirety of my lifetime. Something that isn't just our grief as a nation, it is personal to each one of us.
The ultimate focus of that grief, the chapel at St James's Palace, where Princess Diana's coffin lies. Nicholas Owen, ITN.
And Nicholas Owen is with me now. And Nicholas, Buckingham Palace are not used to changing their minds like this.
No, they're not used to it, but they've had to do an awful lot of it, John, even this afternoon. Bewildering speed, really, what is going on. On the subject of the broadcast, it is being said by spokesman for Buckingham Palace this afternoon that this has been under consideration all week, not a knee-jerk reaction. When it comes to the flag, we must make the point that this will be the Union flag flying there at half-mast, the royal standard that is talked about so often. That only flies at Buckingham Palace when the Queen is in residence, and it's always at full mast, because there is always a sovereign. If one sovereign dies, another one takes over straight away, so that flag is never at half-mast anyway.
Now, as you said in your report, precedents are being set. That's dangerous, isn't it?
Well, you might think that, yes. It is a very difficult situation, isn't it? There is no doubt that the royal family do feel a great sense of grief, particularly William and Harry. All our hearts must go out to them all the time. Against that, there does seem to be this feeling that they've been a little bit out of touch. They are trying to move on that. But certainly I think once this funeral is out of the way, they're going to have to think rather carefully about their whole relations with the British public.
Thank you, Nick. More on the funeral arrangements next. Song for Di. Elton John will sing at the funeral. Tabloid editors are told, we don't want you there. And 8 are killed in a bomb attack in Jerusalem. Buckingham Palace this afternoon unveiled the plans for the funeral service. We go straight to our political editor, Michael Brunson at Westminster. Michael, tell us some of the details.
The service has indeed been released. I have a copy of the order of service here. Talking to us about it, the Dean of Westminster made it very clear that it is, in essence, a private family service. But of course, he said it will take place in front of nearly 2,000 people in the Abbey just behind me, and of course to millions and millions of people across the world. But going through it, it is clear that it is more in the nature of a normal family funeral than would normally be the case. There won't be any state trumpeters, for example, that kind of thing. Let me just take you through it. The hymn, I Vow to Thee, My Country, Diana's favourite hymn. Part of the Verdi Requiem at the request of the family. 2 short poems read by Princess Diana's sisters. The hymn, The King of Love, My Shepherd Is. Then, as you said, the song by Elton John. It's an updated version of Goodbye Norma Jean with new words specially for the princess. A modern hymn, Make Me a Channel of Your Peace, meant to represent Diana's causes. And then we move through to what the Dean said we hoped would be a rousing hymn, Guide Me Thou Great Redeemer, a great Welsh hymn, reminder of course of the Welsh connections. And then I think what will be the most poignant moment, a very modern piece of music by a composer called John Tavener, which will die away in the music to the complete silence. And at that stage, whenever it comes in the service, there will be the complete national silence.
Now, Michael, at that service, I understand some newspaper editors have been banned from attending it. Tell us about that.
Well, indeed. Earl Spencer, as you know, is very angry about the conduct of some newspapers. Now, yesterday, all national newspaper editors were invited. Now, some of the tabloid editors were rather surprised, and they checked whether that was indeed to be the case, and they were told, yes, it was. This morning, the Earl Spencer, Princess Diana's brother, got in touch with, to my knowledge, 5, some people say 6 of them, and said, without any real explanation, but we know why, because of his anger, said, I would much rather you weren't there. One of them was told pointedly, Princess Diana would not want you to be there. Now, most of them agreed immediately. There was a slight hitch at the Sun. Their invitation, I understand, was formally withdrawn, but it didn't actually matter because Stuart Higgins, the editor of The Sun, made it quite clear that if the family didn't want him there, he wouldn't go.
Thank you, Michael. Well, as we've heard, the centrepiece of the funeral service will be Elton John singing a version of his classic song, Candle in the Wind, rewritten especially for the princess. The original lyrics about Marilyn Monroe talked about her being hounded by the press even when she had died. Lauren Taylor reports.
Goodbye, Norma Jean, though I never knew her.
The ever-flamboyant Elton John sang the song as a tribute to Marilyn Monroe. Now he'll sing a new version for a friend, Diana, who comforted him at Gianni Versace's funeral. It starts, Goodbye, England's Rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. The lyrics go on to reflect the princess's compassion and her efforts to comfort the suffering. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain, now you belong to heaven and the stars spell out your name. But the song's chorus will remain largely the same.
And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind.
The song has been one of the most requested by mourners, but Elton John felt the words should be changed to mark such an historic event. It ends, Goodbye, England's Rose, from a country lost without your soul, who'll miss the wings of your compassion more than you'll ever know.
Mourners in London today began to move their focus to Westminster Abbey in preparation for the funeral on Saturday. Throughout the rest of the country, people continued to leave thousands of flowers and candles, cards and messages. Colin Baker reports.
For a quarter of a century and more, sudden bereavement and family suffering have been close neighbours in Northern Ireland, where the mood today is sombre and restrained, and where the sectarian lines are no barrier to mourning. At Belfast City Hall, there's been a steady and continuous drift of tribute to Diana. The people of Portsmouth remembered Diana in a cathedral service, 1,500 filling all the seats, with many more listening to the service relayed outside, the scale of national feeling beyond memory. Past the portraits of Diana in the City Hall, the people of the Principality came to Cardiff to record their personal messages, 6,000 a day signing the books of condolence. Many more thousands of people are still patiently queuing to sign the books inside St James's Palace. More were made available today, but there's still a 3-hour wait. Harrods have been supplying free hot drinks and cakes. Store employees are there around the clock until midnight tomorrow. Outside Westminster Abbey, the first of hundreds of thousands expected for the funeral service on Saturday have started camping out all night to claim their positions. And outside Kensington Palace, the carpet of flowers just grows as the country prepares for its final farewell. Colin Baker, ITN.
For one 6-year-old girl, the death of Princess Diana brought an extra poignancy today. Laura Stanford was asked to replace the princess at a ceremony to mark the start of a fundraising appeal for the Osteopathic Centre for Children. Mark Austin was there.
It was the day 6-year-old Laura Stanford played the part of a princess. She should have presented this garland to Diana during an appeal launch today. Instead, the little girl with cerebral palsy took over the role herself. But Diana's death was hard to explain.
It took basically all of Sunday to, get the penny to drop. But she understands now, and she wanted to do this and have, stand in and be princess for a day.
Clinic staff say Diana phoned only last week to make sure another young patient, Martin Atkins, would also attend the ceremony. She'd met him before.
And Martin sat on her lap. She was absolutely wonderful. The most wonderful person I've ever met in my life.
When it came to receiving a cheque on her clinic's behalf, Laura seemed overcome by her duty. But soon she was heading through the streets of London towards Kensington Palace, where she left her own tribute to the princess she'd replaced for a day. Mark Austin, ITN, Kensington Palace.
Today's other main news, suicide bombers brought terror to a packed shopping street in Jerusalem this afternoon. They detonated 3 nail bombs which killed up to 8 people and wounded more than 100. The militant Islamic group Hamas said it carried out the attack. Paul Davis reports.
The sound that Israel has come to dread. Emergency teams rushed to the site of the latest suicide bombing. This attack, like those before, was designed to kill, maim and terrorize the maximum number of people. The Ben Yehuda market in the heart of Jewish West Jerusalem had been packed with thousands of people, many of them tourists, shopping, eating, taking coffee at its pavement cafes. A series of 3 explosions left 6 people dead, more than 100 injured, and many more, like this woman and her child, in a state of shock. Israeli security forces believe the people who died at the scene included the bombers.
I can see here 6 bodies, and what I know, I think that it's people suicide themselves in the middle of the road.
The militant Islamic group Hamas have said the bombing was their work. They're threatening more unless their members held in Israeli jails are freed. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, after visiting bomb victims in hospital, issued a statement saying Israel will now take action against the militants if Yasser Arafat and the PLO fail to do so. Despite this latest crisis, the American administration has just announced that Secretary of State Madeleine Albright's visit to the Middle East will go ahead next week. Paul Davis, ITN.
And a reminder of the main news. The about turns by Buckingham Palace over Princess Diana's funeral. The Queen will address the nation. The flag will fly at half-mast over Buckingham Palace for the first time ever. All police leave has been cancelled for Saturday's funeral. 27,000 police will be on duty in London. And Scotland Yard are helping French detectives investigating the crash. A reminder, there'll be full coverage of Saturday's funeral on ITV. GMTV will report from 6 a.m. on the morning's preparations, and ITN will be on air from 9 in the morning through to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, on ITV at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. The presenter will be Trevor MacDonald. That's Thursday's early evening news till 5:40 tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello and good evening. Now, it's been a case of clear blue skies and sunshine for much of the country, as you can see on this afternoon's Met Office satellite picture. However, the major feature of today's weather has been close to Scotland, as you can see here, this thick swirl of cloud. Now, in fact, that's been bringing some fairly hefty showers to the north and west of the country this afternoon and this evening. And it's all down to an area of low pressure, which, together with those showers, has also been providing some strong to gale force winds, and those will continue through tonight. So for the time being then, this evening, we're still seeing the heaviest of those showers up in the north and west, with some lighter, more scattered showers also filtering down western coasts. But the best of this evening's weather is still reserved for the south and east, where we've got the bulk of the sunshine. And it's under these clearer skies then tonight, where we'll see the odd patch of mist developing before dawn. Elsewhere, still fairly showery here in the west, the heaviest ones always in the north, and still fairly breezy here tonight too, but temperatures really what we'd expect, around 9 or 10 for most of us. On to tomorrow's weather then, and not much of a change, so that's to say it's still a mixture of sunshine and showers, always the heaviest of those showers still in the north and west, but some of them really still moving towards this southeastern corner here, and a bit more in the way of cloud as well than we saw this afternoon. As for temperatures though, still the warmest of those figures at 21 down in the southeast is 70 in terms of Fahrenheit. As for the weekend then, on Saturday we're going to see a band of thicker cloud and rain moving first through Scotland and northern parts of England in the morning, eventually getting down into the southeast through the afternoon. But on Sunday that's leaving southern parts of the country with much more in the way of cloud and fairly dull. Off further north it'll be bright but fairly showery. Here's the summary.
Power gen, generating electricity whatever the weather.
Good evening. In an unprecedented series of moves, the Queen has responded to criticism that the royal family have not caught the national mood over the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. She's let it be known that the family are hurt by the suggestion and will return from Balmoral earlier than planned to broadcast to the nation tomorrow. She's also ordered that the Union Jack be flown at half-mast over Buckingham Palace during the funeral, something that's never happened before. Tonight, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, with Prince Charles and the Princes William and Harry, left Balmoral Castle for a private church service. On their return, they paused in public for the first time. From Balmoral, Andrew Castle reports.
This was a royal photo call like no other. Led by Prince William, his face almost permanently averted from public gaze, the royal family gathered at the gates of Balmoral to view the floral tributes to Diana, Princess of Wales. Until now, they had remained within the sanctuary of the Balmoral estate, but this was a chance to share a quiet moment of remembrance with a grieving nation. The young princes carefully read the messages of sympathy and support. There were a few words among the royal party, otherwise all you could hear was the sound of camera shutters. And amid it all, a young boy's hand sought briefly a father's reassurance. The whole event lasted barely more than 5 minutes before the royal family returned to the castle. Clearly concerned that the young princes should not face too much public exposure ahead of Saturday's funeral, the whole event was overseen by the Queen. It was a rare and in many ways unexpected public appearance here at Balmoral. The first signs that the royal family might break their retreat came earlier in the day, when police began security searches around the tiny church at Crathy, where they occasionally worshipped during their stay here. Throughout the morning, tourists had been visiting the church, but suddenly a notice appeared informing visitors that it had been closed. Then another development. In the face of mounting criticism, the Prince of Wales' press secretary arrived to inform journalists that the royal family would shortly attend a private service at the church. She denied they were bowing to public pressure.
This is not in answer to criticism. This is a family going to church for private prayers.
Nothing else?
Exactly as I said, it's a family going together for private prayers in view of what's happened.
On the stroke of 6 o'clock, within an hour of a public appearance in London by Prince Andrew and Prince Edward, the royal party at Balmoral drove the short distance to the church for the service at which they remembered the dead princess.
It's also emerged that the royal family has altered their travel arrangements for returning to London for the funeral. Prince Charles and his 2 sons will fly down from Aberdeen Airport tomorrow morning. The Queen will also return to London tomorrow, earlier than planned, in time to deliver a broadcast to the nation. Andrew Castle, BBC News, Balmoral.
Earlier, the Duke of York and Prince Edward visited St James's Palace to pay their respects to Diana. They then walked the short distance to Buckingham Palace, stopping on the way to talk to mourners. Our court correspondent Jenny Bond reports on the revised arrangements for the funeral and what inspired the changes.
Thank you very much indeed.
Among the mourners in London, the Duke of York and Prince Edward this afternoon provided the focal point the crowds had been demanding. Unannounced, they had quietly made their way to St James's Palace to add their tributes to the thousands already inscribed in the books of condolence. Their sudden appearance on the Mall, just one of a series of fast-moving changes in which Buckingham Palace repeatedly bowed to the wishes of the people. It's from the palace that the Queen will make her broadcast in time for tomorrow's early evening news bulletins. It's said not to be a knee-jerk reaction to the mounting criticism, but that has clearly stung the family. And in a highly unusual move, the Queen authorised her press secretary to make a statement on camera.
The Queen has asked me to say that the royal family have been hurt by suggestions that they are indifferent to the country's sorrow at the tragic death of the Princess of Wales. The Princess was a much-loved national figure, but she was also a mother whose sons miss her deeply. Prince William and Prince Harry themselves want to be with their father and their grandparents at this time in the quiet haven of Balmoral. As their grandmother, the Queen is helping the princes to come to terms with their loss as they prepare themselves for the public ordeal of mourning their mother with the nation on Saturday.
In another unique break with protocol, the Union flag will fly at half-mast from Buckingham Palace during the funeral and until midnight on Saturday. The royal standard will be lowered as the Queen leaves for Westminster Abbey. The criticism reached a crescendo this morning with hard-hitting headlines and editorials in several newspapers. But not all are taking credit for the changes.
Well, I think the Queen's responded to the power of the people rather than the power of the press. The press and television and radio, I think, have just been the conduit in this case. I think even the press and television has been surprised at all the emotion that we've seen in London, and Balmoral is a long way away.
In a separate move, the Princess's brother, Earl Spencer, has now asked the tabloid newspaper editors who had been invited to her funeral not to attend. But the calls for the palace to break with tradition came not only from the tabloids. In the Times, Lord Blake called for the Queen to make a broadcast. Now he's pleasantly surprised.
I didn't expect that it would actually happen, and I feel delighted that it has, and I'm sure the Queen is right to do it. And I do admire her courage in circumstances which are very painful and difficult.
For so many, this is uncharted territory, and there's acceptance that misjudgments have been made.
The great emphasis at the beginning was on the private welfare of the princes, and I think the public side hadn't been given the attention it deserved. Now that's been put right, and we really mustn't be curmudgeonly to the Queen.
5 days on, the depth of feeling for the lost princess still pours out onto the streets, and it was summed up today by the Prime Minister.
We meet in rather sombre times, and I think there's a tremendous sense of national grief at the moment, and indeed something I think more profound than anything I can remember in the entirety of my lifetime. Something that isn't just our grief as a nation, it is personal to each one of us.
Some aspects of life at the palace go on undisturbed, as inside officials planning the funeral arrangements strive to balance the wishes of the families and the demands of the public. The Queen and the monarchy hold fast to tradition. The wheels of change move only slowly here. Evolution, not revolution, is the watchword. But the public response to the princess's death appears to have forced the pace, proving again that though her life is over, her influence on the monarchy remains profound. Jenny Bond, BBC News.
Full details of Saturday's funeral service at Westminster Abbey have been released by Buckingham Palace. It'll be a mixture of traditional elements and some highly personal touches reflecting the princess's personality. Her friend Elton John will sing a specially rewritten version of his song Candle in the Wind. Clarence Mitchell reports.
This evening at Westminster Abbey, amid the floral tributes, the crowds were starting to claim the area as their own. A long queue has already started to form. It's to hear at the Abbey's Great West Door that Diana's coffin will be borne at 5 to 11 on Saturday morning. The tenor bell will toll every minute as the cortege approaches. Her funeral will be like no other. It'll celebrate the life of a woman who kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents, but with humane concerns and the ability to still make individuals feel significant.
I think that the Abbey have done a marvellous job. They've got 45 minutes or so in which they can actually spread the concerns that Princess Diana had and incorporate and make accessible to as many people as they can.
There'll be a number of readings expressing love for Diana. Both her sisters, Lady Sarah McCorquodale and Lady Jane Fellows, who accompanied her body back to Britain on Sunday, will read verses. The Prime Minister will read 1 Corinthians 13, which emphasises the importance of love. The hymns, too, have been chosen for highly personal reasons.
Now a hymn chosen by the bride. I vow to thee, my country, the service of my love, to the music of Gustav Holst.
Diana's favourite hymn, which marked the start of her royal life, will now be heard again at its close. The music, too, reflects the wishes of the families, the traditional alongside the populist.
Seems to me you live your life like a candle in the wind.
Elton John will sing a specially rewritten version of Candle in the Wind, Goodbye England's Rose, May You Ever Grow in Our Hearts. And the Spencer family has made a very special request for part of Verdi's Requiem to be performed. The service will move to a close with tributes and prayers. They'll be led by Diana's brother, Earl Spencer. The Archbishop of Canterbury will say prayers for the Princess, her family and the royal family. Among the 1,900 guests will be many representatives of the charities and concerns that Diana was associated with. The guests will include Mohammed Al Fayed and his wife and Hillary Clinton. The Dean of Westminster will begin proceedings. And so the stage is being set for what will, in essence, be a normal family funeral, but one that so clearly will be very different in other respects. In his bidding, the Dean will say that in death, Diana commands the sympathy of millions. They'll be watching. This is the order of service. Newspapers up and down the land are being urged to publish it in full on Saturday morning, so that everyone can join in wherever they are. Clarence Mitchell, BBC News, Westminster Abbey.
The Metropolitan Police are preparing for millions of people to come to London for the Princess's funeral. It's expected to be the biggest event in the capital for decades. Public transport into London has been increased to cope with the influx. George Eakin reports.
Control barriers were being driven into the Kensington Palace area tonight as thousands of people streamed into the palace gardens, some to camp out and stake their place for the funeral. It looked chaotic. On Saturday, some say 2 million will come and line the streets 100 deep, but they can only guess. Police expect the crowd's mood to be sombre.
I think there'll also be a very cooperative mood. I think members of the public will be there to show their grief, to help each other. They will be cooperating with the police, with the advice we give.
And the first piece of advice is don't bring a car. Many roads in central London will be closed on Saturday and parking restrictions enforced. There will be extra tube and rail services to cope with the large influx of people.
The suburban railways are increasing the number of carriages. We'll be actually providing all the capacity we can. We've also cancelled virtually all our engineering programme for the weekend to make sure that disruptions that might have occurred due to that are avoided.
This national coach operator has laid on more than 100 extra buses to cope with thousands who want to be in London on Saturday.
In the West Midlands area, we're certainly seeing that the overnight service from Birmingham has proven to be very popular. We've seen an increase on about 75% above our normal loadings for that sort of service.
When Diana's coffin leaves the Abbey on her final journey, the sight of thousands lining its route in complete silence will leave a striking impression. On the roads out of the capital and on the M1, police urge people not to drop flowers from bridges as the cortege passes, nor try to watch it while travelling on the opposite carriageway. Tonight, police closed the Northamptonshire village of Great Brington, where the Princess will be buried, and asked the public to stay away. Residents have been given special passes. There's even an air exclusion order preventing aircraft flying over the village. When the coffin reaches the Spencer family chapel on Saturday afternoon, the public will see no more. Here, in absolute privacy and away from the nation's gaze, two boys must bid farewell to their mother. George Eakin, BBC News.
Well, I'm joined now by our court correspondent Paul Reynolds, who's at St James's Palace, and our chief political correspondent John Sargent at Westminster. John, first, how much has Downing Street been involved in steering the royal family closer to popular sentiment?
Well, there's no doubt a lot of work has gone on behind the scenes involving Downing Street in consultation with the palace. But Number 10 are concerned to quash any suggestion that they've been, as it were, trying to push the palace in one direction or the other. From the moment that Prince Charles talked to Mr Blair on Sunday, it's been clear there would be advice coming from Downing Street, and that advice would be welcomed by the palace. But Downing Street is saying, let's make it clear about this. Buckingham Palace have been in the driving seat. The decision on the broadcast, for instance, was told to the officials this morning. When they arrived for the meeting, they were told Balmoral wants a broadcast, and that's then what happened.
Has there been any political backlash against the tone of some of the comment directed at the royal family?
I think there's a general feeling, not just from Mr Blair, but from the other party leaders, from William Hague, the opposition leader, and from a leading Liberal Democrat, Lord Steele, that this is not a moment for there to be, as it were, a lack of unity at the top. So all these major politicians are concerned that people's anger might come from their grief, and this is something they want really to try and stop, and try and not have arguments going on about tittle-tattle on the sidelines, who suggested what, who has been putting forward this idea, who has stopped that idea. I think there is a feeling now that the nation should be united, and that's what the political leaders want to see happen.
John Sargent, thank you. Paul Reynolds at St James's Palace. Can you think of any precedent for what appears to be a remarkable sequence of changes of mind by the royal family?
These are really unprecedented changes of policy or amendments to policy because these are unprecedented events. I think it hasn't been a lack of will on the part of the palace, but perhaps a lack of understanding of what's been going on the streets. I think they've rather tended to expect, as in traditional ways, the people would fit in with the policy, whereas the people thought the policy should fit in with them.
Does anyone know whether the royals are of one mind on this, whether they all agreed they have to do something?
I think there's been some debate about the timing of these things. There has been discussion during the week about the broadcast, and I understand there was the Prince of Wales himself last night who really took a leading role in saying we must have a broadcast before the funeral because they were thinking of having it afterwards.
The Diana effect, do you expect it to be a short-lived phenomenon, or will the royal family never be the same again?
I think the royal family learns from history. This one has been a difficult struggle for them to cope with. But right from the moment when they invented their own name and rejected the old German name, they are fully aware of public opinion. And I know that they realize that in a modern liberal democracy there is no political role for the royal family. Therefore there has to be a popular role, and without popular support there can be no monarchy.
Paul Reynolds and John Sargent at Westminster, thank you both very much. And now the rest of today's news. At least 8 people have been killed and more than 150 injured by 3 suicide bombers in a crowded shopping area of Jerusalem. The Islamic terrorist group Hamas said it carried out the attack. The bombing was condemned by the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, but the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the peace process wouldn't continue unless the Palestinian Authority acted against the extremists. Our Middle East correspondent Jeremy Bowen reports from Jerusalem.
This evening, devout Jews are praying for the dead and wounded on Ben Yehuda Street. An amateur cameraman caught the pandemonium seconds after the attack this afternoon. The fear of another day like this has been on the minds of everybody who moves around the public places of Jerusalem since the last bomb 5 weeks ago. The police believe that today there were 3 suicide bombers. There were 3 explosions within seconds of each other. Ben Yehuda is one of the city's main thoroughfares, the place where Israelis like to go to talk and drink coffee, to relax in the warmth of the summer sun. It's an obvious target. There's always tight security here. But it's almost impossible to stop someone who's prepared to die with his victims. More than 150 people were taken to hospital.
I heard my friend screaming, and then I heard another boom, another bang. So I checked myself, and I got up, make sure I could walk, and then I walked, and I saw a leg just lying on the floor without anything, without a body.
demonstrators chanted death to Yasser Arafat, not interested in his condemnation of what happened. Israelis are outraged that after last month's bomb, the Palestinian leader refused to crack down on Hamas, whose military wing said they carried out today's attack. The people who sent the bombers will count this as a major victory, an attack in the heart of Jerusalem in the week before the planned visit of the American Secretary of State. It's another very grave blow to peace. The Israeli government believes this 2-week-old image of Mr. Arafat publicly reconciling himself with a Hamas political leader they say should be in jail sums up why the peace process has collapsed. Tonight, the same Hamas leader blamed the Israeli occupation for the bomb.
The continuation of tragic, miserable life of Palestinians in and outside Palestine will lead to more bloodshed.
Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, won the last election promising peace and security. Israel does not have either. After he visited the wounded, he blamed the Palestinian leadership.
Unless they begin to fight the terrorist organizations, unless they make a choice between peace with Israel and peace with Hamas, as they must, then this process cannot continue.
Tonight, Jerusalem is observing its grim rituals. Religious Jews are collecting every scrap of blood and flesh for burial. By tomorrow, the shops and cafes will be open again. But Israel says it cannot be business as usual for Yasser Arafat, and that if he won't take action against the bombers, it will. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Here, police have made a number of arrests following a house explosion at Brecon in mid-Wales earlier this week. One man was killed and another critically injured in the blast. Those detained are being questioned about stolen military plastic explosives thought to have caused the blast, which destroyed the house. 2 soldiers have appeared in court charged with conspiracy to smuggle into Britain drugs worth £2.5 million. The men from 39 Regiment were arrested in France. 5 other soldiers will appear before magistrates tomorrow. Sales of new cars reached a record level in August, the first month of the new R registration. Car dealers say windfall payouts from building societies helped to increase the number of vehicles sold. The Prime Minister has met head teachers and other education experts at Downing Street to discuss ways of improving the worst schools. The Head Teachers Union warned that not enough people were applying for headships, and that could undermine attempts to improve standards. Our education correspondent Sue Littlemore reports.
Up to 40 head teachers and other education experts made up the chattering class invited by the Prime Minister to his home today. There's no single solution, but there was just one theme: how to raise school standards. In particular, the Prime Minister believes 1 in 5 of all schools is underperforming.
Morning, everyone.
Many of those sharing inspiration at number 10 have an impressive track record in raising standards, including William Atkinson. He's the charismatic head teacher of the symbolically renamed Phoenix High School in West London.
I'm very optimistic about what we're going to do as a school, the staff and the students.
In 2 years, he and his team have led a renaissance, which means the school, which had been failed by inspectors, is now seeing improving exam results. Today, the Prime Minister wanted to discuss how to nurture and attract quality leadership into schools.
Of all the subjects that it is important to take forward, it is the education of our children and the future of our children.
But simultaneously, one teaching union released new figures, suggesting that while the number of headship vacancies is rising, the number of applicants is falling.
I support the government's push for higher standards, but I don't think it's going to work unless they can solve the recruitment crisis affecting the heads in this country. And unless we do that, and that principally means decent pay levels, then I think the government's drive will be substantially affected.
I think those in very large schools are paid very well. I think there is a disparity between primary school and secondary school, which I've asked the School Teachers Review Body to address.
The government also plans other measures like accelerated training to make headships more attractive. In line with the nation's mood, today's Education Summit was intended to be a rather low-key event. Even so, by hosting this meeting here, as many schools begin their new year, the Prime Minister did want to re-emphasise his commitment to raising school standards. Sue Littlemore, BBC News, Downing Street.
The Department of Trade and Industry is planning a radical change to industrial relations laws by forcing companies to recognise trade unions where the workforce wants it. The new laws were promised by Labour at the election, but there was speculation that the measures might be dropped. Nick Faldo and Sweden's Jesper Parnevik have been selected as the two wild cards for the European team, which will defend golf's Ryder Cup in Spain at the end of the month. The two American-based players were widely expected to be picked by captain Seve Ballesteros after Jose Maria Olazabal replaced the injured Miguel Angel Martin earlier this week. Faldo and Parnevik will join the 10 automatic qualifiers from the European Tour. Now back to tonight's main news, the mourning for Diana, Princess of Wales. Had she lived, Diana was due to carry out her first public engagement after her holidays this morning for a children's charity. She was to have launched a £2 million fundraising event for the Osteopathic Children's Centre in central London. But instead, a 6-year-old patient, Laura Stanford from Reading, carried out her role.
What are you going to receive?
Check.
A cheque. Is it lots of money?
Laura Stanford, who suffers from cerebral palsy, had been chosen to present the Princess of Wales with a garland of flowers today, a job she'd been looking forward to. After Diana's death, it was decided that Laura was the best person to take over the Princess's role by receiving a cheque for £50,000 for the Osteopathic Centre for Children in central London. Laura's parents had to break the news to her that she wouldn't be meeting the Princess after all.
You know, it's a fairy tale for her, and when we'd explained to her, it took basically all of Sunday to, you know, get the penny to drop. But she understands now, and she wanted to do this and have, you know, stand in and be princess for a day.
The fact that she was going to meet and didn't meet, I dare say she'll remember the disappointment for the rest of her days, possibly.
During a private visit to the centre earlier this year, Diana was told that the work here was revolutionary. She said to have replied, "Well, you've got the right person. I'm the ultimate rebel."
It was her suggestion to have the visit that was scheduled for today to raise public awareness, and she asked to open our new building when we have it. In fact, we could have had her visit earlier in the summer, but we thought the autumn was more appropriate, and sadly, of course, now we don't have her.
So, Laura, I wonder whether I can...
When it came to receiving the cheque to launch the centre's £2 million appeal, Laura was rather overcome by all the attention. Afterwards, she was taken to Kensington Palace, where she laid flowers, including the garland of sweet peas that she had hoped to present to the Princess in person. June Kelly, BBC News.
And the main news again tonight. The Queen will broadcast to the nation tomorrow after revealing her hurt at being thought out of touch with its mood of sorrow. Tonight, members of the royal family appeared at the gates of Balmoral to read messages of sympathy and look at the floral tributes there. On Saturday, BBC One will be on the air from 6 in the morning to cover the preparations for Diana's funeral, the service itself, and the journey of the cortege to the Princess of Wales's final resting place in Altrop. But that's the 9 o'clock news.
Good evening from News West. As the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales approaches, thousands of people from across the region are planning their own pilgrimage to London. Extra public transport's being laid on, including one train on which people can sleep on Friday night. And the Princess's sudden death is still dominating public life here in the West, as David Garmston reports.
Against the wrought iron gates of Highgrove House near Tetbury, the sea of flowers grows by the hour. Prince Charles and the young princes will see these when they come here after the funeral on Saturday evening. They will perhaps be comforted to know just how much their neighbours care. In Yeovil this afternoon, a service at St. John's. In church, every seat was taken. The vicar repeated his message to 150 people outside.
We remember before God Diana, Princess of Wales.
Tomorrow, Bath Abbey and Bristol Cathedral will be the focus of the region's mourning. On Saturday, there are more acts of worship at St. Mary's in Chard, at the council offices in Swindon, at Wells Cathedral and at St. Mary Magdalene in Taunton. On Sunday, Clifton Cathedral and Gloucester Cathedral are holding special services, and most parishes will also be remembering the Princess. National Express is making extra coaches available to help ferry the thousands from the west expected to make the sad journey to the capital for the funeral. More trains are also being laid on from Bristol and the West Country, South Wales and the Cotswolds. The first train from Bristol Temple Meads on Saturday will leave at 4 in the morning, with others departing at intervals until 8:18. In Gloucester, a special train is laid on, departing at 5:45, and in Swindon, services start at 4:39. The last train to arrive in London before 10 will leave at 8:45. The list of closures and cancellations grows ever longer. The Bristol Kite Festival is scaling down its event and will open with this solitary black kite hanging sadly over a city in mourning. David Garmston, BBC News West.
In other news tonight, residents are mounting a fierce campaign against proposals for a permanent gypsy site in North Somerset. Dozens of local people attended a meeting in Weston-super-Mare today where they stressed their opposition to each of the 5 areas suggested by the council. Willowmead near Moor Lane has been tipped as the most likely site. The council says it has to house the travellers somewhere, but failed to reach a decision today. In cricket, Gloucestershire are heading for defeat against Championship leaders Kent. Kent declared on 432 for 4, leaving Gloucestershire to score 482 for an unlikely victory. And at the close, Gloucestershire had slumped to 59 for 4. At Taunton, Somerset had reached 174 for 5 in their second innings to add to their 5-run first innings lead against Middlesex. Well, that's it. David Lee has tonight's weather forecast from the News West team. A very good evening to you.
Good evening. The weather remains unsettled across central and northern areas of Britain. You can see on the satellite picture here a great swirl of cloud at the moment affecting northwestern parts of Scotland. Clearer skies further to the southeast, but more cloud up to the northwest, and that's going to be pushing its way steadily southeast over the next 48 hours. At the moment, though, we still have that deep area of low pressure just to the north of Scotland. Tightly packed isobars means that still some very strong winds. And the radar shows the extent of the rain too, particularly across the Western Isles, but also some heavy showers over the Highlands and even down across some of the southern areas of Scotland as well. Showers across Northern Ireland and a few left across western parts of England, and also a few left over southern and southwestern parts of Wales. But those are going to die away, and most parts of England and Wales will in fact turn out to be dry. Just a few left on the coast, but across northwestern parts of Scotland, those heavy showers and more prolonged areas of rain are going to continue. There it'll stay very windy, gusts at least up to gale force, and temperatures 10 or 11.
Monday. The ultimate sound of summer. California Dreaming. The greatest hits of the mamas and the papas. Out now.
For a motor insurance policy paid by instalments, interest-free, call General Accident Direct on 0800 121 000 tomorrow.
Hello. Because of the tragic events of the last week, we're not going to be returning as planned with the forthcoming series of TFI Friday this Friday. Instead, we're going to run some of the best performances from the bands that have been on the show over the last 2 years. And we'd like to combine these with some messages from you about how you feel about the loss of Princess Di. If you'd like to phone us on 0891 444444 or fax us on 0891 444400 and tell us what you want to say. The calls will cost you 50p and all the proceeds will go to the Diana, Princess of Wales Memorial Fund. We'll try and fit as many in as possible, and we'll see you for our normal show back with the start of a new series next Friday.
Now on for Clive Anderson with Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Welcome to Whose Line Is It Anyway, the improvisation show, which you haven't seen it before, is the very best programme on the television. Well, if you have seen it before, you know it's one where I start off with a very big lie. And featuring tonight, we have a man of 1,000 voices, all of them the same, Stephen Frost. Then a man of 1,000 faces, very few of them human, Colin Mockery. Then a man of $1,000, all of them travel expenses, Brad Sherwood. And finally, a man of 1,000 appearances in this programme, Ryan Stiles. Gentlemen, our contestants. And the first game is for all 4 contestants. I'd like to come on down, especially Stephen and Brad, because they're going to be starting off doing this scene, asking only questions. If they turn into statements, stop asking questions, I'll buzz them out, and then they'll be replaced by the people behind them, and so on until we get rid of everybody, and my buzzer wins. Okay, so the scene is, you're on Noah's Ark. You could be people, it could be animals. That's about it, I think, on Noah's Ark. Asking any questions, where you go.
What'd you do with the sheep, Noah?
Do you think it looks like rain?
Do you suppose it would rain for 40 days and 40 nights?
How many cows are there?
Why did you bring me as your pair?
What happened to the unicorns?
Did you just get shorter?
Hadn't you heard of water shrinkage?
What's water shrinkage?
Where are you going?
You smell something?
Isn't it obvious you would smell something in the ark?
Did you feed the goats?
Was I supposed to?
Well, did you feed the goats?
What should I feed them?
Did you feed them the ducks?
How long did it take you to make this?
Did it take me?
Quicker than that. So where are the giraffes going to put their heads?
Is that important?
Have you never worked with giraffes before?
Is that apparent?
Where the hell have you been? Where do you think?
Were you at the front of the boat?
You mean the pointy end?
Didn't I tell you to stay away from there?
Why?
Didn't you notice something unusual up there?
Didn't you see the leak?
You took a leak?
Okay, listen, I think you're slow down. I have to... I think that's the best that's ever been played. Half a point each. If you go on to a thing called Film and Theatre Styles, it's for Ryan and Colin, and they have to act out a little scene, which I'll give them in just a moment. But as in the tradition of this game, they have to break into a variety of film, theatre styles, as now suggested by members of the enthusiastic studio audience, and indeed by the rest of them. So has anybody got any films? Star Trek. Star Trek, yes, that's a good staple, good straightforward. Western. Sorry, somebody did say Swedish porn there, because somebody always does. Is it the same person who comes every week, so to speak? No. Wait, hang on, listen. Riverdance came behind me, that's good. And what was it? Crime Watch. Any more theatre ones, actually, in the sort of theatre with the, you know... Shakespeare, that's the guy, that's him.
Music Hall.
Music Hall, yeah.
Jesus Christ Superstar.
Jesus Christ Superstar, yes, that's... All right, that's it. That's it. We've now got every possible film or theatre style, and I'll just do different ones anyway as the fancy takes me. But what's your scene you're thinking? Colin, you're a policeman, and you've come to investigate reports of a strange disturbance on a chicken farm. No particular style for the moment. We'll go into ones when we get them. Excuse me.
I'm a policeman. I happened to be walking by, noticing a disturbance here on the poultry farm.
Oh, and you suspect foul play?
Yes. Well, I'm the owner of the farm, and I can tell you nothing's wrong here. Everything's fine. What's with all these chickens looking confused and dazed and running around in a circle? They're tired and hungry and peeved and
Why are they peeved, sir?
Look, I can't lie to you. I've known these chickens for many a years, and we share some things between chicken and man that chicken and man should not share.
Go on. Yeah, but go on in a Star Trek kind of way.
Well, on my planet we call it Gluki.
Yes, I've heard of this Gluki.
Well, it's not logical that the chickens should sleep in the barn while I sleep in a large house.
Of course it's not logical. Chickens are made for love.
Well, chickens aren't always meant for... Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you with my ear. Ah, a portable fan.
It's their Yes, if the chickens are cool.
Oh.
River dance.
Well, I have many more chickens over outside. Would you like to take a look?
Yes, for I am the lord of the chickens.
Okay, well, let's do a bit more river dance. Come over here. Just joking. Jurassic Park.
You dance good for a human. I've never seen a human dance like...
Okay, let's end there. I think it works very good, very good. Okay. All right, now. That puts Colin into a shock 1-point lead as we go on to a game called Old Job, New Job, and this is going to feature Stephen, Ryan and Brad. I'd like to come on down. And the idea of this is a scene's being acted out of introducing a fiancé to the father. Stephen will come in due course and he'll be the father, but he used to be a dog show judge, and he will reveal this, suggest this subtly, just by the power of his improvisation. So you tuck the scene and he'll come in due course.
Brad, I have to tell you, I'm really nervous about meeting your father.
Connie, no, remain calm.
What if he doesn't like me? What if he thinks I'm ugly?
You're going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Now, just relax.
I just don't want to disappoint you. Give us a kiss.
Hi, Pop. I want you to meet Connie.
Hello, it's very
Sit!
Sit! I really don't... Okay. So, I understand you want to marry? Well, yes. We've been... Good night.
I knew you'd like her.
I like you. I like you. Oh, you're good. I never said this would happen. You're good. I don't like this at all. I said she. I don't like it.
I told you she was a good bitch.
Come over. Come over. I could jump over it if I wanted to. Don't make me do it.
She's just nervous, Dad.
Come and put your head in my lap. I'm sorry. Come and put your head in my lap. Brad, I don't think...
Do it.
You see, I can't allow you on the furniture. Actually, never mind about your son.
That got rather disturbing there. No points, I'm afraid, but Ryan is awarded Best of Breed. As we go into a game called Home Shopping, this is for Ryan and Colin. They're going to be appearing on a home shopping channel and trying to sell the most difficult things you might be having to sell on a home shopping channel. And what we've got for you there is some waders.
Waiter!
Some waders with holes in, so that makes them rather difficult to sell. And there's some chewing gum chewed by somebody else already. So you're going to try and sell those, plus one other object. Can we just describe another object which might be equally difficult to sell? A solar-powered torch. I think that just deserves to be there for sheer imagination already. Solar-powered torch. And those two other items on the shopping channel with you now.
Hi, it's 5 o'clock, and it's time to shop. I'm Cedro Woolley.
And I'm Woodrow Seeley.
We want you to get out those checkbooks, relax, get something to eat, and get ready to buy.
Shop, shop, shop! Shop, shop, shop! Shop, shop, shop! Nothing subliminal about this!
Hey, what's this I found under your chair?
Oh, my gosh. Why, it looks like 2 discarded pieces of gum.
You know, I have to admit, I love putting things under chairs like gum, but I haven't got the time in the day to chew.
What are you saying?
I'm saying this gum is already chewed.
So you save valuable time and just stick it under your seat.
Time I can spend doing something else. Hey, what are those?
Well, what do you think I have here?
Well, they look like boots, but they can't be for going in the water, because they've got holes.
I've got to tell you that aquaphobia is destroying many of our young adults. Many of them are afraid to fish. But with the holy waiter, you stick your feet in, and slowly as the water starts to get up, you start to feel happy with the water. Sure, you can't pee a lot, but that's just a byproduct. How much would you buy these for?
You could use those for night fishing.
Night fishing, gee. If only there was a way to see in the dark with the moon.
But you don't want something with a big flame, because that would scare the fish.
No, what you want is a torch or flashlight.
Not a torch with a flame.
No, something solar-powered.
Solar-powered?
Powered by the sun! Now, how would that work at night? Well, Ryan will explain.
As you know, when it's dark here, it's still light somewhere else. That's why every solar-powered torch is over 5,000 miles long. So you can get the sun on the other side of the world.
And if you'll buy that, you'll buy anything.
Can I drive?
Not yet.
Beautiful scenery. Pity you're missing it.
I'm really happy. This is great.
Maybe it's the performance of its 16-valve Ecotec engine, its superb maneuverability and car-like handling. But everyone wants to drive the Sintra, Vauxhall's new MPV.
So when can I drive?
The new Sintra. To drive it is to love it.
If you ever get the chance.
Consider yourself at home. Consider yourself one of the family. Waiting for you, so strong. It's clear we're going to get along.
Consider yourself well in.
Consider yourself one of furniture.
There's one name on the high street that still helps more people than anyone else to buy a home of their own.
Consider yourself our mate. We don't want to have no fuss. But after some consideration we can say, consider yourself.
No wonder 20 million people now consider themselves part of the Halifax.
Consider yourself one of us.
Adidas. Feel the energy. A leaking roof can cost a packet, so I'm not going to chance it.
Thompson's Roof Seal. Buy now. Don't pay later.
I just dropped into the bathroom.
So?
Started off in the loft.
Oh! Ah,
Her mother's not very happy.
don't tell me. She was in the bath.
She still is. It's going to take forever to sort out, isn't it?
Well, hang on. What's the damage?
Builder reckons a couple of £100.
Okay, get it sorted and we'll pay for it.
What? Just like that?
Just like that. After all, you've been with us 6 months and you've got our accidental damage cover.
At Direct Line, we can sort straightforward low-cost claims out over the phone.
Mother, you're covered.
For home insurance, better go direct to Direct Line on 0181 686 8877.
My guru insists I fly Air Canada Executive First to celebrate my love of open space.
Little details and a lot of legroom make our Executive First a breath of fresh air.
Same time next week.
Now I'm a believer.
Hugh McCain home fries. Cook in the oven, but taste fried. Taste it and believe it.
I still haven't worked out the score, so can we take another commercial break? No, let's carry on. And let's do a game called Quick Change. This is for Brad, Colin, and Stephen. Like to come on down. Brad and Colin will be acting out a scene, and they'll just be improvising away. But every now and then, for no particular reason, Stephen will say change, and they must rapidly change what they just said to something else. This should become clear as we get going. And so you're telling a general you're under attack. Telling a general you're under attack is the scene, and you have to change when Stephen tells you. General.
Yes.
We're under attack.
How bad is it?
Change.
Is it serious?
Change.
I'm not scared.
Change.
Nice outfit.
Sir, we're surrounded by 100 German officers.
Change.
31 Lithuanian midgets.
Change.
A circus troupe with a really bad elephant.
This is more serious than I thought.
Yes, the elephant looks very angry.
Ooh, is it wearing a howdah?
Change.
Is it dressed in pink?
Change.
Does it have any stealth equipment? Because I hate those stealth elephants. They sneak right up on you, and then you got a butt full of peanuts.
I didn't really, reconnaissance hasn't really come back with that sort of information, sir. But I do know that some of the acrobats have bazookas.
Change.
The acrobats have large guns.
Change.
The acrobats are totally naked and making shadow puppets with their genitals. It's distracting the men, sir.
What language were they speaking?
Change.
Were they walking on eggs?
Change.
Did they know any funny hand signals?
Well, they weren't quite funny from what I could see, sir, but there were hand signals nonetheless.
Could you show them to me?
Well, sir, I'm a little embarrassed, but there was one like this.
Change.
Like this.
Change.
Like this.
Change. 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 Change.
Okay, let's see what else we can do there. Let's do that. Okay. Right. I need hardly say that Colin's going to the lead then, because he hasn't. So as we go on to a game called Party Quirks, this is for all 4 contestants, but mainly Brad, who's going to be the host of the party. All the others will be guests of the party, but to each of the guests has been given a strange way of behaving, a quirk, which they're consulting their envelopes to discover what they are. Brad doesn't know what they are, but he'll work it out just from the way they improvise and from his native wit and intelligence. So, Brad, if you'd like to come on down here, get the party ready, and I'll indicate when the guests are arriving by my doorbell noise, which is my creative contribution to this particular round.
Thank you, Brad.
Okay, you ready? Party going with a swing?
Yes. I can't believe... Oh. Hello, come on.
Why took you so long to open the door? Stand up straight. You should have a bib on. You might spill food down here. It's a lovely party dress you got on.
Thank you. You're the first one here.
Are these schnitzels?
Yes, they are.
You must have a cold then. Grab it.
Hi.
Hi, nice to see you, Brad.
Don't stand too close. You'll get a cold.
Is that a turkey?
Yes, it is. It's a butterball. Oh.
I hope he washes his hands after that.
Be careful in there. Hold still.
Hey, Brad, how are you?
Hi.
Brad, look out!
I'm chafing dish.
Okay,
have you met Jackie Chan?
I don't think you should be mixing with these nasty boys. They'll be a bad influence on you in later life.
Well, since you're my German schoolmaster...
Yeah, German nanny, yes. Try to get the feminine there, but...
Right, there's porn!
Why don't you go back to making porn films? Like you used to do.
Nearly there, though.
Oh, corn. Niblets.
Oh. You're a naked performance artist who likes to use food.
He likes food, yes, you're just about that.
You know, I hate inviting stuntmen to my parties.
Stuntman, that'll do. He's an extra the film, that's it, yeah. All right. That was a sort of puzzling one there, so Brad, you did very well, and I think you must be in the lead by now. As we go on to a game called Mission Impossible, Colin and Ryan will act out an everyday scene in the style of Mission Impossible, and Stephen will be on hand to be the voice of the tape, which always seems to crop up on the Mission Impossible. But instead of making a difficult thing to do, you've got to think of some simple activity, some simple task for them to do as though it were...
Mowing the lawn.
Changing the light bulb or mowing the lawn. Wait a minute, no, I think there's enough there. I think mowing the lawn. Getting the lawn generally cut, tidied, trimmed, everything. That's your task. Take it away.
All right, okay. Thank you. The neighbors are complaining again.
Damn. What can we do?
I don't know.
Perhaps the cassette will help us. We're going to have to use the Russian tape recorder.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
How are we?
We're fine. How about
Did you have a good vacation? Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to mow the lawn. Do you think you can handle it?
It's on stuff, sir.
This tape will self... Oh, it just did.
Right, my face. Why is it always me? Look, we gotta get out there. We gotta mow that lawn. We gotta stop the neighbors from complaining, but we can't let them see us.
Well, I guess we better just go.
We don't want them to know who we are. We better put on these outfits. No. No.
Just put on that nice suit.
Let's go.
Wait. We've got to get across the grass to the shed. That's where the lawnmower is.
Why did you put it in there?
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
It's not important now.
We can't fight among ourselves.
Look, we can burrow underneath the grass, pop up in the shed, so they can't see us.
All right, you do that. I'll just walk across the lawn.
I'll put on these gopher teeth.
Come on up. You know, the grass wasn't mined or anything. It was perfectly safe. The door seems to be locked.
We could go in through the sky roof, but how would we get up there?
Wait. I've got my expandable pogo stick. Hold on.
Right.
Now!
Run the top. Careful, careful. It's a long distance down there. It must be 4 feet.
Wait a minute. You're what?
6'5".
Yes!
All right. Gotta get her out the door. Remember,
it's locked on the inside, too.
That's one tricky door. Oh, I guess we could...
We're gonna have to blow it.
Blow the door? Are you out of your mind?
No, I mean blow it up.
Oh, wait. You had Mexican food for lunch, didn't you?
I think I see where you're going.
I've got matches. Shake up good. Let's go. Now, we can't let them see us more.
I'll get a sheet.
What would a sheet help us at this point?
Sheet!
Oh!
Wait a minute, sheet.
Sheet.
Hey, grass.
We don't even need a lawnmower.
What about those experiments we've been doing in the other part of the shed?
You mean here?
Yes.
Look at all the sheep.
Well, we cloned them, remember?
Yeah. We could just let them out of here and let them cut the lawn. Or eat it up or whatever they do.
All right. You better put on the enticing sheep costume.
Damn, why always me?
Because you smell like one.
Hey.
They're going! They're going!
Okay, well, you saw that one nicely. Yes, definitely the best game of Mission Impossible ever played, and it's a quarter point each. As we go into a game called Greatest Hits, this is a game for Brad, with the assistance of Ryan and Colin, and Richard Ranch at the piano. So Brad is going to be singing some songs from an album of Greatest Hits, as described to us by Ryan and Colin, and it's songs of the farmyard. So a compilation disc of songs of the farmyard. Take it away.
Aye, it's 5 o'clock, and you want to have a party, but you just haven't got the right music, have they, Teddy?
No.
Well, you will with new Hits of the Barnyard. Who could ever forget that German drinking song, You're Just a Chicken, but What the Cluck?
You're just a chicken, but what the cluck? I'm a man who's full of luck. I will give my chicken a feel, pull down my lederhosen and my glockenspiel.
You know, many a night of heavy petting I've had to that song.
Oh, that song always fails to bring a tear to my eye. Who can forget that great punk song?
I forgot that one.
Is that in your record, or are you just happy to see me?
Oi! Come on, let's go out and try to dance! I got a rutabaga, you got corn in your pants! I got paper clips in my nose and a pin in my ear! So back away from me, cause I got a chicken in my rear! Back off, right!
Well, you know, a lot of these songs are great, but there's only one song that stayed on the top 10 list for over 12 weeks.
I think I know which one you're about to mention.
I'm talking that very romantic French ballad, You May Be Just a Horse, but You Got a Hell of an Ass.
and gallop away. I love you, my horse, you're Maurice Chevalier. I love your ass 'cause it is so tight and round. And when I jump on your saddle, I'm above the ground. Oh, I love you! You are my horse. You're my true love, and you caused my divorce.
Well, surprising enough, despite that end game, surprising enough, the winners this week, joint winners, are Ryan and Stephen. So well done, Ryan and Stephen. The prize for winning is to read the credits of style of my choosing, and your two construction workers on scaffolding. And you've got to read the credits in that style. Just remains for me to thank Stephen Frost, Colin Mockery, Brad Sherwood, Ryan Stiles, Richard Branch, and the pianist me, Clive, and say good night. Good night.
Oi, Branch! Nice horse!
Look at the set on that Chris Owen down there. Ah, whoa, 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 whoa.
Four wheelers!
Hey, let's see if I can hit Eric Levy.
No offense, Susan Gosby. Gosby.
Flock of pigeons over there, Alison McGregor. They got her, they got her.
My Billy loves this. Hey, hey.
Oh,
he comes down to go to work. Look.
Expecting 1,300 people to join together in song and prayer.
Hundreds of people have been turning out to Bristol Cathedral since early this morning to ensure a good seat inside for the service for Diana, Princess of Wales. Workers at the cathedral said they'd never seen anything like this as momentum grows on the eve of tomorrow's funeral. People here have been joining the thousands of people nationwide who've laid floral tributes for the princess. They've also been lighting candles, and for those who can't travel to London, there was also the chance to sign a book of condolences.
Say a prayer and, think about her and what's happened. It was such a shock for everybody, wasn't it?
Very, very close with her, and I think everyone's grieving so from the heart that we have to show it, I think.
It's just one of many services around the region as people want to show their grief in person for the people's princess. Nancy Connolly, HTV News.
Already hundreds of people have arrived here. It's clearly going to be a very emotional occasion. I'm joined by the Dean of Bristol Cathedral, the Very Reverend Robert Grimley, who's been making final preparations. What will you be saying to the congregation today?
We're going to be remembering a woman with a remarkable gift for touching people's hearts. We're going to also be remembering a young woman with a great sadness and sometimes a sense of lostness in her own life. And of course we're going to be remembering her family and especially the two young princes.
How comforting do you believe this service will be to people today?
Well, I hope that it will pick up what's in their hearts. We've got hymns and prayers and readings that I think will strike a chord. And we shall be inviting them to pick up the torch of Diana and try and show something of her big-heartedness in the way that they respond to the needs of the world.
We can see hundreds of people arriving now as we speak. What's your reaction to the enormous outpouring of grief here in Bristol?
It's very moving, it's very humbling. It shows that Diana had a remarkable gift, and we want to celebrate that gift and to give thanks for it today.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and now back to the studio.
James Solomons with the Dean of Bristol Cathedral, and of course we'll have a full report on that service on HTV's The West tonight at 6:30. Hundreds of people from the West are already travelling to London for the funeral. Thousands more are expected to leave later today and early tomorrow to be in time to see the cortege. Every seat on coaches and trains will be taken. In the meantime, motoring organisations are warning motorists to keep away from the motorways.
It's a major task for public transport. Bookings are up on all trains and coaches to London.
Great Western trains are expecting a rush of travellers tomorrow morning and are putting on extra services to cope with demand.
Tomorrow morning we have 6 services running from 4 o'clock in the morning through to 8:18, which will get people up to London before 10 o'clock in the morning.
And coming back?
Coming back, we'll be monitoring what the service is like in the morning. We'll have our normal service, but I say with monitoring we'll check if demand requires us to run any further trains.
The first extra train leaves Taunton at 3:10 in the morning, arriving in Paddington at 6:10. From the Cotswolds, there's another leaving Cheltenham at 5:25, reaching London by 7:30. Baker's Dolphin is running extra coaches in the morning, one from Weston-super-Mare at 5:20, another from Eastville in Bristol at 6:30. The company says many people are travelling to London today and staying overnight. As for driving up to London tomorrow morning, the advice from the police and the motoring organisations is don't. And with so many millions expected in the capital, expect travel to take much longer than expected. Simon Whitby, HTV News.
In other news now, 10 disabled people have been arrested during a sit-in at a bus depot in Bristol. They were accused of breaching the peace in their protest against the local bus company.
The protesters refused to move from the depot at Easton. They claim First Bus, the company which runs the City Line service, are not doing enough for disabled people. By 9 o'clock last night, police were called in. 10 disabled people were arrested for breach of the peace and taken to the police station in a City Line bus. As they were led away, their supporters vowed to continue.
And we'll stand our ground until we get what they owe us, yeah? What they owe us is our rights, yeah? Our rights to travel on the bus, yeah?
First Bus say they've already introduced buses adapted for the disabled and they're promising to buy more. The protesters were later released without charge. Helen Grace, HTV News.
Traders at Minehead are demanding a refund of at least part of the business rates they paid this year because their business has slumped. Despite the good weather for most of the summer, hoteliers and shopkeepers say customers have been driven away by work to strengthen a Victorian culvert under the main shopping street, The Avenue. The £1 million project has meant contractors disrupting the town centre for months. Some businesses claim their takings have been so badly hit that they're struggling to survive. Thousands of people are expected to attend the National Amateur Gardening Show at Shepton Mallet over the weekend. In the next 3 days, 40,000 gardeners, new and more experienced, are expected. Organisers hope it will rival similar events held in London and Birmingham.
Thousands of green-fingered visitors flooded into the Royal Bath and West Showground as soon as the gates were open this morning. With millions of blooms for sale, the thinking was the early gardener gets the tenderest shoots.
It's got a very mild flavour, hasn't it? Very mild.
And that's exactly what was on offer here. Tender, indeed edible flowers.
They're lovely. Aren't they fantastic? Yes, and baked potatoes.
Garlic chives.
Oh,
Garlic.
yes, sour cream mixed with that. And also just the top of salads and things like that.
Organisers were unsure how successful the first show last year would be, far away from London and Birmingham. But this year, it's doubled in size.
It really is becoming a firm part of the gardening calendar, and we have 27 feature gardens this year, and we've doubled the size of the show with 400 trade stands, so tremendous success all round, and we're delighted with the response.
There's some unusual gardening ideas. This is the funky garden. They call it the garden with attitude. The romantic garden, well, that speaks for itself. Young lovers were thin on the ground this morning, though. And of course, there's the traditional English garden.
And we can now go live to the Shepton Mallet Showground and David Woodland. David.
Thank you, Peter. Well, forget the vegetables. Edible flowers are apparently where it's at. We saw a little bit of that a moment ago, and with me now is Jekka McVicker, who writes books on growing edible flowers. So, Jekka, should we forget the sandwiches and eat petals?
No, add the petals and the flowers to your sandwiches, and there's nothing better than a bit of garlic chives. You know, in the middle of the sandwich, adds crunch, garlic flavour, sweetness, nummy.
But don't we ruin the flowers by pulling the petals off? Better to look at the beauty.
No. The more you pick, the better, because it'll actually produce more flowers. I mean, you know with roses. Now, roses is a good edible flower.
You can eat roses?
Yes, certainly. You remove the white heel off roses. No, it really has got a
I can
lovely
feel gardeners quaking when you say that.
No. Lovely. And the more you sort of deadhead, the more roses you have.
I mean, do they taste good?
Yes, they do. Now, look at this one here. This is ancient. This is marigold. This goes back to ancient Greek and Roman times.
And I chew and...
Yes, you just eat the petals, and you can use them in cooking.
Doesn't doesn't taste of that much yet.
It's not a strong one.
Not that filling.
No, not that filling, but they certainly make your mouth water. And anything which makes your mouth water, helps you stimulate digestion and is good for you.
And what have we got here?
Oh, well, this is something else.
Shall I pull one off?
Yes,
You're going to pull the whole head off?
Yes, you're going to eat the whole head.
I'm a glutton.
It's a nasturtium.
It's yes. That's like red peppers. It's incredibly hot. Before I spit this out live on air from the National Amateur Gardening Show, back now to the studio. Ooh.
David Woodland dining on the stars at the garden show at Shepton Mallet. And finally, they say that from great oaks, little acorns grow, but at one West Country tourist attraction, quite the reverse is true. From large tree trunks, they're producing small works of art. 10 of Britain's top wood carvers are using both chisels and chainsaws in their work. It's all part of this year's tree sculpture event at Westonbirt Arboretum near Tetbury. And that's it from the Lunchtime News team. The weather forecast for the West is coming up next. Our update this afternoon at 3:25, and join us for the West tonight at 6:30. From all of us here, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, there is plenty of cloud across the UK at the moment, with the remnants of low pressure lingering across northern Scotland. Clearer skies, though, further south over northern England and most of Ireland, with another massive cloud across the far south, which will eventually move away east. And then just entering the picture out in the far west is the next system, bringing rather unsettled conditions to our region over the weekend. Now, we'll see a few showers this afternoon across the west of our region, but it should stay dry further east with 1 or 2 spells of sunshine. The winds will remain moderate across all areas as well, so certainly not feeling too chilly this afternoon. Temperatures up to 19 or 20 Celsius, which is 68 Fahrenheit. Eventually, those showers in the west will move away, leaving us with a fine evening and taking us into a night of broken cloud and clear skies, which could lead to some mist and some shallow fog by dawn, but staying dry through the early hours, with any clear spells turning things rather chilly as lows dip to around 8 Celsius. But there will be some early morning sunshine, giving a bright start to Saturday morning, and with the winds light from the west, it'll soon feel quite warm in that sunshine. The afternoon will start dry, but cloud will begin to move into the northwest of the region, bringing some drizzle and light rain. The wind's picking up too, but feeling quite mild. Temperatures of about 21 or 22 Celsius. Bye-bye.
From the studios of ITN, the news with Dermot Murnaghan and Julia Somerville.
Good afternoon, welcome to the programme.
Hello, the main developments today. The Queen leaves Balmoral for London. Prince Charles and the children are already on their way. We'll have the latest on their movements. A final resting place for Princess Diana. The Spencers decide not to bury her in the family church. And an anthem for the Princess. Elton John talks about his preparations to sing at the service.
The royal family are on their way back to London this lunchtime to prepare for the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. Prince Charles and his 2 sons took off from Aberdeen Airport about 25 minutes ago. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are expected there at any moment. When she arrives back at Buckingham Palace, the Queen is expected to record her message to the nation about the death of the Princess. The special broadcast, only the second she's ever done, will be shown live at 6 o'clock this evening. Colin Baker reports.
It was a grim-faced Prince of Wales who drove his 2 sons out of Balmoral this morning on their way to the airport and London. This perhaps the most painful journey for Prince Charles since he went to Paris to bring home the body of Diana last Sunday. Sitting in the back are the Princes William and Harry. Together with their father this afternoon, they'll go to the Chapel Royal at St James's Palace to see the coffin of Diana, which has been resting before the altar. Last night, the Prince of Wales and his sons, with the Queen and the rest of the royal family, came to look at the flowers and tributes and prayers which have collected daily outside the grounds of Balmoral. This a floral display of the nation's sorrow and an expression of deepest sympathy for the royal family, who are now emerging from their private days of mourning. Just 1 hour ago, the Queen, accompanied by Princess Margaret, also left Balmoral They were driven by the Duke of Edinburgh on their way to Buckingham Palace. It seems likely the Queen will also walk to the gates of the palace this afternoon to look at the flowers and tributes which have collected since Sunday. A short time ago, the Prince of Wales and his sons arrived at Aberdeen Airport. William and Harry went on board first, followed later by their father. They'll be in Buckingham Palace when the Queen records her speech to be broadcast to the nation this evening. The Prince of...
Well, we're just coming out of that report to go back live now to Aberdeen Airport, where the Queen is just arriving. There is the Duke of Edinburgh just boarding the plane. I think Princess Margaret just ahead of her. There's the Queen boarding the royal flights. It'll take just over an hour to come down to RAF Northolt in London. They're just about an hour behind Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry. When she arrives in London, she will go, we're told, straight to St James's Palace, where she will pay her own respects to Princess Diana, then on to Buckingham Palace to prepare for the royal broadcast this evening. It will be recorded slightly earlier and broadcast, we're told, at 6 o'clock this evening. Well, with me in the studio now is the royal biographer, Hugo Vickers. Hugo, it seems the protocol rulebook, if there is one, has been thrown out the window.
Yes, Dermot. I mean, there's a formula underneath it all, of course, for the procedure, which is why so many things have worked incredibly smoothly this week. And otherwise, it could be argued that there's chaos. But you're quite right. I think the palace has responded to virtually every request that has been put to them this week, and including the unprecedented thing of the flag on Buckingham Palace tomorrow, everything.
So a Union flag will fly at half-mast on Buckingham Palace tomorrow?
Yes.
This broadcast, of course, this evening will be watched very closely, every word listened to with a great deal of intent.
It will. I've been out in the streets a little bit, and I've talked to a lot of people, and I detect that we are a nation that is grieved and has also got sort of confused and angry and needs some kind of mother figure to address us, and I think that is what we are waiting to hear. We need reassurance a little bit, we need a tribute, and we need to be guided a little bit as to how to address the funeral tomorrow, and that's what I think.
And Hugo, when you've been out and about talking to people and they hear that the Queen is listening to them, do you think the royal family, the senior members of the royal family, are starting to win their way back into the public's affections?
Well, I'm very sorry that we even have to say that. I know what you mean. I think that people in their heart of hearts can completely appreciate that the Queen is comforting the two grandchildren who have just lost their much-loved mother. Now, the crowds I've found have been, contented to be there. They have a sort of particular wish to be there, and they do need to pay their respects in all sorts of different ways. It's something which we've never, ever seen before.
Hugo Vickers, thank you very much.
Princess Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, said today that she would be buried on an island in an ornamental lake in the grounds of her ancestral home at Althorpe. He said it was decided to move the grave from the Spencer family chapel, which is outside the grounds, so that she could be properly looked after by her family and visited in privacy by her sons. The burial site will be open to the public for a number of weeks each year. Eric McInnes reports from Althorpe.
All week, the gates of Althorpe have been the focus of grief here. Fitting now that it's known Diana, Princess of Wales, will be buried behind them, privately, on the family estate. Earl Spencer, who visited the local church where she was to be interred, announced that his sister will instead be laid to rest on an island in the middle of an ornamental lake beside Althorpe House. The decision has been taken to allow the family privacy to visit the grave, and to spare the village of Great Brington the inevitable disruption that would result if Princess Diana were buried in this small country church. Today, the village has been closed off to visitors and will remain so until after the burial. Residents have welcomed Earl Spencer's decision.
I think it's a good thing, personally. For the boys' sake, they will be able to go and visit personally and on their own when they wish, whereas at Brington Church, they would never have been able to do it on their own.
However, there will be public access to the estate for several weeks every year. As well as making plans to allow the public to visit Princess Diana's burial site, the Spencer family are also considering erecting a permanent memorial outside the estate so that people can come and pay their respects whenever they like. Eric McInnes, ITN, Althorpe.
Well, we're joined now by our reporter Helen Wright at Buckingham Palace and our political editor Michael Brunson, who's at Westminster Abbey. But first to you, Helen, are the crowd aware that the Queen is in fact on her way back?
The crowd, I think, are very expectantly waiting for the Queen. I think most people here and people I've spoken to at Kensington Palace and St James's Palace have really been looking to the Queen to lead them in this national grief. And I think everybody's delighted that she's coming back today, and I think everybody will be waiting eagerly to what she says in her address to the nation this evening.
And when I was in the Mall yesterday, I thought the atmosphere was almost in a way celebratory, but is today the mood more sombre now?
Much more sombre, Julia. I've walked down the Mall on my way to the palace here, past St James's Palace and to Buckingham Palace, and there's a very sombre mood. It's extremely quiet, despite the fact that there are, as you can see, thousands and thousands of people here today. Very quiet, very reserved. People are very much still in mourning, I think.
Helen, thank you. Well, now to Michael. You're at Westminster Abbey, which is obviously going to become the main focus for attention. What is the atmosphere there like?
It is the same here, Julia. The only noise you can really hear is the noise of the traffic. There's a quiet dignity about it all. Dignity, too, in respect of the tributes. Some of them you may just be able to see over on the grass of Westminster Abbey, though fresh wreaths are now going into Parliament Square. And then on the railings there are little messages which have been left here which are quite striking. One, for example, is a very long tribute, but others are just verses or words from a hymn, Abide With Me, people signing it and so on. There's a note on that railing there which simply says, "Love you, hope you are happy in heaven," spelt H-E-V-E-N, because the note is from a little boy of 6.
Michael Brunson, thank you very much indeed.
Well, the police and transport companies have been busy preparing for what could be the biggest pilgrimage to the capital ever for tomorrow's funeral. There'll be extra trains, coaches and tubes on the London Underground, and the police are urging people to use them and leave their cars at home. John Draper reports.
The railway companies are gearing up for a massive movement of people, many of whom will be arriving from this evening. They're particularly concerned about passengers not used to travelling around the capital.
What we have done at the major stations is to actually put on more staff, ensure that the staff are briefed to help people who are unfamiliar, direct them towards the tubes, the buses, the taxis, and of course we are also putting on more British Transport Police to assist with the circumstances. We don't actually know how many more people will come.
3.5 million people, possibly more, are expected in London. They're being advised to leave their cars at home or park in the London suburbs. 100 extra coaches are being provided by a national coach company. 20 extra trains will be running into London. There'll be more carriages and more stops on existing services. In the capital, there'll be an extra 400 underground trains and extra buses on major routes. More than 30 roads in and around the funeral route will be closed from early tomorrow morning. There'll be a car park for 1,000 vehicles at Royal Victoria Dock in Docklands. Hotels are already filling up.
I think the advice is try and get your hotel booked in advance. Don't arrive tonight or tomorrow morning and then hope to find a hotel. It could be extremely difficult.
Despite the extra services on the railways and underground and special traffic arrangements, for the authorities in London this is a complete unknown. There's been no movement of people on this scale in recent years, possibly ever, as so many people come to London to be with the Princess for the last time. John Draper, ITN, Central London.
Well, with me in the studio now is Gavin McWhirter from AA Roadwatch. Gavin McWhirter, obviously a huge number of people wanting to come to the capital tomorrow. Do you think London can cope?
I think London can cope, yes. I think inevitably people are going to converge in towards places like Hyde Park, which is quite a big park, and so long as people are reasonably sensible getting there and not wanting to be able to move around and try and follow the procession, then I think it will be able to cope, yes.
Do you think that, you know, albeit that people are naturally drawn to the capital at a time like this, if they live north of London, they'd do better off to perhaps go to a point along the route that will be taken by the cortege when it leaves London on its way up to Althorpe?
Perhaps, if they're not able to secure public transport, a train in towards central London, then maybe that would be better to try and get a viewing point beside the motorway, off the motorway, not on the hard shoulder, because technically that is illegal to stop on the motorway, but perhaps in a field or nearby the motorway. but I think the viewing points in North London may be more suitable and perhaps less congested than the very centre of London.
Gavin McWhirter, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, we're just going to go back now live to Aberdeen, where, as you'll remember earlier, we saw the Queen boarding her plane. There it is at Aberdeen Airport. There it is taxiing to the end of the runway before takeoff for the short flight to London, about an hour and a half to RAF Northolt. She is travelling on a separate plane from Prince Charles because, of course, the monarch never travels for security reasons on the same plane as the heir to the throne. It actually took a special dispensation from the Queen for Prince Charles to travel with Prince William for the same reason. After she lands at RAF Northolt, it should take her about half an hour to reach central London. We understand, I did say to you earlier, that she was then going to go after St James's Palace to Buckingham Palace to record her broadcast. We're now being told that it will be live at 6 o'clock this evening. Clearly, everybody will be watching that with a great deal of interest.
Well, as we've been hearing, mourners from around the world are continuing to gather at Westminster Abbey, many of them camping overnight to secure a vantage point for tomorrow's funeral. The giant queues at St James's Palace have also been growing as people rush to sign the books of condolence before the funeral. It's now estimated that 1 million bunches of flowers have been laid outside the three royal palaces. Andrew Simmons reports.
The swathe of emotion and flowers which solemnly marks out London from all capitals in the world. And the mass of flowers now dwarfs the size of the crowds. Below are the grounds of Kensington Palace, what was the home of Diana, Princess of Wales. And here, the scented carpet laid before Buckingham Palace. Somehow, sensitively, part of it is being moved to make way for arrivals and departures of the royal limousines. The enormity of public grief conveyed today, just as much as every day since the tragedy, is reflected all over the nation. It is hard to absorb from pictures and words, which is why so many have impulsively headed for London to be amongst the flowers and talk to strangers. They still queue endlessly to sign the books of condolence. With florist stocks depleted, 5 million blooms have been flown in from Israel. It's now estimated that 1 million bunches of flowers have been laid outside the three royal palaces. Beginning the 6th day of mourning after a cool night sleeping on the streets, thousands are staking their claim to positions along the route. Tomorrow the cortege will travel from Kensington Palace, past Hyde Park, down Constitution Hill to the Mall. From there to Horse Guards Road, along Horse Guards Parade, down Whitehall, past Parliament Square and into Westminster Abbey. The procession will return along the same route as far as Hyde Park Corner, turning up Park Lane to begin its journey north past Marble Arch to the M1. It'll continue on the motorway through Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire and Buckinghamshire. At junction 15A, it will turn off, following main roads to Althorpe. No one knows how they will cope tomorrow after a week of personal, spontaneous grief laid open to all is somehow channeled into the sad formality of Saturday. Andrew Simmons, ITN.
Well, the memory of Princess Diana took centre stage at last night's MTV Music Awards in New York, as the stars of the pop industry took their opportunity to offer tributes to her. They were led by Elton John, who will of course be singing at her funeral tomorrow. He announced that proceeds from the event would be donated to AIDS charities supported by the Princess. John Irvine reports.
Here in New York, the music industry congratulated the superstars of British popular music, who in turn paid tribute to Diana, the popular princess.
We'd like to dedicate this award to Princess Diana. It was a great loss for our country. She was a fantastic ambassador for Great Britain.
When Elton John appeared, he announced that some of the proceeds from this event would go towards the Princess Diana Memorial Fund.
In fact, $100,000 has been set aside to help support the AIDS charities to which Diana so generously donated her time, her energies, and her love.
In July, at the funeral of Gianni Versace, the princess comforted the singer. Now for her, the singer has rewritten his most famous song.
Seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain set in.
Goodbye, England's Rose. Your candle burned out long before your legend ever will. So it's 3 verses about her, and it's a beautiful lyric, and fitting for her.
A eulogy to an actress is set to become an anthem for a princess. In New York, Elton John has spoken for the music industry. Tomorrow he will sing for the world, and perhaps the biggest audience it has ever known. John Irvine, ITN, New York.
Well, just before we close, let's go back to Nicholas Owen. Nick, we're now told the Queen will broadcast live to the nation at 6 o'clock. Is this unprecedented?
Well, not entirely. I think the early Christmas broadcasts the Queen made were live, but recently they've been recorded. A little while ago, let's just remind ourselves, she left Aberdeen Airport on her way to London. This is going to be, I think, the most testing day for Her Majesty so far. Of course, tomorrow will also be appalling, the day of the funeral.
Thanks, Nick.
Now, to let you know, we'll be back on the air at 1:45 this afternoon to bring you live coverage of the royal family's return to London. And there'll be an extended early evening news at 5:40, which will include the Queen's live broadcast to the nation. Tomorrow, of course, there'll be full coverage of the funeral on ITV. GMTV will report from 6 a.m. on the morning's preparations. And here at ITN, we'll have uninterrupted coverage of the funeral itself from 8:30 in the morning through to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, on ITV at 8:30 on Saturday morning, presented by Trevor MacDonald. But for now, from Dermot and me, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and good afternoon. Now the weekend's weather looks changeable to say the least. We'll all get some rain from time to time, but there'll also be some dry, bright weather around as well. Now this morning's radar picture from the Met Office confirms that as in recent days, most of the wet weather's been in the northern half of the country, with the heaviest and most widespread of those showers always up in northwest Scotland. Now by contrast though, the sheltered eastern side of the country has stayed largely dry, and this situation will continue through this afternoon as well. Many of the showers in fact will tend to fade away towards the evening, and we'll see sunshine developing in many places, all except though the southeast corner of England, where we've got a lot of high cloud, and that's turning the sunshine rather hazy. Tonight then, the bulk of the country will turn dry with clearing skies, but that's all before the next batch of wet weather heads in towards the Western Isles, driven on by strengthening winds. With all that cloud then, that'll hold temperatures here in the west into double figures at 10 or 11. However, under those clearer skies further east, we will see those figures dropping sharply down to lows of 6 Celsius in places. That's all from me. Here's tomorrow's summary.
Power gen. Generating electricity whatever the weather.
Tonight at 10:30 here on BBC One. The 1 o'clock news now on BBC One with Anna Ford.
Prince Charles and the 2 young princes are on their way back to London for the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. Good afternoon. The Queen is also on her way from Scotland. She's due to address the nation live from Buckingham Palace at 6 o'clock this evening. The Spencer family have decided to bury the princess on an island in the grounds of her ancestral home, Althorp House. And the queue to sign the books of condolence grows ever longer. Prince of Wales and Prince William and Prince Harry are due to arrive back in London shortly for the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. The Queen and other senior members of the royal family have also left Balmoral and are on their way to London. The Queen will broadcast to the nation at 6 o'clock this evening. 2 hours later, the Princess's coffin will be moved by hearse from St James's Palace to Kensington Palace in preparation for tomorrow's funeral. Earlier today, Earl Spencer issued a statement saying that the Princess would be buried inside the grounds of the family home at Althorpe Park, rather than in the local village church.
It was mid-morning when the Prince of Wales, with Prince William and Prince Harry, left Balmoral to begin their sad journey to London. It was the start of what the palace has called their public ordeal, as they mourn the loss of their mother with the nation tomorrow. At Aberdeen Airport, they boarded the flight bringing them back to St James's Palace, where they'll visit their mother's coffin in the Chapel Royal. They're expected to spend the night with their father at St James's before preparing for the funeral. Half an hour later, the Queen and Duke, together with the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret, traced the same route, their journey brought forward by several hours in answer to the recent criticism. The latest change to the plans for the Princess's funeral was announced today by her brother Earl Spencer. Instead of being buried in the family chapel in the village of Great Brington, she'll now be laid to rest inside the grounds of her ancestral home, Althorpe Park. Her grave will be on an island in the middle of an ornamental lake, surrounded by trees planted by her family, including her sons. There they will be able to visit her in privacy. But there may also be a permanent memorial to the Princess outside the park, and there are plans to allow the public to pay their respects at the burial site for a number of weeks each year. Villagers expressed relief at the new arrangements.
The publicity the village will have once she is buried there will be huge, and the amount of people that I think will come to the village to remember Diana over the years, I think the village won't be able to cope.
I think the grounds might be nice because it's in her home, pleasant surroundings, and so it's a bit upsetting that she's not going to be with her father, but if that's the way it's going to be, she's at peace.
At Buckingham Palace, the crowds await the Queen's return. Her car will stop outside and she'll spend some time meeting the people and viewing the floral tributes before driving to St James's. There she'll look at the condolence books, though she won't sign them, and meet more of the mourners. She'll then return to the palace to make her historic live broadcast to the nation at 6 o'clock.
Well, perhaps she ought to show her sorrows about Lady Di and what a great loss it's been, you know, and as you can see, the whole world loves her.
I feel that they should just be left alone. I mean, they don't have to, we see in the papers, like, show the people you care. They don't have to show the people that they care. Everyone knows they care.
The Princess's coffin will be moved from St James's Palace by hearse at 8 o'clock tonight. It'll be taken to her home at Kensington Palace, where 2 priests will keep an all-night candlelit vigil of prayer. Jenny Bond, BBC News.
I'm now joined by Clarence Mitchell, who's outside Buckingham Palace. Clarence, are people aware that the Queen is going to arrive there this afternoon?
Indeed they are, Anna. Yes, people are quite eagerly awaiting her arrival. They're all hoping that they'll get a glimpse of her, and in fact some in the queue are hoping that they'll be the lucky ones that she may well spend a moment or two chatting with. We are told that Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry will be arriving quite shortly, certainly within the next hour, and it's expected that fairly swiftly they will go on to the Chapel Royal to pay their respects at Diana's coffin. The Queen we can expect to see a little bit later, and as Jenny Bond has just reported, it's likely that she will meet some people before going to the Chapel Royal herself and then returning to the palace to make her broadcast at 6 o'clock. Don't know if you can see behind me, the police have already cleared an area into one of the principal gates at the front of the palace. The crowds have been moved slightly back, barriers have been erected, so clearly the arrivals will be coming through quite soon.
Thank you, Clarence, very much. Preparations are continuing for tomorrow's funeral at Westminster Abbey. Police are expecting up to 6 million people to converge on the capital tomorrow. Hundreds have been sleeping outside the Abbey to guarantee a place near the ceremony.
For these people, a distant glimpse of the funeral will not be good enough. Since last night, they've been sleeping rough outside Westminster Abbey, saving for themselves the best possible vantage point from which to bid farewell to the Princess.
I just feel it is my duty to be here to say goodbye to Diane, my princess.
I don't think I would have done this for any other member of the royal family. I really don't.
I brought my 12-year-old daughter up because in many years to come she'll have children of her own and grandchildren, and she'll be able to tell them what it was really, really like here, how it felt to be here.
There is so much to prepare for tomorrow and so little time in which to do it. Giant video screens are being hastily erected in Hyde Park to relay coverage of the funeral to some of the millions expected in the capital. Inevitably, security is one of the main concerns for the authorities. But so too, of course, is crowd control. Even so, the police are confident they can cope.
This is a unique event, as has been said before, and estimates range from anything from 1 million to 6 million people. Whatever numbers we get here, we're confident that we can deal with them.
Hundreds of public toilets have been put in place. Mourners are being told to come by public transport if at all possible, and to think twice before bringing babies and young children to what may be an arduous and crowded day in the capital.
The message is be prepared. Bring plenty of food, bring cold drinks, bring hot drinks, bring warm clothing, very important, and bring waterproof clothing, very important as well. And let's not forget, although we have installed a lot of additional temporary public toilets, there will be very long queues.
Tonight, Catholics will hold a special Requiem Mass for Diana at Westminster Cathedral in London. It'll be attended by her mother, Frances Shand Kidd, a convert to the Catholic Church who'll be joined by a huge congregation of mourners.
I'm going to ask them, of course, to pray, as we do in the Catholic Church, for the repose of the soul of Princess Diana. That I'm going to ask. I'm also going to ask them to pray for the family, to pray for her own family, her mother, and to pray also for the royal family.
Meanwhile, even more people have been queuing to sign the books of condolence at St James's Palace. Some have had to wait as long as 12 hours. The deadline is 6 o'clock tonight. After that, no one else will be allowed to join the queue, but following the funeral, the books will be reopened for at least a week at Kensington Palace. Judging by Britain's grief, that may well not be long enough. Ben Brown, BBC News.
And we've just heard that the gates have closed at St James's Palace, where thousands of people have been signing books of condolence. It's been done to allow all the people in the queue time to sign the books. The Bishop of Bradford has called on all the city's religious communities to hold services at the same time on Sunday in a multi-faith tribute to the Princess. Many of Britain's non-Christian communities are holding commemorations this weekend. From Bradford, our North of England correspondent John Thorne has this report.
As in every other metropolis, the people of Bradford symbolically registered their feelings with flowers. But this West Yorkshire city is special in the diversity of its spiritual response to the royal tragedy.
I think our death has brought us together. It has brought together different nationality, different races, different cultures, and different faiths together. It's united Britain in its true sense, at least for time being.
At the Interfaith Education Centre, Princess Diana's caring work and personality is the memory that remains foremost among community elders.
You could see through her face the sincerity. That is what the appeal, the common man in thousands on the street today, weeping and mourning. Because of the sincerity, we could see that. She touched the hearts of the people.
She believed in seva and equality. And she did all that and respected everyone equal, regardless of their colour, creed, or the special class. And she went right abroad, all over the place, just to represent that.
In an unprecedented gesture, the Jewish community here and elsewhere will hold special services of tribute, even though their religious law forbids mourning on the Jewish Sabbath.
There is a slight problem there, but I think saying these prayers, we do say prayers in memory of people who've died on Sabbath. Indeed, we'll be saying prayers in memory of the people who have died in Jerusalem just this week. And so there is provision for such prayers to be said, and that's why we'll be saying this prayer for Diana.
This multicultural society has reached into its own diverse character to arrange the public mourning. When the funeral begins in London, the City Hall clock bell tower will toll once a minute for an hour, a special mark of this community's grief. John Thorne, BBC News, Bradford.
I'm joined now from Westminster Abbey by our religious affairs correspondent Alex Kirby. Alex, Westminster Abbey is of course the focal point for many people's public grief. What is the mood there this morning?
The mood is of patience, of waiting for this climactic week to reach the zenith tomorrow. I think the crowd of mourners is growing by the hour. It's almost a medieval scene, the encampment. People with placards. One I saw said, "William and Harry, please cry," a message to the princes as they pass by tomorrow. Inside the Abbey, preparations going on, final preparations to make sure everything is ready. First for the rehearsal. We don't know what time that will be. The Abbey won't say for security. And then, of course, for tomorrow itself, when they want to make sure that everything goes absolutely like clockwork so that it does help people through their grief.
Any sense of regret at the criticisms that have been made of the royal family this week at this very vulnerable time?
I haven't heard anything either to suggest that people are still criticising the royal family or that it's an issue here at all. I think people do feel now that with the broadcast that we're going to have tonight, and with the fact that the Queen is coming back earlier than she was going to have done, that the royal family
Alex,
has done a great deal to catch up.
Alex, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Even in the most divided part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, the whole community has been brought together by the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. In the Republic of Ireland, too, amid an unprecedented wave of sympathy, the government has ordered that all flags are flown at half-mast.
It could be anywhere in this United Kingdom, but at the heart of its most divided corner, Belfast, now there's a unity. Here, where royalty affirms the Britishness of the Protestant community and provides a focus of nationalist opposition to British rule, the Princess has pulled those two groups together in a way I haven't ever witnessed. It won't affect long-term political affiliation, but the Princess managed uniquely to bridge the divide. And a face in the crowd, Lord Fitt, once Republican Socialist MP for West Belfast, paying her that compliment in his hometown.
I think she came across as someone who took on the establishment and done her own thing, and I think that appeals to young people on both sides of the peace line here.
And not just to the young on either side of that line.
She was sad with the people of Northern Ireland, you know, with all the things that happened, like, you know, with everybody on both sides. Like, I mean, there's tragedy happening on both sides. She was just there for us all the time.
And it doesn't stop at the border. The British Embassy in Dublin, besieged by flowers. The like of this just has not happened before in the lifetime of this young independent nation and its young people.
As an ambassador, you see a great many things, and I've been a diplomat for 30 years. I've never seen anything quite like this kind of outpouring. And in our closest neighbour country, the one country with which we have a land border, it is most touching.
In instinctive response to this mood, all flags on state buildings in the Republic of Ireland will fly at half-mast tomorrow.
In Ireland, there has been a great sympathy with many of the causes that the Princess has been associated with, and it is only right and proper that is reflected in this state by the flags at half-mast.
Dennis Murray, BBC News, Ireland.
And now today's other news. 12...
To arrive back in London, we have a change to our advertised programmes, and we go over to ITN for coverage of the royal return.
Good afternoon. We're breaking into your regular ITV schedules to bring you a special programme on the return of the royal family to London for the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. About half an hour ago, a plane carrying Prince Charles and his two sons landed at RAF Northolt's in West London. They're now making their way by car to central London, where they're expected to stop first at Diana's home, Kensington Palace. The Queen's flight is expected to arrive at Northolt any minute now. She'll then make her way to Buckingham Palace to prepare for her live broadcast to the nation at 6 o'clock tonight. Our royal correspondent Nicholas Owen is with me in the studio, and we'll be staying on the air to bring you full live coverage of the movements of the royal family over the next hour or so as the nation prepares for the funeral of Princess Diana. So let's just start by filling you in on the sequence of events so far today. The exodus from Balmoral began shortly before 11 o'clock this morning. The first to leave Balmoral were the Prince of Wales and his two sons, the Princes William and Harry, of course. They were accompanied by the Princess Royal's son, Princess Anne's son, Peter Phillips, who of course has become very close to the young princes. The three princes arrived at Aberdeen Airport at about noon, about an hour after leaving Balmoral. And here we can see them boarding the plane for the hour-and-a-half flight or so to RAF Northolt in London. Nick, there you see them getting on the plane.
Yes, this airport.
Very important. Peter Phillips is with them as well. As I say, he's become very close to the young princes.
He has, yes. I was just going to say that this airport, Aberdeen, has become an absolute focal point of royal flights in and out lately. It's about an hour's drive or so from the Balmoral estate, and then planes, as I think you were saying, an hour and a half from there to London. There's no circling around, of course, for royal planes. They'll be allowed straight in, and so into Northolt, and then...
Now, of course, an interesting point here that it's not normal for Prince Charles to travel with his eldest son, Prince William. Why exactly is that?
That's right. Well, there's a tradition, not really a tradition, I suppose it's a practical thing, that members of the royal family do not, as far as possible, travel too much together. The implications of something going wrong are fairly obvious. On this particular occasion, the Queen has made it known that she gave special dispensation so that the Prince of Wales could travel with his sons on this particular day. Obviously, he wants to be as close to them as possible. And she said, of course, you carry on, the three of you together. That's to say, the heir to the throne, and then the young man who will be the king after that.
And presumably much the same reason, then, for the Queen following on behind.
Yes, indeed. It would not be imagined that the Queen herself and the Prince of Wales would travel in the same plane. And with the Queen, don't forget, the Queen Mother is on her way to London as well. The Queen Mother, I gather, Dermot, just a small detail here, she was black-veiled when she was seen going to the plane. In other words, extremely formally dressed in the style of a lady of her great age, as you would expect. The Queen, while somberly dressed, had chosen a floral headscarf.
We just saw Prince Charles boarding the plane there, just as that lorry went past, slightly obscured the view. Well, let's just leave that scene. That, of course, was a couple of hours ago. The Prince Charles and his sons leaving Aberdeen Airport to travel to London. The Queen, as we were just saying there, travelled on a little bit behind. She was, of course, accompanied by Prince Philip and the Queen Mother and Princess Margaret. Let's just have a look at the scene from Aberdeen Airport there. Oh, this is them leaving Balmoral. This is, of course, the same route they took to go to Crathy Church yesterday and on Sunday. Prince Philip driving in the front of that Land Rover there. In the back is the Queen, Princess Margaret. Well, also in the studio with me is Ronald Allison, a former press secretary to the Queen. It all seems to be working like clockwork now and fully in tune with the nation's mood.
Yes, the message that Jeff Crawford gave on the Queen's behalf yesterday demonstrated that there was a real feeling of hurt amongst the royal family at some of the criticism that had been expressed. And of course, one keeps saying this, but everything that the Queen was doing, first and foremost, was on behalf of the two young princes. That's why they were at Balmoral, why they stayed at Balmoral, and they wanted their grandmother to be with them, and that's where she felt that she should be. I think it's excellent that the palace has responded to the various opinions that have been expressed, very forcibly by some of the papers, but equally, I think, by advisors, and no doubt the Prime Minister has had some input into this. And now I can't imagine that anybody can feel, other than that the royal family, the Queen and everybody else, is totally involved in the outpouring of grief. They were feeling it, they weren't publicly showing it. Now, the Duke of York and Prince Edward yesterday and today, as we shall see, this will be the royal family and the people together, visibly sharing the grief that previously they were sharing separately.
So from what you're saying, if you were still helping out with the Queen's press relations, you would more or less be playing it this way. Is there anything at all you would like to see done further?
No, I think it would be wrong of me from this position to say what I might or might not have done, because so many factors had to be taken into account. Not only the royal family's wishes, but the wishes of Earl Spencer and his family, and the wider family, the wider Spencer family. The wishes of the people are now being met. It's so easy to look back and say, well, of course, this should have been anticipated. We keep on saying this. Nick has been saying it regularly, and you've been expressing it, Dermot. None of us anticipated what was going to happen this week. We all knew, or if we'd been told beforehand, we would have said, yes, we will, of course we'll be saddened, it'll be unutterably awful, and so on and so forth. But I don't think any of us could have anticipated the depth and the level of the grief that's being expressed publicly by so many millions of people.
Now let's move on, look forward slightly to the Queen's live broadcast tonight at 6 o'clock. Is it normal for the Queen to talk live? She normally, we know, at Christmas pre-records her message, sometimes several days in advance.
No, it's not usual at all. When the Queen, the custom of the Christmas broadcast on radio, on the wireless as it then was started before the war, and her father very gallantly, because he found it very, very hard work to speak in public, and he kept the custom going. He missed 1938, 1939. From then onwards, throughout his reign, he broadcast on the radio every Christmas. Queen, sorry, you were...
Sorry, Ron,
yes,
just say, let's talk about that a little bit
yes,
more a bit later. Let's just, we've got pictures here now of the Queen accompanied by the Duke of Edinburgh and Princess Margaret arriving at Aberdeen Airport. You'll remember we showed them leaving Balmoral a couple of minutes earlier. That was at about 12:30, about half an hour after the three princes, Prince Charles, William and Harry, which of course means they'll be arriving in London about half an hour behind. There's Prince Philip at the wheel of the Royal Land Rover. Nick, again, just a regular scene for us now, these comings and goings from Aberdeen Airport.
Yes, indeed. I think it may have been Ron Allison said to us some time ago, you saw the Duke of Edinburgh himself at the wheel. Well, you know, having something to do on these occasions is often the best thing, you know.
Well, that was, of course, when Prince Charles on Sunday, on his way, that awful journey to Paris, drove himself from Balmoral to Aberdeen.
Absolutely right. One might expect a policeman to be doing it, or some servant of the royal household, but no, they're driving themselves. And I think that's Princess Anne, is that on just moving at the back of the tiers, isn't it? Yes, I'm sure it is.
And there's Princess Margaret. There's the plane's engines are just obscuring the view.
Yes, but that is the Princess Royal going up the steps now.
Mm-hmm.
And the Duke of Edinburgh following her.
Duke of Edinburgh, yes.
Yes. No, they obviously are. Doesn't need to be said now that the various officials who always travel, every member of the royal family on even the smallest journey, of course, has a police bodyguard, at least one police bodyguard with them. And all the other various people, often military people. These are generally the equerries, military men who also accompany senior members of the royal family. It sounds unkind to say they carry their bags. They do a great deal more than that, but they do the practical things like shifting luggage around. And now one of them will be driving the Range Rovers away as well.
Okay, let's go live now to Buckingham Palace, where of course the Queen is expected to arrive in a little while. Our reporter Helen Wright is there. Helen, has the word got through to the crowds there that the Queen is on her way? Hello, Helen. I don't think Helen Wright is in contact with us. Well, Nick, clearly a sense of expectation about the royal broadcast tonight, as I was told with Ronald Allison.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I think this is interesting point, certainly an interesting point. There's always great pressure broadcasting live, as the three of us sitting in the studio know very well indeed. I think myself this will be an extremely testing thing for Her Majesty, but the point is being made that she wants to broadcast from the heart. I think she wants the country to know that everything she says is not somehow pre-packaged. When you record something on television, I have to say, as a professional in it, it's never quite the same. You can relax just a little when you record things, and if you make a mistake, you can stop and start again. I don't think anybody's going to mind if Her Majesty makes the odd slip.
Well, I was going to say that. I just wanted to bring in Ron Allison there. As we all know, that every now and again we do make the little slips. You trip up on a word here or there. If that happens to the Queen, she's clearly not concerned about that tonight.
No, since 1960, she's in fact recorded the Christmas broadcast. Probably the most regular live broadcast that she makes, as it were, is the state opening of Parliament, when she reads the speech from the throne, and that is covered live by the television companies. So she's not at all inexperienced at going live. My experience of being present at the recordings of Christmas broadcasts is that the Queen does them extremely well, and that they're not retakes for any reason to do with what we might call a stumble or a fluff. But let's make no mistake about it that today this message that she's going to broadcast live is of such significance that it will, in some senses, be an ordeal, but Nick was just saying, it will come from the heart, and even now as they're flying down, I'm sure the Queen will be not merely thinking about what it is that she's going to say, but she will be looking at the text as it stands at the moment, and no doubt revisions will be being made. But I, speaking very personally, I'm delighted that this is the way that it's going to be done.
Ron, just to interrupt you there, we do apparently have pictures of the Queen's plane just arriving at RAF Northolt in West London, just along the busy A40 road there. There it is, taxiing into position. Of course, we saw this scene last Sunday, Nick.
Yes.
And Princess Diana's body came back from Paris.
7 o'clock last Sunday evening is a moment I don't think anybody who was watching television in this country, and we now know there was an enormous number of people watching, will forget that arrival at Northolt when the body of the Princess of Wales came back, brought back from France by Prince Charles. Now, as ever, the plane gone out of sight for the moment. I have to say that our camera positions are somewhat restricted. The Buckingham Palace authorities have made it clear that they do not wish cameras to be too close. They've regarded this as, what was said to me this morning, this is a private administrative arrival. That's a bit of mumbo jumbo. What it means is please don't come too close, and we of course observe that.
So about a couple of minutes the plane will come to a halt, and the royal party will descend and make their way fairly swiftly into central London. The roads of course will be cleared ahead of them. How long does it take from Northolt to Buckingham Palace, Nick?
Well, if you and I are driving, Dermot, it can take anything up to an hour. When it's Her Majesty and outriders and the police clearing the way, half an hour or so, I would say.
And then the Queen expected to continue working on that speech, of course.
Yes, working on the speech, but there is this suggestion that no, we just caught a glimpse of our
shot of our Buckingham Palace link that we've been having a few problems with. We're just working on that. We do hope to be able to hear from Helen Wright fairly soon there at Buckingham Palace. But meanwhile, these are live pictures from RAF Northolt. The Queen's flight just arrived there from Aberdeen Airport, just taxiing into position.
We do understand that the Queen will also, this afternoon, be going to St James's Palace to talk to mourners there.
And just see the royal outriders there, and left of pictures, just going out of shot, all lined up ready to escort the car into central London. And there's our ITN helicopter aerial shot of the plane. This is slightly to the south, I believe, of RAF Northolt. Just zooming in slightly there, you can see the red and white of the BAE 146 of the Queen's flight.
emphasise the point that we keep well away when we're in the air from the Queen's flight, as every aeroplane has to do.
There's the car moving into position that the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh will travel in.
The aircraft is a British Aerospace 146, is you sure you knew that, Dermot, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Just take a little time for the royal passengers to disembark.
And of course the outriders, you can see they're just to the left of the middle of your screen. They are a sort of grand processional escort, but they do perform a very important function of making sure no one is going to get in the way. And I don't think there's anybody in this country today who will be saying anything other to themselves than wishing Her Majesty a quick and swift journey into London for all this very difficult business that she has to perform this afternoon. As Ron Allison was saying, the royal family have been grieving at Balmoral. Now they are coming to London, to their home at Buckingham Palace, to share fully and centrally in the grieving of the whole nation.
Now, Nick, they're about, what, 3/4 of an hour behind Prince Charles and his sons. Do we know much more about the movements of Prince Charles, where exactly they're going to?
There is a suggestion that they will go to Kensington Palace. I only say suggestion. It seems extraordinary that we don't know the details, but I do get the impression that things are rather being made up as we go along, if you like. The palace authorities very keen, of course, to shield and protect as far as possible the young princes William and Harry. Nevertheless, it is thought they will go to Kensington Palace in the first place, which of course was the home of their mother, Princess Diana.
And where they stayed with her on many, many an occasion.
Well, it was effectively their home, certainly their London home. And when the boys went to school, they were at Kensington Palace more than anywhere else. And then on to St James's Palace to pay their respects at their mother's coffin. And of course the Prince of Wales with them all the time. We saw the Prince of Wales yesterday with his sons at Balmoral. Nobody, I think, will forget again these images that we keep talking of, but one of Harry with his hand in his father's hand. That was a moment. But we are looking again to emphasise this. These are live pictures from Northolt, where Her Majesty the Queen has just arrived, and she is about to leave the plane, be escorted into central London to Buckingham Palace, and she will be broadcasting a speech live at 6 o'clock, and of course you will see that here on ITV at 6 o'clock this evening.
Nick, just on that speech, we were talking about it earlier, it's very much coming, very personal speech from the Queen herself. Will that therefore be written by now, or will she still be thinking about it, making last minute additions?
I would imagine that last minute additions will go on until a few minutes to 6. I mean, I think that's part of the point of making it live, that she wants to be absolutely, two things, from the heart and very much up to the minute. We all know, the whole country, the whole world knows that events moved very swiftly this week, all sorts of unpredictable things on an almost hourly basis. So I would imagine the Queen's advisors will say to her, no rush, ma'am, we really will get this speech sorted out, but we don't need to sort it out, the fine detail, until the very last minute.
Well, the thought occurs that, of course, she's been in Balmoral for very serious reasons. She has not been in London yet. She hasn't seen the sights that perhaps some of the rest of us have seen for herself. She's seen them on television or whatever. She will perhaps wait and see how the crowds, how the flowers, how the movement of people in London moves her.
Certainly. I think that's a very, very important point to bear in mind. Ronald Allison said yesterday that his current predecessor is the present man who holds the job that Ron Allison used to do. That's Geoffrey Crawford. In his address yesterday, the prepared statement he read on television said that the royal family would be very hurt by the criticism that they hadn't shared the country's grief. Well,
now, just to interrupt you, Nick, I just think it is a very long shot, and our cameras are being kept away so as not to intrude too closely, but I think we are now seeing the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh certainly getting into their car just before they make that journey into central London. It's impossible from this distance to pick out exact figures.
Some people at home have probably got very big screens and might even have a better view than us.
Might even be able to give us a hand here.
But certainly the Queen gets in the car first, no matter what, so I think you can assume that that was the Queen. We're seeing traffic passing on the very busy road. It's the A40, I think, isn't it, coming in front of us?
Well, it'll soon be rather quiet, certainly in front of the Queen's car, as those Royal Outriders clear the traffic out of the way, speed in front of the Royal car to help her through the traffic lights.
It's quite often that the Queen, well, other members of the royal family, I don't think the Queen's terribly keen on helicopters actually, but frequently the Prince of Wales will come into Northolt and will then helicopter into central London. There's our helicopter,
yes.
Looking at Northolt. Well, he would go by helicopter. Of course, that's much quicker. That's about a 10-minute flight. And the usual landing spot is Kensington Palace. Grounds of Kensington Palace. I think, Ron Allison, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, either Kensington Palace or, if appropriate, Buckingham Palace. And you're quite right, Nick, that the Queen doesn't normally use a helicopter. In fact, she had never flown in a helicopter during her reign until Jubilee year 1977 in Northern Ireland.
But certainly today there's no question of helicopters being used. It's all motorcades.
They've got this down now as
the
motorcades, which is not really the right word. In earlier years, a journey like this would have meant the roads being closed for ages in front and caused enormous disruption. The Metropolitan Police have now got any journey like this down to a very
They almost leapfrog the royal car, don't they? Two go up ahead,
yes,
two
that's
behind.
right. And the delays at the junctions and where the lights are controlled are kept to an absolute minimum.
So anybody making their way in by road for the funeral tomorrow won't suffer too much disruption.
Absolutely, but once it's past a particular junction or point, then normal services resume, as it were.
Perhaps the decision not to travel by helicopter also influenced by the fact with so many people, so many flowers around, you don't really want helicopters buzzing around Kensington Palace and Buckingham Palace.
No, I doubt if it was a serious discussion even at all about whether or not the Queen should use a helicopter. This would just be the automatic arrangement that would be made for her. She will now be chauffeur driven, of course, and Prince Philip won't be at the wheel of the car. A car, incidentally, which does not have a number plate.
The only one, I think, in the country. I can't imagine there's any other. In case you've just tuned in, we're looking at RAF Northolt, where the Queen has just arrived from Aberdeen, from Balmoral. She's just, as far as we can tell, got into her car now, along with the Duke of Edinburgh, Princess Royal, and the Queen Mother, and they are en route for London. We're expecting them to arrive, looking at my watch, I would say certainly by about 2:45 they should be arriving at Buckingham Palace. And as we all know, Buckingham Palace is besieged. It is the only word, besieged by flowers. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands of them. And
we're told, Nick, in all an estimated 1 million bouquets of flowers at the various royal palaces, the 3 London palaces, as you say. Besieged is exactly the right word.
And as we will no doubt be seeing later, not just the flowers lying on the ground, but so many messages pinned up on the railings. And one point to make, you can just see in there, I think that's another plane coming in.
We have another plane coming in. I doubt very much indeed if that's connected with the royal flight. It's just our ITN helicopter just picking up that shot. Let's get back to the Queen's plane.
Yes, I was going to say that when the Queen gets to Buckingham Palace, the royal standard, her royal standard, will be put up that flagpole about which there's been so much controversy. So I only say that because I noticed a flag flickering there in the background.
That will, of course, though, remain at full mast. Right, let's go now to Kensington Palace, I'm told. Well, we will shortly be going to Kensington Palace. We were just talking earlier there that, of course, Prince Charles, Prince William and Harry, and accompanied by their cousin Peter Phillips, arrived a short time ago at Kensington Palace. We are hoping to show you pictures of that soon. This is another plane from the Queen's flight. I told now let's go. This is Kensington Palace a few minutes ago. There we have Prince Charles, and the young prince is no doubt overwhelmed by the outpouring of grief for their mother. Very calm, very composed, taking in the atmosphere, looking at the messages.
There's the hand stretching out. You see how often the Prince of Wales puts his hand, his back now in a very familiar pose, I have to say, but ever ready to take the hand of young.
And Charles going over there to talk to some members of the crowd. Notice the stillness, the quietness amongst the crowd. Our camera just getting into a better position there. The bouquets of flowers pouring over that fence that's just keeping them back ever so slightly. Harry's arms filling up, Prince William's arms filling up. A smile of gratitude from Prince Charles. William having a chat there, so assured,
yes,
in his moment of grief.
There's those flowers we mentioned, so many, aren't there?
Harry just going across there to add the bouquets he's collected to that huge
and the Prince
pile.
of Wales himself taking bouquets over, adding bouquets in tribute to the Princess of Wales, put down absolutely by the Prince of Wales himself.
Well, there we were just watching pictures recorded a little bit earlier from Kensington Palace, the Prince's, William and Harry's London home, which they shared, of course, with their mother, Princess Diana. We're going back now to live pictures from RAF Norfolk. This is the ITN helicopter as the Queen is leaving RAF Norfolk to begin her pretty swift journey into the centre of London and Buckingham Palace. Just ahead of them there, one police outrider. They're just leaving the base. It is an RAF base, of course. Just driving around the perimeter there, I think, before they join the main A40.
As you said, Dermot, they'll be leapfrogging here. There's a bit of a helicopter. Ah, now they...
This is back to Kensington Palace. Recorded a little bit earlier. Charles, as Prince William, clearly prepared to drink in the atmosphere, spend a bit of time absorbing what's been going on in London, talking to people.
So often we've heard that he finds all this sort of thing so difficult at the best of times, but he seems to me to be conducting himself there with the most enormous and wonderful dignity. And there there is the Prince of Wales coming forward, Prince Harry shaking her hand. I don't know what's happened to Prince William. He's out of our shot.
I think he's just slightly...
Oh no, he's over there.
They're talking again, getting more bouquets. Every time any member of the royal party there goes forward, their bouquets are pressed into their hands. But in contrast to so many other royal events, the crowd, quiet, respectful, almost tangible, their grief, isn't it?
And the Prince again puts flowers down, just as so many members of the public have done. Prince Charles putting flowers down.
These are also recorded pictures from, I think, a slightly different location. Nick, I'm not sure if you can tell us exactly where that is. It's clearly Kensington Palace.
Kensington Palace, yes. The big golden gates they are, which when you drive along the road near the palace, you look over the railings across Kensington Gardens.
Now back to live pictures. There, a very clear view of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh leaving RAF Norfolk on their way into London in the car behind them. There's the Queen Mother. They're also accompanied by Princess Margaret. Quite a few people out there. Word has got around. A few waves, but certainly no cheering or anything like that. Now let's go back to Kensington Palace. There we have. Look at this. Thousands upon thousands of flowers there.
Tall gentleman on your left. Colin Trimming, he's the Prince of Wales's bodyguard.
Now we just hear the crowd just clapping.
Yes, we can see them in the background too. There is applause, and it's a strange occasion, isn't it? But it's applause that says, we know how difficult this is for you. Well done.
Charles.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, we just got a
William.
Thank you so much.
This is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we got a very clear shot and a little insight into the young princes there.
We heard them saying.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, yes.
But just to bring in Ron Allison here, we're just switching back now to live pictures of the Queen making her way into central London, going past one of the many roundabouts on the A40, on that route in from the west of London. Just to bring in Ron Allison, what struck you most about those pictures of Prince Charles with William and Harry?
Well, first of all, just how moving it was, how mature the two young boys are. And what I was going to say was that this is so difficult. I think all the three of us have been watching, been seeing the pictures, and then at various times we've gone down to either Kensington Palace or wherever it may be, and we've just been ourselves.
Ron wanted earlier just to explain to people our pictures are a little wobbly because clearly we've got one cameraman there who has to move into different positions, and we obviously don't want to get too much in the way of the princes. Now we're back at Kensington Palace.
Whereas I was going to say, to actually see these banks and banks and banks of floral tributes must be having a profound effect on the three of them. It's quite different from watching on television, as I know we've all experienced for ourselves.
These pictures are, we should say, unedited. We haven't had a chance to tidy them up for you just as we get them. And back to the live shot now. This is happening at the moment. The Queen and other senior members of the royal family on the A40 driving from RAF Northolt back into central London. Ahead of them, their chance to do what we've just seen the Prince of Wales and his sons doing. And there they are again. They are taking part in a full way in the public expressions of mourning and grief. Black ties, smart suits.
Pausing every now and again to read some of those tributes, and you can tell really taking them in.
Yes, when you see them, Dermot, we've both done this, haven't we? You look at those tributes, you start reading them, and then there are so many, and then you move on and you read another. Every single one takes your attention. You have to read the message and say to yourself, that's somebody's heart. Some people put it well, some people can't spell, some people even misspell the name Diana, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter a bit, does it?
Well, we're having a bit of a careen around the flowers, but we...
Well, as you said, Nick, just to let people know, these are unedited pictures, and we're hopping back and forth from this that was recorded a few minutes ago of the Prince of Wales and his sons outside Kensington Palace, Princess Diana's London home, and then we're jumping over live every now and again just to keep you up to date with the progress of the Queen, who's been following on slightly behind her son and her grandsons.
I was saying earlier, that tall gentleman there, every time I mention him, we lose him. But when we'll see him again, he's Colin Trimming. He's the Prince of Wales' principal bodyguard. Many people will remember him in Australia, where he pushed the prince out of the way of a man running forward waving a gun. That policeman's cool courage impressed everyone, as indeed did the cool courage of Prince of Wales himself.
I think the cool courage of the young princes now is impressing everybody. Obviously in a very different situation. There we are back now live with the ITN helicopters, pictures of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh's progress into central London, heading for Buckingham Palace, where preparations will be made and will continue to be made. They are of course already being made for the live broadcast to the nation tonight at 6 o'clock. And it should be pointed out, not just to the nation, this could have a television audience quite literally of billions, couldn't it, Nick?
Yes, the estimates have been that the funeral itself tomorrow, the funeral of Princess of Wales, will reach about 2.5 billion people live. I have a feeling that Her Majesty's speech this evening will be seen by about the same number across the globe. Another policeman in the foreground, another one of the Prince's regular bodyguards, the Prince of Wales' regular bodyguards.
And then we have people just clapping ever so politely. It's just a
gentle touching of their hands, just make that kind of rustling sound.
Prince of Wales seems to have a picture, I think it is, he's putting down, is it? Yes, I think so.
Yes. There's a Canadian flag in the background, just to point out that this is a tragedy that really has struck everybody in the world. Amongst that crowd, many, many thousands upon thousands of people from all over the globe.
A backpacker there, talking to the royal party. Look how tall William's become, hasn't he? Towering over Dad.
Well over 6 foot at 15.
We're now interesting view of the cameraman. That's walking backwards, as they always have to do.
More of the Queen's car as it makes its way along the normally very busy A40 into central London. It should be about 20 minutes, 25 minutes from Buckingham Palace now.
See the traffic and the slow lane being, well, in fact the royal party are only in the outside lane there, the other traffic still going on.
Not really holding things up very much at all. They're now back to Prince Harry, accepting another bouquet.
I don't know what you two feel. Well, I think I do, but I mean, just apart from anything else, I just feel so proud of those two young princes.
I mean, what an ordeal this must be, but they're just carrying it off with such aplomb.
I think someone would have said to them that they were probably asked, what should I do? Should I look sad? Should I look happy? And someone has said to them, just be yourself. And that's what we're seeing now. I'm convinced of it.
And it must be a tremendous support to them. There they are, feeling, hearing, touching the level of support in the country for the first time.
As you said, who was it who said here that seeing it on television is one thing, being there, experiencing, seeing the flowers is quite another. I don't think there's the applause again. I don't know whether we can, I can't hear it, but no, we can't hear it, but you know what's happening, ripple of polite applause all the way along, and it's not the applause that is sort of congratulatory, it's not that, is it? It's people saying that we appreciate this. The country has wanted to see members of the royal family, not necessarily these two boys and their father, we all accept that their grief should be a private thing, but here they are coming, oh look,
there's a hug,
patting his back. A hug, yes.
For Harry, and he hugged them back, holding hands. Look at him. We'll just stay with these pictures. Hand upon hand being proffered and accepted.
I think this will help them a great deal tomorrow, having this experience this afternoon. They might find the day easier to cope with tomorrow as a result of this, 20 minutes, half an hour or so, getting longer than that now, isn't it, that they've been spending amongst the people. Just responding, just being, as Nick was saying, perfectly natural. And they haven't been seen very often in this sort of, I don't think they've ever been seen in a sort of a walkabout.
Not like this.
Not like this.
No, look, hands touching them, the way they, you know,
single lilies there being handed to them.
The terribly formal business of just shaking hands has been replaced here by hugs and pats on the shoulder. And a lot of handshakes, of course, they're inevitable.
There's another huge sign on that. Princess Diana, Queen of Hearts.
His mother. His mother. More applause. They're going through the gates now into Kensington Palace. This recorded a few moments ago at Kensington Palace.
Well, there we were watching pictures just recorded a few minutes ago of Prince Charles, Princes William and Harry passing amongst the crowd, being handed flowers, putting them in the piles, the huge piles outside their home at Kensington Palace. Now, Nicholas Owen and Ronald Allison are with me in the studio. We all, as we were saying over those pictures, tremendously struck by the way those young princes conducted themselves.
We've had so many images this week, beginning on Sunday, of course, that were things that were really dreadfully difficult to cope with, weren't they? The mangled wreck of the car, we all remember that. Some dreadful things to have to cope with for the whole country. But today, the only word I'm going to use here is love. That's what was coming out of that crowd to those boys and their father, just that. And there's Ron absolutely right. This augurs very well for tomorrow. It's going to be a terrible ordeal for the boys, no two ways about that. but they know now what awaits them on the streets of London, which is we all grieve along with them.
Just wanted to ask you if you think we saw that clapping there, which is, it's hard to know when you're in that crowd how to offer support. That gentle clapping was very interesting. I mean, they did it in Paris when Princess Diana's coffin was taken away.
And I think some of us, you know, when you just read about it or indeed see it on the television, you think, well, that's not very British, is it? I mean, it's a sort of French thing, but actually it is, I was trying to say when we saw those pictures, that it's not congratulations of any sort, it is just a sort of appreciation and a joining in. We are sharing your feelings, and the hands come together to applaud. I think it's a fantastic expression of the way those people at Kensington Palace feel, and they're doing it, I think, on behalf of the whole country.
Do you think we'll see any of it at the funeral itself tomorrow?
I think it's quite possible. You know, this is a unique funeral for a unique person, they said. Well, I think the expressions of grief will be equally unique.
Okay, Nick. And Ron, let's just pick up on that point. You were talking about it being a good preparation for the Prince's ordeal tomorrow, getting a real sense of public feeling.
Yes, I mean, that's not why they were doing it, but it is, I'm absolutely certain that they will now be going back, or going into the palace, and they will be feeling, yes, this is something I can deal with, I can cope with, and that was just Nick's word, love. That was just love, warmth, sympathy, affection, shared grief. That was all coming through. And one other thing that I noticed amongst so many young people there. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it how the princess related to the younger people in this country as well, of course, as to the older ones. But that was a very, very young crowd there, by and large. And the way Prince Harry, I mean, Prince William is 15, Prince Harry's only 13, and the totally natural yet assured way in which he was going up to the people. And who did it remind you of?
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Ron. Nick,
yes,
I thought we were going to cross to St James's Palace and our reporter there, Adrian Britton.
Just one thing I wanted to say. Oh,
there he is. There's Adrian there. Adrian, you're at St James's Palace. Word has clearly got around amongst the crowds that the royals are now in London. What are they saying?
Well, they're standing here, and they have stood for many, many hours at the moment, and just waiting to see those scenes that those touching scenes that we've just seen at Kensington Palace. The crowds are pouring in here. Let me show you what I mean. I mean, onto your left, if you look straight down Marlborough Road, about 300-400 yards, right down to those blue vehicles that you can see at the end. That's St James's Park. They're about 20, 30 deep maybe, and it is perhaps here, if the Prince and his sons repeat those scenes at Kensington Palace, they may come here and just say thank you to the crowds. Thank you for showing your support. Thank you for showing your sympathy. What you perhaps can't see to the right is the queue for the Book of Condolences, that at 1 o'clock today that queue was closed and the books will be transferred to Kensington Palace tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And the people there have been waiting for anything up to 16 hours. I mean, one man in particular was waiting for 16 hours, and when he got to the front of the queue, well, then he was called into work, so he had to go. But that didn't matter. There was no problem there. Let me show you the other side. Just a few minutes ago, before you came over to us, the police started to divide the crowd. So maybe the Prince and his sons will be coming here. You can see there the guard pacing up and down outside the Royal Chapel, where of course the Princess lies, and the tributes of flowers and of words are pinned to the railings, pinned to the bars. Very poignant words. I was reading them. Everybody is struggling to come up with something to say which really expresses how they feel. But as always, children do this much better than anybody else. And one just said, "You were a very nice princess. You should have had a longer life." So we're waiting here now, and as soon as we get any news, of course, we will come back to you.
Okay, Adrian, thank you very much indeed for the time being. Well, Nick, as Adrian was saying there, the princes are, of course, expected to go and see their mother resting there in the Chapel Royal. A very private moment in contrast to what we've just seen.
Yes, very private moment indeed for them. Some people might wonder why, you know, we didn't see actual tears, but you know, we just saw the pictures from Kensington Palace just now, but one of the newspaper reporters, one of the press people there, he's reporting that many people in that crowd were openly weeping, and when Prince Harry arrived, he wiped away a tear in his eye. I mean, you know, they looked, I wouldn't say they looked happy, of course they're not happy at all, but they looked fairly contented, or whatever the words, composed, assured, those are the words, yes. But there had been some little tears earlier on, and not surprising at all. As you say, in the Chapel Royal of St James's Palace this evening, they will be paying their respects to their mother, and her body will then be leaving at about 8 o'clock this evening to go back to her home, Kensington Palace.
To make the preparations for the funeral tomorrow.
Yes.
Now, we have, of course, as well been following the Queen's progress into central London. She is about 45 minutes behind Prince Charles and her grandsons. The royal car is passing just underneath those trees. You can see at the bottom of our picture. Signal interfered with every now and again. We'll stay with it unless it breaks up terribly badly. So we clearly into the built-up areas of London, can't be too far away from Buckingham Palace now. Nick, very likely that the Queen is going to want to sample some of that atmosphere as well, isn't it?
Yes, I think she will want to do that. Whether she's been advised that it's a good idea or not, I'm not suggesting that any particular reason why not, except her schedule getting a little tight with regard to broadcasts, and we know she wants to go to St James's Palace as well. There's a fairly busy afternoon. This is just about 20 minutes or so, a little bit less than that, I think, after they left RAF Northolt.
Just
Hyde Park.
entering Hyde Park, yes. There we can.
Winding round now, very close to Kensington Palace now, but I think I'm right in saying that you might be going straight to Buckingham Palace in that direction. We shall see in a very few minutes. You're watching live pictures of the Queen, other senior members of the royal family on their way from Northolt into central London, heading, I think, straight to Buckingham Palace. Her son, Prince Charles, and her grandsons, William and Harry, they've been at Kensington Palace, where they helped the public lay flowers. They took some of the flowers from members of the public and laid them themselves, laid the tributes, that was to say, Prince of Wales and his sons, publicly displaying their grief.
Just squeezing through some of the traffic calming measures there that have recently been installed in Hyde Park, slowing them down ever so slightly.
London is a wonderful city when it comes to parks. We have so many of them, and this is, of course, the finest.
And this, of course, the park will be packed with thousands upon thousands of people watching the large screens that have been installed to relay the funeral procession to those people that can't actually get close enough to the route itself.
2 large screens in Hyde Park, and we've learned today that one more in Regent's Park now, because so many people are expected. Now then, turning by the Serpentine?
Serpentine, yes, turning left by the Serpentine.
So I think she's heading straight
almost
to
certainly
Buckingham Palace. Yes. The Serpentine, where Serpentine Gallery,
yes,
which was one of the Princess of Wales.
Yes, indeed. She was I'm not quite sure whether she was a patron of it or not, but she was a regular visitor there.
And
yes. Often were very some avant-garde gallery, and some rather strange exhibits have been there from time to time, amongst others, the Princess has been to see. But yes, now along Hyde Park, and very soon they'll be coming to the gates that were erected as a tribute to Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother. And I imagine that will be the way they will be going.
Yes, those gates.
Indeed. And then down Constitution Hill.
And then to Buckingham Palace. So very soon the Queen is going to witness for the very first time those huge, huge crowds that are around the royal palaces.
Yes,
there we are. There's the live shot from Buckingham Palace of the spectacle awaiting the Queen. As Nick was saying there, she's just a few minutes away. from Buckingham Palace.
What strikes you when you're there is that... Oh, here they... no, for a moment
that's
I
the London taxi.
misidentified
Looks
a
a bit
London
like the
taxi.
car.
They're rather grand cars, aren't they, London taxis? But these crowds, so quiet. This is the thing that strikes you when you're there. How can so many thousands of people be almost silent? But they are.
There we can see the police making preparations for the arrival of the Queen.
And the one picture that everybody will be watching for will be the first sign of a flag on that flagpole, which, as I say, will be her royal standard. And that will be replaced tomorrow morning when the Queen leaves Buckingham Palace to go to the funeral at Westminster Abbey. That flag will come down, and in its place a Union flag will fly at half-mast. A total tradition and precedent urged on the royal family by so many people, and they have this week responded to public opinion.
Nick, though, does it all seem a bit of a fuss about nothing, though, having... hugging people in the crowd?
Hyde Park corner. Yes, Dermot, I think you're right. Those pictures are the traffic being held out. She's gone through Hyde Park corner quite the wrong way round. If you're royalty, you can do that. Wellington Arch coming up, yes, to commemorate, of course, the Duke of Wellington, the great victor of the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, a colossal hero of the past. Straight down Constitution. Palace, top right of your picture. That's the garden. A park than a garden, to be honest. I think the right-hand side of the road. That road has been shut off as closed off to accommodate these huge crowds that we see. Now those crowds, they're at the bottom of that hill. They're only... Her Majesty is about 400 yards away now. Coming down, she'll come on to the right-hand side of the picture and move through the gates which are open, ready for her. She returns to Buckingham Palace.
There we are. That's the distance remains, a few hundred yards.
Here they come down Constitution Hill. Closed, as I said, for several days because of the huge crowds.
Let's just see the reaction of the crowd. Quiet, just taking in the scene.
A London tourist bus going past there. When has London ever witnessed an event like this? What an amazing scene it is. The scenes have all been quite extraordinary this week, and now another one. Her Majesty about to turn right. As Ron Allison said, the car without the number plate with her royal standard above it. Her Majesty the Queen, 4 days after the death of the Princess of Wales.
Slowing right down there to give everyone a clear view away from the Duke of Edinburgh. There's some cheers and claps. There are thousands of people there for the first time, the Queen witnessing for herself.
I think the car is going to stop. The car has stopped, and Her Majesty
has got out.
Is going to get out. There she goes out of the other side of the car. She is going to look for herself at some of the thousands upon thousands of floral tributes.
Just to let you know, these are live pictures of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, who have just arrived in central London outside Buckingham Palace, looking at the thousands upon thousands of tributes to Princess Diana. They haven't gone into Buckingham Palace yet. As soon as their car arrived, they stopped at the gates, immediately got out to see for themselves the remarkable scenes that have been taking place in London over the past week.
see the crowd, Her Majesty now, she's right at the, well, just about in the middle, I would say, of that picture. All the white there in front of the gates, those are flowers, bouquets of flowers, myriads of them, piling up now ever since Sunday. And the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are down there right now, as you see this picture, looking at the tributes, reading some of the cards, and the crowd watching on. There you could just see the tall figure of Prince Philip.
Just to the left there, the black hat of the Queen.
Occasional acknowledgement from the Queen and the Duke of the people. There's the applause again that we commented on earlier. It's glad you could be with us, ma'am. Glad you've come down here.
I think a lot of people in the front of our picture not quite sure where exactly the Queen is.
It's always the way with the crowd, isn't it? Those are the lucky few at the front, but there's always cameramen in the way as well. There's a man there, I think he must be on a stepladder.
And there you can just catch a glimpse of the Duke of Edinburgh. He's coming forward to talk to some people in the crowd.
Yes, that's what he's doing, yes. Undoubtedly, we will be seeing later on in the day closer pictures of this. We will probably hear, I'm sure we will, what the Duke of Edinburgh and of course the Queen herself had to say to people. I'm sure we will hear some of that later on.
And Ronald Allinson straight out of the car immediately to talk to those people, to see those flowers.
Yes, this is exactly what the public have wanted. This is the Queen and Prince Philip doing. I'm sure what they by now would have been instinctively doing in any case, but this is, well, this is a wonderful shot.
Her Majesty now with flowers. Now, presumably, yes, she's taking flowers now. The Prince of Wales laid the flowers that he was given, added them to the thousands. And the Royal Standard flying above Buckingham Palace now. As we say, it flies at full mast. It's the Queen's own standard. Finally, a flag on that flagpole, and tomorrow it will be the Union flag at half-mast in response to the wishes, I think, of the country, all the country.
Back to these live pictures of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh accepting
Duke of Edinburgh looked to me as though he was
bouquets.
going to turn and put them on the ground. Let's see if he does. Would you like me to take them over? He probably said, yes, all right, I will. The Duke of Edinburgh pays his tribute. Her Majesty cradling the flowers that she's been given.
Engaged in quite a long conversation there.
Her lady-in-waiting was taking the flowers from the Queen, and she would, I'm sure, out of shot just at the moment, be placing them alongside all the others. I mean, my mind goes back to a totally different occasion, and it's right back in 1970, and the Queen and Prince Philip in New Zealand, when they started what we came to now know the walkabouts. A very, very different occasion, but again, the public clearly delighted in this very quiet, undemonstrative, respectful, sympathetic way at what is happening. It always staggers me, amazes me that so many people just instinctively respond in not only the same way, but in the right way. Something happens on occasions like this, and we might not know before we get to a situation how we will behave, but these crowds here are just as one, responding quietly and sympathetically.
This morning I was at St James's Palace just up the road, and I went to the head of the queue and I said to the lady there, how long have you been waiting to sign the books of condolence? And she said, oh, only about 11 and a half hours. Yes. And, you know, that wasn't, I wouldn't say that was a sort of person who would be described as a fanatical royalist or anything of the sort. It was just one of the many thousands who determined to show what they felt for the Princess of Wales. Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, you're seeing them outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. They have driven from RAF Northolt. Their car stopped in front of one of the gates, the northernmost gate. They then got out and they're walking along the crowd. The people there, I would imagine, they probably had word that the Queen might be coming, but I bet they never imagined that they would see this.
Ron Allison, interesting with the task that the Queen has in front of her, tonight's broadcast and of course the funeral tomorrow. She's unhurried, she's having long conversations with members of the crowd there. Almost, as you say, almost reminding one of, in much different circumstances, of those walkabouts.
It's at times like this, I think, that you realise just how long the Queen has reigned. 1952, 1997. It's a long, long time. Nothing could have prepared anybody for this particular week, but the experience that the Queen has accumulated over the years, the instinctive way in which she knows exactly what is the right thing to do, this is a demonstration of that. Queen amongst her people on such a sad occasion, the rapport is there immediately. And
the people she was talking to clearly been transfixed. Many of these people, of course, been here for many, many hours, some of them many, many days, some of them will be staying overnight for the funeral tomorrow.
Yes, I doubt if many of those people in those positions are going to give them up before tomorrow now, having claimed them. Although in some cases, of course, there will have to be changes made to accommodate the comings and goings.
These people looking on as Her Majesty the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, there they are. They've been talking to the crowd. The Queen took some flowers from one of the people in there. That's looking along the Mall, I fancy. No, that's...
We seem to have changed. Is this St James's Palace?
I think St James's Palace. Yes, this is St James's Palace.
This may well be Prince Charles.
Well, we're going back.
Well, let's go back to Buckingham Palace.
There's one brief shot there. I hope we come back to it. The Queen and the Duke against the sea of flowers.
And the Duke of Edinburgh there, just identifying who exactly had given him those flowers before he went to place them with those thousands of others.
It's amazing. It was raining in London this morning, and now look at it. The weather has cleared, and there's Her Majesty, Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, waving to the crowd as they pass the sea of flowers outside Buckingham Palace.
Waves from the crowd.
Applause. They're going back. Now, it's interesting. Will they walk across the courtyard? Will they get back in the car? It's
quite a walk.
Well, yes, it's a sort of 50 yards, 75 yards, but I should think the car's still there if they want it. Where's the car? There's the car. I don't know whether they've got in it or not, or they've not got to it. I think they're getting in.
Yes, they're just getting back in.
They'll be going round to, as you look at the palace, standing with the Mall behind you, they'll be going round to the right and to the entrance that the Queen and the members of the royal family invariably use when they come and go from the palace, other than on the grand state occasions when they would come through the centre arch and have left by the grand entrance in the quadrangle.
That's because presumably their own
apartments are on that side. Yes, there's abode room entrance, and which in my time at the palace used to be full of bikes and toys that the young princes and the young princess used to play with. And then the Queen would take a lift up to her apartments, where she will, amongst other things, later on this afternoon.
And there, yes, there we can see an aerial shot which helps us to pinpoint exactly where Ronald Allison is talking about, just to the right there.
If you see where it says ITN Live, if you go up slightly left and a bit higher, those are Her Majesty's cars, I presume, Ron, drawn
That's right, yes, outside what's the garden entrance, and some steps up, and then a lift, as I say, that will take the Queen up to her own apartments in Prince Philip too.
Ron, let's just talk briefly about the effect of that. We saw the Queen there, as we were saying, just almost strolling amongst the crowd, plenty of time for everybody. What effect will that have?
Well, it's what everybody has wanted to happen, hasn't it? If we are to believe, and I think we are to believe, that the expressions that were coming of what the public wanted the Queen to do, they wanted her to be here in London. The reasons why she was staying in Balmoral we've examined and explained many, many times. Now doing what was the best thing for the interests of the two young princes. But this has been, I think, exactly the right thing for the Queen and Prince Philip to do. It seems to me that everybody's getting things absolutely right now, and the Prince Charles going with his sons to Kensington Palace, walking amongst the people there, Queen and Prince Philip here at Buckingham Palace, and we understand later on going across to St James's Palace. It's absolutely the right tone, right level.
Well, Ron, just to interrupt you there, we are hearing that Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry are on their way to St James's Palace, Charles's London home, where of course the Diana, Princess of Wales's body is resting in the Chapel Royal. This is the scene we're seeing now, slightly shaky picture outside St James's Palace, with the crowds awaiting the arrival of the boys, who of course we saw earlier outside Kensington Palace. This is back now to our aerial view of Buckingham Palace. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh have just arrived, spent about 15 minutes viewing for themselves those extraordinary scenes, talking with people in the crowd, taking bouquets, adding them to that vast sea of white you can see just up against the gates of Buckingham Palace before going inside.
Extraordinary, isn't it, that it seems to me that on all the big occasions, one thinks recently of the VE Day celebrations and so on, and the royal wedding in 1981, the sun comes out and you get that sort of picture, huge amount of sunshine, the shadow thrown by that great building on the left, Buckingham Palace. It always seems to be that sort of day, but of course, even if it was pouring with rain, if it was freezing cold, it wouldn't have mattered. The crowds would still be there in vast numbers. And now we're going over now, this is St James's Palace. You see how close the two palaces are. This is St James's Palace, where the princes, we are told, are, there's princes, when I say that I mean the Prince of Wales and his sons, Prince William and Harry, are now inside St James's Palace, the London home of the Prince of Wales, and where the coffin of Diana, Princess of Wales, is resting in the Chapel Royal there. And at some stage, the Prince and his sons will pay their respects to the Princess of Wales.
This, of course, where those huge, huge queues were to sign the books of condolence. Those books now being closed temporarily from 1 o'clock this afternoon until Princess Diana's funeral is over.
The Chapel Royal is more or less, I'm going to say in the centre of your picture as you look at it, not really quite in the centre, to the right of the centre. The road you see running there, it's fronts it. It's the white building on the, just above the ITN live sign, there's a white building there you can see, and just beyond and to the right of that, well, almost, no, I'm wrong, actually, really opposite it, is the Chapel Royal, where that coffin has been since late Sunday night.
Yes, the main building that we're looking at is St James's Palace, and then just across the road is the Chapel Royal, and the public are not allowed now to go down that road just for the time being.
The Chapel Royal, where those crowds are now, we can see just above the ITN Live logo there.
There's the other one. That's the Queen's Chapel, I think, in the road. And some people mistake that for it, but of course it's the Chapel Royal, where the Princess is lying. And there's Buckingham Palace. You see, again, I keep saying this, but these palaces are quite close together. And very close together, just a few minutes' walk. Kensington Palace, on the other hand, where the Prince of Wales and his sons were earlier, that's quite a way off. That's about a mile away. Let's go back to Kensington Palace.
Well, these are pictures taken a little bit earlier, about half an hour ago. We were commenting earlier on the, Ron Allison, on the way these young princes conducted themselves under the enormous pressure they're under. They seem so natural, so relaxed.
Yes, well, two things I said while we were looking at the pictures earlier on. One was speaking like so many of us are as parents, of just how proud I was of the two of them. And then seeing, and I said this particularly with the case of Prince Harry, but Prince William too, when he was talking to and touching the members of the crowd, it was just so moving of whom we were reminded.
And this was recorded earlier. This, of course, when we got a very, very close-up shot of the princes chatting with people in the crowd, saying thank you very much for your sympathy for the flowers. They were, of course, handed large bouquets of flowers. Ron, very reminiscent of his mother.
Yes. Yes, devastatingly so.
I mean, the instant rapport with the crowd, especially in these circumstances, it's almost breathtaking.
Yes.
But who could not be moved by it? Look at Prince Harry there, 12 years old, reading messages about his mother, his beloved mother. Oh, perhaps, well...
Oh, why not?
Tear, or just an itch, perhaps. No. But I think maybe a slight tear. And he's talking to the policeman. Father, he has had to explain to his sons what has happened to their mother. Any parent who's had to do that knows that that is a most difficult task, and in the case of young royal princes there is the additional problem of saying to them, and we will have to go out, we have to go to this sort of public function. It's the word is destiny of these young men, and they understand it, and here they are carrying it out superbly well.
William.
So flowers have been brought to place there. The person, whoever it is, gives it to... There was Harry, he's going back for some more. And they give it to the...
He's going back to ask where they want him to put it.
Oh,
no, he's got some more.
Right, yes. And then they place it. In a way, it's the sort of... The prince is carrying out the public's wish. Please put these flowers down, sir.
And reading every message there very carefully.
We've seen these pictures. Those of you who've been with us earlier will have seen these pictures already, but aren't they extraordinary? I love the hand casually in the pocket like that. No point telling a boy, hands out of your pocket, son. They don't ever listen when you say that, do they?
Absolutely not. Ron, Alison, you were saying a good preparation, if that's the right word, for tomorrow for the boys.
Yes, I think that they will think later on tonight, if they're not already doing so, that they will be able to face tomorrow all the more easily, if that's the right word, but with greater confidence because of this experience this afternoon. It would have been, I think, very, very difficult to suddenly emerge tomorrow into this sort of situation. Not that they would have been shaking hands with people and doing this as the procession made its way to the Abbey, but this must have reassured them of the feelings of everybody for them, of the sympathy that there is there, of the love that there is there, and the desire that there is there on the part of everybody, that they, the princes, should know that we, the people, care. And it's coming through.
Indeed.
It's coming through.
Well, Ronald, as we were saying, these pictures recorded a little bit earlier, about half an hour ago. The princes are now with their father, have moved on from Kensington Palace, there where we see them. They are now inside St. James's Palace, their father's home. There, the crowd's outside. We cross live there now, but we're told that the princes have already entered St. James's Palace, where, of course, their mother, Princess Diana, lies in the Chapel Royal, where no doubt they will go and spend some quiet time with her.
I think there is an assumption that the Queen will be coming here a little bit later. We don't know that for certain. It must be emphasised that all these arrangements come as much of a surprise to you, the viewer at home, as they do to us. There's been a conscious decision by the royal family to keep, as far as possible, a lid on the information, not for any sinister reason, but simply so that not too much in the way of huge crowds build up and surge, as they could easily do, from one end of the Mall to the other.
Well, as Ron Allison was saying, it's now... Oh, there we have the royal standard just being raised. This This is as the Queen is now in residence at Buckingham Palace. The flag about which there's been so much argument, the Royal Standard, now flying proud above Buckingham Palace and remains at full mast because the monarch is in residence. It will of course be replaced tomorrow by the Union flag, which will fly at half-mast during Princess Diana's funeral.
It's sometimes asked, been frequently asked in the last few days, why can't the Royal Standard fly at half-mast? And the answer is it symbolises a living monarch, and if the monarch was to die, another monarch takes over straight away, so the flag never comes down.
Yes, we are never without a sovereign. The phrase, the king is dead, long live the king, sums that up. And in fact, the Queen in her own time of accession to the throne, she was Queen for some time before she actually knew that she was, her father having died in his sleep overnight while she and Prince Philip were on a tour overseas. Now, I think that is now understood by those who were querying it, and I think the gesture tomorrow, which is the Queen's request, or certainly with the Queen's agreement, that the Standard is...
Now, just to interrupt you there, Ron, we are now crossing to Althorpe in Northamptonshire, where the Princess's body will be buried tomorrow. We've crossed back quickly because we seem to lose those shots. We've crossed back now quickly to Buckingham Palace. Nick, Ron was saying there a few moments ago that the public and the royal family now seem to be back in tune with each other. They wanted the flag raised above Buckingham Palace, it's there. They wanted the Queen back in London, she's been talking to the crowd, she's back. And they wanted to hear from the Queen, and she's going to make a public address to us tonight.
That's right, and of course there will be the closest attention, I reckon, ever paid to a speech in the history of speeches. Everything she says, everyone will hope and expect that there will be some tribute to the Princess of Wales in that message from the Queen.
There, I just wanted to refer back to that shot that we saw a Union flag at half-mast. I think it's probably a flag that somebody's brought along with them.
Yes, emphasising the point. So that speech will be listened to very closely indeed, and the Queen herself, of course, will be watched. She's going to make it live at 6 o'clock. You can see it here on ITV at 6 o'clock. But the point is this, it seems to me, that what has happened this afternoon will mean that that speech will be watched over the country with a great measure of goodwill. People will not be saying, well, they've got to do something now, but...
Nick, we are now just going back to Althorpe House. This is a live picture from, again, those flowers outside Althorpe House. This, of course, now where the Princess will be buried. Some developments on that today, Nick.
Yes, a change. She's going to be buried. It's on an island amid ornamental gardens, I think is the phrase that was used. They've changed that. It's not the family chapel anymore. She will have her own special resting place. There is talk of a monument outside, roughly in the spot you're watching at now, I would think. And they do say, the Spencer family say that they will be opening these gardens several times a year so that people can pay their respects to the Princess for all the years that are to come.
But Earl Spencer, the Princess's brother, was clearly concerned about the number of people that would be attracted to Great Brington if she had been buried in the family church, where of course her father is and many generations of the Spencers lie.
The church in this case being outside the park, the estate around the house, and in the village itself. I think that's a very wise decision. This island in the middle of an ornamental lake is apparently somewhere where the Princess spent a lot of time as a little girl. She played there, and the members of the public, as Nick has just said, will be welcomed into the grounds at various times during the year.
But Ron, being controlled in that way, of course the princes can go there for some time, some quiet time, moments of contemplation without being interrupted.
Yes, indeed. And not only the princes, of course. I mean, right from the beginning, the Buckingham Palace have been stressing that all the arrangements that are being made for tomorrow and throughout this week, taking into account very, very much, and indeed putting first the wishes of the Princess's family, Earl Spencer and his sisters, and of course Mrs. Shan Kidd, the Princess's mother.
Well, Nick, it should be pointed out this is a shot that we won't be seeing tomorrow at the Earl Spencer's and the Spencer family's request.
Oh, well, I'm not sure whether we might, I suppose, be at the gates. I'm not certain, but we certainly won't go any further than that. The Earl Spencer has asked for total privacy for the burial, and that, of course, is being completely respected. This is Althorpe is 77 miles outside of London. The funeral cortege will make its way there up the M1 motorway.
I mean, it's worth saying at this point, I think, that for people in London who aren't going to be able to get to anywhere near Westminster Abbey or the Palace or St James's Palace.
Ron, just to point out to people, we're just crossing back now to Buckingham Palace, and the crowd's absorbing what has just happened a few minutes ago in front of them. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh arriving back. This I think is the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. I'm not sure.
They're leaving Buckingham Palace.
They're leaving Buckingham Palace to go to St James's Palace, where, of course, Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry are already there. So a very brief stop there, Ron Allison.
Yes, not long on this occasion, and across to the Palace, St James's Palace, where they will be able to pay their respects in private to Diana, Princess of Wales.
Well, Nick Owen, as you were saying, there's absolutely no timetable for this at all. It's just happening in front of us, isn't it?
It is, yes, absolutely. Even with the tight royal schedules and people organising things and thinking about it, you couldn't be absolutely certain when things would happen. And we thought this would happen, but we weren't entirely sure. You're looking now at Buckingham Palace, of course. The Queen has just driven away to the left of this picture, the few hundred yards along the Mall. She is clearly going to St James's Palace. I hope we will be able to see her there, arrive there. She has gone there to pay her respects directly to the Princess of Wales. Look at the crowds there still, people milling around. They'll be telling one another now, the Queen was here.
And I think more and more people have been arriving as news is getting around that the Queen has arrived, isn't it? I'm sure there are far more people there than were there when we were first looking at these pictures earlier this afternoon.
The rumour runs through the crowd always, doesn't it?
Yes, and this will go on building up, I'm absolutely certain.
Now this is St James's Palace. You can always tell that it's in that much darker brick. Much dark brick, whereas of course Buckingham Palace is built of stone.
It should be pointed out that the Queen has been in London for less than an hour. She's already talked to the crowd.
Only about half an hour.
Been in Buckingham Palace. Now she's on her way to St James's Palace. But no sense of it being hectic or at all frantic.
No. We're looking now towards the Mall. The Queen, if she has gone there, as we suspect, we presume she has, will be coming from the right of your picture. It's a little difficult at sitting where we are to know exactly what is going on. There's no great intelligence network at work. People just have to say, where is she now, and hope that we do spot her.
She will, of course, be reunited with Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry, who travelled down separately from herself and the Duke of Edinburgh from Balmoral via Aberdeen Airport this morning. Prince Charles and the young princes, having seen for themselves the flowers and the crowds outside Kensington Palace, the home of Princess Diana. There's somebody taking up an early position for tomorrow's funeral.
People who I'm sure would have been there. Yes, there's the sleeping bag. People have been camping out overnight to make sure of being right at the side of the road for tomorrow's funeral procession. The police are talking in terms of being able to cope. Well, they say they're going to be able to cope. If 6 million people, I think the last figure I saw was, it's possible to believe it'll be as many as that, but certainly a great many people are determined not just to share in this great national event, very sad national event, but to be there so that they can see for themselves.
The truth is, nobody knows how many people are going to turn up, do they?
No. One practical move made there that we were looking at, the crowd barriers have been brought out into the road. The road itself is being narrowed so that there is going to be more space rather than people being kept back on the pavement. The Mall will be, as it were, narrowed for the procession, and more people will be enabled to get good vantage points.
We hear that the the young princes who are in St James's Palace now, they will be staying there. This is unfamiliar territory to them really, because Kensington Palace, their mother's home, was where they would be when they were in London, when they weren't at school.
We just lost the picture. There's the shot outside St James's Palace, where we are expecting the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh to arrive very shortly. Unless they've gone in a different way. Is there a different way in there, Ron?
Well, there are many ways. When they went out of shot, it was just impossible for us here in the studio to actually see which way they would have gone in.
That's the area where people have been queuing up to get into St James's Palace. If you can imagine along that wall, for anyone who hasn't seen it, there are candles are lit at night. And that's the road that goes up to St James's Palace from the Mall. Bit of a mystery this. I wonder whether Her Majesty has stopped somewhere else along the Mall to talk to people. I don't know. Perhaps she's walking along the Mall. It's very difficult to tell.
This is a major royal event that has not been planned with anything like the usual precision.
I think, Ron, we have an explanation.
We are just hearing that the Queen has gone in via Clarence House, the Queen Mother's London home.
Yes, right.
Is one point of entry then into St James's?
Yes, indeed it is. I was wondering that, but didn't mention it because I'm not at all certain. But it was Clarence House, and it was from Clarence House that Lady Diana Spencer came on her wedding day with her father back in 1981.
These places are all very close together. Buckingham Palace and a few yards away, Clarence House. Clarence House and St James's Palace side by side, really. The Queen Mother's residence, Clarence House, and the Prince of Wales' residence, St James's Palace. Just to emphasise again, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, having come down from Balmoral, landed at Northolt, drove into London, taking them about half an hour, went to Buckingham Palace. While there, this is Buckingham Palace crowds you're looking at now. While they were there, they laid flowers, or they talked to the crowd and took flowers from the crowd. The Duke certainly laid some to add to the sea of flowers outside the palace. And a few moments ago, the Queen then, with the Duke of Edinburgh, left. Now, we see the Queen now. This is the Queen's car. Ron, tell us exactly where that is. That's beside St James's Palace. I think she's going to drive past the Chapel Royal.
Yes, I think.
Where the Diana's body lies.
That's right. As I say, we have not, because with the best will in the world, I don't think the Palace Press Office could tell anybody exactly what the Queen and Prince Philip would do and when they would do it.
As you watch these pictures, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are just coming up to the outside of the Chapel Royal, where the coffin of Diana, Princess of Wales, is lying. It's just coming into your picture now, with all those flowers on the gate. And it seems to me that Her Majesty is going to stop there.
We can see by the speed the car has been moving at the reason why it's taken so long to get there from Buckingham Palace, travelling very slowly indeed, so everyone can get a good sight of her.
That police van moving away now. Those flowers just to the top left of your picture, they're on the railings, and beside the railings, outside the Chapel Royal, where the Princess of Wales' coffin is lying.
I think...
Yes, I'm sorry, we misled you.
She is not,
She's not
in that car.
Well, we've all been misled.
Therefore we go back to our previous information that she presumably has gone into Clarence House already, yes. Ron Allison.
Yes, and walked across, or will walk across if she hasn't already done so, from Clarence House. And the car is making its way to, I imagine, be in position when the Queen and Prince Philip emerge.
Sorry about that if we misled you. We didn't know ourselves. We have no idea, as Dermot says, what is going to happen when, but the car anyway was beside that Chapel Royal. What will happen, of course, is that the Queen herself will be able to go inside that chapel. It's not been open to the public in any sense. Other members of the family have paid their respects. Prince Edward, the first one, and today it will be the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, the Prince of Wales, and his sons William and Harry.
And the Queen Mother, who of course flew down from Aberdeen with the rest of the royal party, presumably made her way straight to Clarence House.
So the Queen has got out of her car in the Clarence House, which is away to your right. She can walk through the precincts of St James's Palace.
Yes, indeed. And presumably that's where she will get back into the car to go back to the palace.
And as she walks through, she will undoubtedly go to the Chapel Royal. And then eventually, after paying her respects, we did hear that there was some possibility of her looking at the books of condolence, which I am sure she will want to do.
No, the car is going on at the moment. So.
Does this indicate that perhaps the Queen is going to spend quite some time there?
It could indicate a number of things, that indeed that she's going to spend some time there, or that possibly she's going to walk back to the palace. But I have no...
As we've been saying, yes, anything can happen.
That's
in
the
this
car
situation.
coming round into the Mall now, and it looks as though it is being sent back to the palace. The Queen obviously says, I don't need that car. She's going to be spending more time.
But raising the intriguing possibility that she may well make that journey back on foot.
I think what's going to happen is that she is going to come out of St James's Palace, which is the top left of your picture. I think she will talk to members of the crowd and hear from them and hear their own feelings on this day.
Yes,
She'll
because
walk
there we
on the
see
road.
the car being reversed into position there.
It's about a matter of 50, 60 yards, that
Yes.
little bit of road. She will be able to talk to some of the many, many thousands, and then back into her car, which will then drive away to the left of your picture back to Buckingham Palace, which is in turn another couple of hundred yards at the end of the Mall.
Now, none of us know what the Queen is going to say when she broadcasts at 6 o'clock this evening, but we were talking earlier about it being a live broadcast and the reasons for that, as opposed to it being a recorded one. And I'm absolutely certain that in the broadcast the Queen will reflect the experiences of this afternoon, that she will now be able to talk to us, talk to the nation, talk to the Commonwealth, talk to the world with these experiences as part of the preparation for the speech.
We were saying earlier, Ron, that we thought she would do this kind of thing, absorb what's been going on in London. There we have the
Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts, of course.
Yes, on one of the bouquets there, someone
all
has...
those bouquets.
Queen of Hearts, we all know that's a title that Diana herself was pleased to adopt, if that is the right expression. What she meant, I think, was that she wanted people to think of all the very, very good things she tried to do for charities particularly.
But just to look forward to events that are coming up, we have the Queen's speech, of course, at 6 o'clock. Then, Nicholas, very, very sad moments when Diana, Princess of Wales's coffin will be removed from St James's Palace and taken to Kensington Palace in preparation for tomorrow's funeral.
That will happen at 8 o'clock tonight. It's been announced quite clearly that's the time it will happen. And I suppose that could be said to be an opportunity for even more people to see the coffin. I think there is a great feeling that people would like to see that coffin. I suppose like is not really the correct term, but feel the need to see that coffin. There's the sea of flowers outside Buckingham Palace. A short time ago, I think it must have been about half an hour, three-quarters of an hour ago, the Queen herself walked past that enormous quantity of flowers and flags and messages piled up outside the gates of her home, Buckingham Palace, in tribute to Diana. And she is now at St James's Palace, not very far away, and we assume that she is there paying her respects to the Princess of Wales. This has been a moment, or moments, of high drama, great sadness, and I think great dignity.
Ron, talking about the Queen's speech this evening, it's at 6 o'clock, of course, can be seen here on ITV. She's cutting it a bit fine. She's not back at the palace yet.
And what is it now? 20 past 3. Oh, there's time enough. And there will be time enough. I back in the 70s was involved in Christmas broadcasts, which were recorded then, and the Queen prepares her finally. It's her speech. All sorts of input into it in the Christmas speech, but she's given a draft ultimately, an agreed draft, and then she would put her own stamp upon it and just change a phrase or so, although the speeches that are written for her are written in the knowledge of the style that she uses. It'll be very interesting this evening for all sorts of reasons, but whether it will be that kind of message that we've become used to, or whether it will be even more personal. I mean, as personal as those tributes there.
You're seeing there, Diana and Dodi al-Fayed side by side.
Yes, we must remember at this time, of course, that, as you say, Dodi Fayed died in that crash, and the driver did as well, and another man lies seriously injured in a Paris hospital.
Just taking in the scenes there outside Buckingham Palace. These one young chap or chapess who perhaps won't remember the events themselves, but will be told in years to come that they were there when the Queen came back to Buckingham Palace.
All those policemen that we keep seeing, there's going to be 27,000 Metropolitan Police officers on duty tomorrow. I think that must be just about the entire complement of the police force.
And yes, and they will be concerned solely with safety, with crowd control in the best sense of the word. It's amazing on occasions like this how people are so, well, perhaps it's not amazing, but people are just so respectful of the occasion, the event.
But I'm also told, Ron, that no aspiring burglar should imagine that London is not covered as well. The police have made very clear that they will still have the capacity to keep the streets peaceful well away from this, and an outbreak of burglary will be tackled very vigorously. But nevertheless, what a huge operation it is for the police, with the huge numbers in London tomorrow.
Well, we're just about coming to the end of this particular broadcast. Just before we leave you, let's just remind ourselves again of the moment when the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh arrived back in London from Balmoral, emerged straight from their car before even entering the gates of Buckingham Palace to see for themselves the floral tributes. Under an hour ago, 45 minutes or so ago, huge crowds there. There's the Duke of Edinburgh, as I say, about 45 minutes ago. They've probably been in London now still just about an hour. The Queen, they're very clearly stopping, pausing to read some of the messages, the Duke of Edinburgh pointing them out to her. They then spent quite a considerable time talking to members of the crowd, hearing their feelings. Above all, they were listening to people. Very much what the public seemed to have been demanding. A little while before that, the Prince of Wales and his sons were at Kensington Palace. And what strikes us here is the extraordinary composure of Princes William and Harry, and of course the similarity especially between Prince William and his mother. Touching people, taking bouquets, shaking hands, polite applause. It wasn't really